Chapter 1, Targeted by a Rich Woman. Auntie, what do you take me for? I'm a man of principle. In the cafe, Gui-Chen angrily looked at the old woman in front of him. He was walking along fine, when suddenly a van came and tied him up and brought him here. If it wasn't for the fact that the woman looked so good and had an air of nobility about her, and didn't look like a bad person, he would have thought he had met the big sister of a triad. She actually said she would give me $1 million to have a child with her. As a new-era college student who was about to graduate, how can he do such a thing to betray himself? So he would rather die than do it. The woman on the opposite side of the table frowned when she heard this. She tapped the table lightly, her expression displeased, and her tone was not as soft as it had been. Call me sister. I'm only 30 years old. You know that? I'm only 22. How could you do it? Gui-Chen was so angry that he was about to stand up and point at the woman. Although she was a little attractive, he had no intention of making money off her looks. That was not the right way to do things. Lu Yutan's brows furrowed even more tightly. Don't you understand what I mean? I don't want your person, I just want the child. After this is over, we will no longer have any relationship. If her parents hadn't been pressuring her so much, she wouldn't have had to do this. She was a respectable, unmarried woman, the president of a major corporation, and doing this was so degrading. She had spent 3 months looking for someone agreeable to bear her child, and had observed Gui-Chen for 2 months. He had a good personality, was tall and handsome, and was the perfect candidate to be the father of her child. She had thought that all she had to do was say a few words and he would agree. Unexpectedly, he actually argued with her until now. Gui-Chen patted the table. That's even worse, it's not fair for the child to not have a father. What does that have to do with you? That's my child. That's not your child. It's mine, so it's none of your business how I raise it. Gui-Chen took a deep breath, got up, and pushed the chair back under the table. Goodbye, Auntie. I'm sorry, but I can't stay. He didn't want to argue with this woman anymore. He had never seen anything like this in a novel. But today, he encountered it in reality. And the protagonist was none other than himself. Come on, he was a top university graduate, had already signed a contract, and would earn more than 20,000 yuan a month after starting work. Why would he want to sell himself out for $1 million? What if someone blackmailed him? The June sun can change your skin color. So Gui-Chen left the cafe and took a taxi back to school. This auntie is really something, delaying his return to the dormitory to go to sleep. If it weren't for her age and respect for her, Gui-Chen would have scolded her long ago. Not long after Gui-Chen left, Lu Yutang also walked out of the cafe. Her delicate face was covered with frost, and her chest was floating up and down, obviously she was very angry. He actually called her aunt? Is she really that old? She's only 8 years older than him, so what gives him the right to talk to her like that? She clenched her teeth and stared in the direction the taxi had left. Lu Yutang has never failed to accomplish anything she set her mind to. Just you wait. She took out the car keys from her bag and pressed them once, and the lights of a Porsche on the roadside came on. She walked over and got into the driver's seat, and the car quickly disappeared into the traffic. Gui-Chen returned to the school dormitory. Since he was a senior, he had very few classes, and was about to graduate. There was only one person in the dormitory, as all his roommates had already gone to work. Sitting by the window was a chubby boy. When he saw Gui-Chen, he turned his head and said with a smile, "What happened?" "I got stuck with an auntie." "An auntie selling insurance?" "More or less. She was annoying." "Then you should buy some, maybe the auntie will give you some benefits." Lu Guan had a lewd smile on his lips. Gui-Chen rolled his eyes in silence, ignored him, and went to bed to get ready for bed. As soon as he lay down, he heard Lu Guan say, "Yi-Chen, do you know what stands up when it's hungry and falls over when it's full?" Gui-Chen. He helplessly rubbed his temples. "What do you think?" "You're so lewd." "I said chopsticks." Gui-Chen. "Get out." Lu Guan gave a little laugh, came over to Gui-Chen's bed, and patted it. "Hey, when are we going to the interview?" "Don't bother me tomorrow, I want to sleep." His roommate, although he has good grades, just gives off a very laid-back vibe. He can't even remember the time of the interview. And he's so lewd. He can't stop talking dirty. If he had been through a lot, it would be fine. He's also a weird talker. I have an interview tomorrow, so I think I'll go get a haircut and a new hairstyle, otherwise what if the interviewer gives me a bad impression? Lu Guanzi muttered to himself, then tidied up and left. Gui Chen was finally able to sleep peacefully. Lu Yutong returned to the office with anger, which scared the little secretary beside her. President Lu had never been so angry before, and she was usually so confident in everything she did. Who on earth could have made her so angry? What's wrong, Madame Lu? She asked weakly. Ziyu, am I old? Lu Yutong stared straight at Lu Ziyu in front of her. The young secretary took a step back in fear at her sharp, cold gaze. No, Madame Lu, you're only 30, how could you be old? And your achievements today are something that many people in their 40s and 50s can't even come close to. As the president of Haitang Group, Lu Yutong has taken on the family's heavy burden at a young age. She has been the president for 4 years, and during this time, the chairman of the board has basically never appeared, and all affairs have been completed by Lu Yutong on behalf of the chairman. I ask you if I'm old. Why are you saying all this useless stuff? Lu Yutong's voice rose a little. The young secretary hurriedly waved her hands to say that she is not old. What's wrong with President Lu? Why is she so angry? She got involved. After realizing that she had lost her temper, Lu Yutong lowered her beautiful eyes and waved her hand. You can go now. The atmosphere in the office was extremely oppressive at the moment, and the young secretary did not dare to stay any longer, so she turned around and walked towards the door. She decided to wait until Lu Yutong was in a better mood before coming back to see her. Wait a minute. Lu Yutong called out to her. Lu Ziyu turned around. What is it, President Lu? I will go to the interview tomorrow myself. She was now filled with rage that she wanted to vent. In that case, these recent graduates will just have to suffer a bit. But don't blame him, blame that bastard who called her auntie. It had never happened before for the CEO to go to an interview. Although Lu Ziyu was curious about why Lu Yutong had made this decision, she also knew that this was not the time to be unlucky. When Lu Yutong was angry, her aura alone was not something ordinary people could bear. Those college students are in trouble. Chapter 2, The Interviewer is a Rich Woman. Early the next morning, Gui Chen and Lu Guan hurried to Haitang Group for the interview. On the way, they already started talking about the future. When I'm rich, I'll definitely buy the portrait of my favorite artist. You're so unambitious. What's the point of looking at paintings? You should only look at the real thing. Chen, you're not going astray, are you? If you dare to go to those places, I'll break your legs. What are you thinking? Yesterday I just rejected a temptation, can't that prove that I'm not that kind of person? He can even reject such a beautiful rich woman, let alone the cheap women in the brothels. Although he is the only one in the family, he still has a great yearning for love. Haitang Group, a high-tech company that has emerged in the past decade. It has cooperated with universities in Zhejiang province and neighboring provinces. When I first joined the company, I saw a dense crowd of college students coming for interviews. A woman came over and organized everyone into a queue, and then they went in for interviews one after the other. Chen, you don't think the interviewers will make things difficult for us, do you? No, the interview is already a screening of our resumes, and our professional knowledge has basically passed. Lu Guan heard this and let his heart settle. The two of them were not in the same group. Lu Guan went in first. He came out with a smile on the corner of his mouth, obviously having passed. But why was his group taking so long? Could it be that he had encountered a malicious interviewer? Some interviewers seemed to take pleasure in making things difficult for the interviewee. There was obviously nothing wrong, but in order to show their professionalism, they had to find something wrong. More than an hour passed, and finally it was almost his turn. The girl in front of him came out with a worried look on her face. This made Gui Chen's heart rise. He gathered his courage and pushed open the door. A woman sat in the main seat with her head down, with bangs on either side of her forehead covering most of her face, but it was still clear that she was a very beautiful woman. On either side were a man and a woman, both of whom looked relatively young. They were sitting upright and did not speak of their own accord, as if they were very serious. Sit. The woman with her head down spoke in a soft voice. Gui Chen felt that the voice sounded familiar. But he forgot who it was. Could it be some passerby? He sat upright in his chair and introduced himself. The woman looked up and saw Gui Chen. Gui Chen also saw her. He was shocked. Isn't this the old woman? Yes, the interviewer in front of him was Lu Yutong. Lu Yutong was clearly a little surprised too. She took the resume from the young woman next to her and found Gui Chen's. She knew the person she was looking for was called Gui Chen, but she hadn't seen this resume before. She didn't realize that he was actually an employee of her own company. Seeing him again, Lu Yutong's anger rose again. But she didn't show any change in her expression. Instead, she picked up a pen and tapped it on the table. Knock, knock. The sound of the knocking on the table sounded like the death knell of Gui Chen. Could this woman give him the job? He had angered her badly yesterday. He was already despairing. Name? Lu Yutong asked. Gui Chen. Gender? Male. Ethnicity. Parents' names. Phone number. Email address. Address. Gui Chen answered every question, but she kept asking irrelevant things. He could tell that this woman was deliberately making things difficult for him. He had clearly already introduced himself. May I ask, are these questions related to the job? Pa. Cut the crap, just answer whatever you're asked. Lu Yutong snapped, slapping the table. Her voice was so loud that it made the two people next to her tremble involuntarily. Gui Chen, opened my mouth. Are you not convinced? Lu Yutong stared at him straight in the eye. Gui Chen shook his head. He was under her roof, and had to bow his head. It was indeed not up to him to decide what questions to ask in the interview. As long as he could get the job, he would have nothing to do with her. She was an interviewer, but she could still control herself? Just bear with it. Seeing Gui Chen give in, Lu Yutong's cold face revealed a smug expression. In order not to waste the time of the next person, she began to ask some serious questions. Tell me about your strengths. I'm proficient in Java and I'm also quite eloquent. When you're away from home, your identity is given by yourself. Having seen it once equals knowing how to do it. Having studied it equals being proficient. Although Gui Chen really is proficient, at the moment, blowing it up a little more won't go wrong. After hearing this, Lu Yutong sneered in her heart. He is indeed very eloquent. And very good. Pang. She slammed the table again. Gui Chen was startled, and at the same time, he wondered if she was going to pass him. Just because of personal grudges. Even the two people next to him felt that Lu Yutong was angry because Gui Chen was too good at playing the flute. President Lu hates people who brag. But who knew that Lu Yutong said, "You passed the interview"? Gui Chen was relieved. He got up to say a few words of thanks and left. How did it go, Chen? Lu Guan saw Gui Chen come out and asked. Gui Chen let out a sigh of relief. It was okay, a close call. That's good, our happy life starts from this moment. Let's go out for dinner tonight? Let's go. In the room, Lu Yutong returned the resume to the young woman next to her, then stood up. You can interview the next one. After that, she left resolutely. Because she was now satisfied. Walking out of the interview room, she saw Gui Chen not far away with Lu Guan, and called out, Gui Chen, come with me. Who is she? Lu Guan wondered. My interviewer. Gui Chen left a sentence and followed. At this time, he had not yet fully joined the company, so it was better to be careful. It would not be good to be picked on by this woman. Following Lu Yutong into the elevator, the atmosphere in the air was very strange. Neither of them said a word. Gui Chen kept scanning the pretty woman with the corner of his eye. She was dressed in standard work clothes, her hair tied up into a bun at the back of her head, holding a file in her hands, her long eyelashes fluttering with her peachy eyes. She looked over when she sensed Gui Chen's gaze, opening her rosy lips. Is there something wrong? Gui Chen shook his head and averted his eyes. Lu Yutong saw this and didn't ask any more questions. The elevator door opened, and she walked out first. Gui Chen followed closely behind. At the same time, intentionally or unintentionally, he fixed his gaze on her back. This old woman is quite good looking. When they arrived at the door to the president's office, Lu Yutong pushed the door open and walked in. Looking at the 5 big characters, Gui Chen had an ominous feeling. She can't be the president, can she? Then will I be able to live a good life in the future? Chapter 3, The Rich Lady is the President. Gui Chen was right. The reason why Lu Yutong gave him the interview was because she valued his ability, and because she could play with him without restraint under her command. Now that he was here, he was not leaving. Lu Yutong sat in the chair in front of the desk, crossing her legs. Her slender calves, wrapped in black silk, were exposed outside her short skirt and swaying gently. She looked at Gu Yichen without saying a word. Gu Yichen was now completely convinced of his thoughts. She is the president. He was in trouble now. In order to receive less pressure at work in the future, he plucked up the courage to walk up to her and try to make nice. Sister. Sister? Lu Yutong raised an eyebrow with a smile. Wasn't it auntie? Gu Yichen wanted to cry but had no tears, and he plucked up the courage to say, Sister, you are still very young. Lu Yutong was pleased with herself, but then she instantly set her face, slammed her hand on the table, and said sternly, This is the company, and I am the president. Use your title when you are working. Gu Yichen was startled by her sudden anger and had to nod in agreement. I understand, President Lu. Lu Yutong's frosty face eased a little, and she rested her right hand on the edge of the desk, her slender fingers tapping the tabletop with a rhythmic sound. I'll give you one more chance. 2 million, plus the chance to be promoted to supervisor, will you do it? No. Gu Yichen resolutely refused to do such a thing. Lu Yutong's brow furrowed upon hearing this. Aren't you afraid that I'll fire you? Then I won't do it either. I'm a man of principle. Gu Yichen's gaze was extraordinarily firm. Lu Yutong stared straight into his eyes, as if to disarm him in this way. Is this person really not afraid of losing his job? However, Gu Yichen remained unmoved, facing Lu Yutong's gaze head-on. Seeing that he really had no intention of backing down, Lu Yutong waved his hand, bowed his head, and took out a stack of A4 paper from the drawer. You say you're eloquent, but words alone won't do. I want to try this project together, and I'll leave it to you to negotiate. I only have one request, I want 80% of the profits. Gu Yichen took the A4 paper and looked at it, then his brows furrowed. President Lu, 80% is a bit difficult. For this project, what's the difference between 80% profit and robbing money? Whether you can do it or not is your business. Lu Yutong said indifferently. Gu Yichen's brows furrowed even tighter. President Lu, are you making things difficult for me? Lu Yutong sneered, you always have to prove your worth to me. If you can't do it, what use am I to you? President Lu, I should prove my worth by doing things that are in line with business principles and can bring the company the greatest profit, not by doing such whimsical things. You call me whimsical? In my opinion, yes. Gu Yichen realized that Lu Yutong was deliberately making things difficult for him. It was true that he was under her roof, but a cornered rabbit would bite. If he didn't voice his dissatisfaction today, she would only get worse and worse in the future. With a bang. There was a loud noise from the table as Lu Yutong stood up and stared coldly at Gu Yichen. If you can't do it, it's a problem with your ability. You know what to do. Gu Yichen gritted his teeth and took a deep breath. Fine, then I quit, okay? The worst that can happen is that I find a new job. Does he really think he's wanted here? This is clearly bullying. Gu Yichen slammed the documents on the table and turned to leave angrily. Stop. Lu Yutong called out to him. Gu Yichen turned around and said expressionlessly, Yes? Auntie. Hearing the word auntie, Lu Yutong gritted her teeth and her anger rose again. She forced herself to control her emotions. She couldn't lose her temper with him, and he couldn't resign. She wanted to make his life difficult. He wouldn't get away with it. She walked over to the table and picked up the stack of documents, 50%. If we reach an agreement, you'll get a bonus of 10,000. She had asked for such a high percentage just to make things difficult for Gu Yichen. Did she really think that 80% was wishful thinking? She just wanted to see Gu Yichen's angry face, but unable to do anything about it. This would satisfy her hatred from yesterday. Gu Yichen heard this and froze for a moment, then immediately walked up and said with a smile, Really? Sister. 50% is too easy, he would feel that there is a chance if it's 60%. Lu Yutong was both angry and amused. This guy really can change his face quickly. She gave a faint nod. What did you just call me? Oh, yes, Ms. Lu, we use titles at work, I know. Gu Yichen said with a smile. Lu Yutong nodded, go out and do it as soon as possible. Okay, Ms. Lu. After Gu Yichen left, Lu Yutong called Lu Ziyu. Keep an eye on an employee called Gu Yichen, she just started today. Lu Ziyu blinked her big eyes, and because she was curious, she didn't answer right away. Ziyu. Lu Yutong called out to her. Oh, yes, Lu Yutong, I understand. Gui Chen? Is that the young man who just left the office? She bumped into him when she came back. That young man is very handsome, and she was a little moved when she saw him. After Lu Ziyu left, Lu Yutong's jade fingers tapped lightly on the table. Auntie? I wonder how long you can call this auntie. She snorted. Dare you call her auntie? She just didn't believe she couldn't fix Gui Chen. Ichen, why did you take so long? You weren't picked by the interviewer, were you? Lu Guan smiled as she hooked her arm around his shoulders when he returned. I was picked by the CEO. Cut it out. Don't be ridiculous. Although you are a bit attractive, rich people marry for the right family background. You can't even compete with the school's parrot for food, so how could the CEO pick you? I was feeding it, not snatching it. Who can prove it for you? Gui Chen was completely speechless. Forget it, no explanation. Did you see it? I was right. Not that I'm saying anything about you, Ichen, but even if we were starving, we can't snatch food from our pets, right? If you don't have money for food, come to me, a friend, and I won't let you starve. Gui Chen. What are we going to eat tonight? He didn't continue the conversation because there was no way to explain this. He was alone at the time, and there was no one to prove it to him. Word got around, and the story spread like wildfire. Let's celebrate our new life with a barbecue and some wine. No problem. The two of them settled on a plan for the evening. It's huge. Gui Chen was talking about the company. In the afternoon, he briefly familiarized himself with the company. The CEO's office was on the top floor, the 27th floor. And the entire building belonged to the Begonia Group. Why are you wandering around when you should be at your desk? A cold voice sounded from behind him. Gui Chen turned around and saw Lu Yutong, who had come up behind him without him noticing, standing with her arms folded, looking at him coldly. It's also very big. No, that's not the point. Oh no. He got caught goofing off by the boss. Chapter 4, Good Sister. That Mr. Lu, I'm going to the bathroom. Really? Lu Yutong looked up and pouted. Gui Chen looked up and saw a camera just above his head. Let's go adjust the surveillance camera. What if you're not? She smiled and scanned Gui Chen. Gui Chen's mind raced, trying to think of a way to get out of it. I've got it. President Lu, isn't this also a way for me to get to know the company? What if you need to find me in the future and I can't even find the way? Now I promise, if you call me, I can be in front of you in 5 minutes. Lu Yutong froze for a moment. This kid really has a silver tongue. He can turn black into white. But why did she call him? What could a junior employee like him possibly do to help her? She didn't mean to be difficult, she just saw him wandering around when she passed by and wanted to scare him a little. Go back, and don't do it again. She said lightly. Okay, Mr. Lu, if you need anything, just let me know. Gui Chen laughed and left. After Gui Chen left, Lu Ziyu, the secretary, came over. She said with a smile, President Lu, I have already bribed an employee in his department, so from now on, we will be able to control his every move. Lu Yutong nodded slightly. She wanted to know what Gui Chen really wanted. Or rather, what he lacked. Once she knew that, she would not be afraid of him not agreeing to her demands. She did not believe that it would be so difficult for her, the president of a company, to get someone to have a child with her. She did not want his person, just a child. Often the more difficult something is, the more she wants to achieve it. Especially since he is the first young man to dare to call her auntie. He even dares to lecture her and talk back. This boy really has a lot of nerve. Seeing General Manager Lu so interested in a man, the little secretary's gossiping heart was aroused. Although that young man is only 22 years old, General Manager Lu is not that old either. Only 8 years old, rounded up to only 3 years old, a woman is 3 years older and holds a golden brick. They make a perfect match. Because of the recent influx of new employees, there was a lot to take care of. It was already dark at 8 p.m., and Lu Yutong was still working overtime in the office. Suddenly there was a knock on the door, and the young secretary pushed open the door and came in. What's wrong? Ziyu. Lu Yutong looked up and rubbed his temples. He had been reviewing the resumes of these people for so long that his eyes were about to give out. Especially since they were all college students, how could anyone still write that they were model citizens? Are the people she hires really sane? President Lee said to let our people go tonight. Tonight? It's already 8 o'clock. Yes, President Lee said on the phone that he will leave Hangzhou tomorrow morning. I see, you go home early. President Liu, you go home early to rest as well. Okay. After the secretary left, Lu Yutong took out her phone and realized that she didn't seem to have Gu Yichen's contact information. So she found Gu Yichen's number on his resume, saved it to her contacts first, and then called him. Hello, who is this? Gu Yichen's gentle and polite voice came through. Lu Yutong couldn't help rolling her eyes. Isn't it time to call me auntie? It's me, your boss. She said indifferently. Oh, it's you, sister. What can I do for you? Gu Yichen's tone instantly became enthusiastic. Lu Yutong rolled her eyes again. The Tianqing group is here, and they are leaving tomorrow morning. Do you have time now? Gu Yichen, who was eating skewers, stopped what he was doing. He took his phone away from his ear and looked at the time. 8:30. This should be considered overtime, right? Good sister, isn't it a bit late? The implication is that you have to pay more. Lu Yutong of course understood what he meant. This is a master who doesn't lose a single point. I'll pay you 5,000 yuan for your services. Deal. Sister, you'll hear good news soon. After hanging up the phone, Gu Yichen said to Lu Guan, take your time eating, I have something to do, I'll go first. Hey, where are you going? Sister, you're not being kept, are you? Lu Guan was very dissatisfied. What are you talking about? The president asked me to work overtime at the last minute. I have to go now. Gu Yichen picked up the clothes next to him and disappeared in front of Lu Guan in an instant. Lu Guan pursed his lips. He didn't believe that the president had called him. Would he even recognize the president? It was probably some woman who had stolen his heart. Looking at the 3 empty wine bottles on Gu Yichen's side, which had already been drunk, Lu Guan thought to himself, this son of a bitch won't be taking advantage of the alcohol, will he? I hope not. Otherwise, I might have to go to the police station to get him. After leaving the barbecue restaurant, Gu Yichen took out his phone again. He had been so excited that he had forgotten to ask for the location. Ding dong. A friend request popped up. Note, I am your good sister. Gu Yichen could not imagine that this person would be Lu Yutong. Because he felt that she would not speak like that. This person also had a cute cat avatar. It was not at all like the style of that old woman. And how could she add her VX? He felt that this was a fraud. So he simply replied, my sister is dead, when are you going to die? He didn't have a sister anyway, not even a cousin. Looking back, he could still see the phone ringing again. Gu Yichen raised an eyebrow, it seemed that she had also remembered to forget to tell him the location. Hey, sister, you didn't tell me the location, Gu Yichen said with a smile. You don't want to work anymore, do you? Gu Yichen could feel the chill in her words through the phone. Sister, what's wrong with you? Gu Yichen wondered. No. He suddenly realized something. No way? That person just now, it couldn't be her, could it? She's already 30, what's with the act? And that tone of voice. She's got me. Only Lu Yutong's cold voice came through the earpiece, approve my friend request. I'll send you my location. Since you disrespected your leader, you'll have 1,000 yuan deducted from your salary this month. Since he had called her sister, Lu Yutong didn't think there was anything wrong with the verification message she sent. Sister. Beep. Gu Yichen wanted to struggle a little more, but Lu Yutong hung up. With a sad face, he opened VX and approved Lu Yutong's friend request. Lu Yutong, note, Lu Yutong. Lu Yutong, location. Gu Yichen sent an OK sign, opened the business card page, and modified the note. After thinking about it, he typed 3 words, old woman. How dare she dock my salary, this bitch is so hateful. Comforting himself with a mental victory, he took a taxi to the trading location. Chapter 5, Sis, you care about me so much? 60%? You young man really are full of youthful vigor. Your boss Lu wouldn't dare ask for a 60% cut when she comes to talk to me. Gu Yichen was facing a middle-aged man with a very amiable appearance. Everything had gone well up to that point, but after hearing that Gu Yichen wanted 60% of the cut, he couldn't sit still. This kid is really asking for the moon. Mr. Lee, I have some understanding of the laws of market operation. I don't think 60% is too much. We provide the core technology, and our company's technology is absolutely guaranteed. I guarantee that after the product is produced, you and I will make a fortune. Li Song laughed and didn't answer right away, but raised his glass. Come on, drink. Gui Chen had already drunk 3 beers, and now he couldn't handle any more. But for his own bonus and wages, he must persevere. If he overfulfilled his task, perhaps Lu Yutong would reward him. He smiled and raised his glass, clinking it with Li Song. Then he continued, Mr. Li should trust our company's technology. This 10% profit you're letting us keep will definitely not do you any harm in the future. Oops, 60% is indeed a bit much. How about this? How about 5.5%? He did trust Haitong's technical level, otherwise he would not have cooperated with them. But this profit sharing was really a bit hard for him to accept. Gui Chen secretly smiled. His goal had been achieved. 60% was too high, and 50% was too low. 55% was perfect. So he would first mention 60%, and then let him take the initiative to lower it. He would then show that he was having a hard time accepting the condition. This way, the other person will feel like they got a good deal, and they won't pursue the issue of profit sharing. There won't be any more arguing. So Gui Chen frowned. This made him lower his head and ponder. Little brother Gu, 5.5 is the maximum I can accept, and you're actually getting the better end of the deal. The most reasonable thing is to split it 50-50. In fact, his original idea was that they wanted 5.5%, but Gui Chen came up with 60%, which threw him for a loop. And seeing that he was so confident in his own skills, he decided to trust him for once. Maybe losing this small amount of profit could really bring him a big reward? Generally speaking, children don't lie. Gui Chen looked up, still looking very difficult. His eyes twinkled, as if he had made up his mind. Fine. Since Brother Lee is so happy, I will be happy too. 5.5 is 5.5. The two men drank for a while longer, chatting about the direction of future cooperation and goals. When Gui Chen came out, he felt a little dizzy. He had really drunk a lot today. He had to make that old woman pay more. Li Song had already left in a car. Gui Chen sat down on the steps nearby, thinking about sobering up a bit before finding somewhere to sleep. Gui Chen. Suddenly someone called out to him from afar, and he looked up. Auntie? He stood up and staggered over to Lu Yutong. Lu Yutong's brows furrowed when she heard Auntie. After parking the car, she strode over to Gui Chen. Drinking really brings out the truth, doesn't it? Her cold voice scared Gui Chen awake in an instant. But he continued to pretend to be drunk, figuring that Lu Yutong wouldn't argue with someone who was drunk. She just called him sister. Sister, why are you here? You didn't answer your phone and I didn't hear from you, so I thought I'd come over. It's after 11 now. After she got home from work, she couldn't wait to hear from Gui Chen, so she called him. But there was no answer. She was afraid something had happened to him, so she drove over here. Hey, sister, you really care about me, don't you? Gui Chen said with a smile. He was determined to look as if he wasn't in his right mind. He would say anything. Lu Yutong's face turned slightly displeased when she heard this. I'm just afraid that you'll mess up my affairs, and you're still an employee of my company, so if anything happens, I'll still have to compensate you. Oh, it seems that my sister doesn't care if I'm sad. Gui Chen lowered his head and said with a grievance. He himself didn't dare to think that he could actually do such a thing. But in order for this woman not to find an excuse to dock his wages, he had to do this. You. Lu Yutong saw that Gui Chen had actually started to act spoiled and was a bit incoherent. This person has really bad drinking habits. How can he speak nonsense when he's drunk? You're drunk. Where are you going? I'll take you back. Can I go find my sister? Where is my sister? Gui Chen spun around in place, scanning the area. Stop talking nonsense. Lu Yutong was extremely embarrassed and said with gritted teeth, quickly tell me where you're going, or I'll just leave you here. Go find my sister. Lu Yutong helplessly rubbed her forehead, thinking about whether to send him back to school. But it was so late, would the dormitory be closed? When she was at school, she couldn't leave the dormitory after 11 o'clock. Forget it, take him back to your own home. She walked over and held the unsteady Gui Chen. Gui Chen kept struggling and happened to feel the pride in Lu Yutong's chest. This old woman really has something. Don't move around, or I'll leave you here. Lu Yutong warned with a frown. Gui Chen really did calm down. Lu Yutong helped him sit in the passenger seat, then sat in the driver's seat and drove off. He had indeed drunk a bit too much, and the effects of the alcohol were coming back. So Gui Chen actually dozed off. Bang! His head hit the car window. Lu Yutong turned her head and looked, pulled over to the side of the road, picked up her clothes lying nearby, and then dragged him up, placing the clothes on his head. That way, it wouldn't hurt so much. Really, you have to pay for doing even the simplest task. I hope he doesn't throw up. If he does, I don't want him to do it in the car. Otherwise, she'll feel bad. Feel bad for the car. When they arrived home, Lu Yutong's headache returned. How do I get him in? Should I go in and get Shiryao? She quickly dismissed the idea. If she let him know that she was bringing a man home, she would be unable to explain herself. So she patted Gui Chen. Wake up. Gui Chen slept soundly and was unmoved. Lu Yutong sighed, got out of the car, went to the passenger's seat and opened the door. It took a lot of effort to drag him out of the car. Fortunately, she usually did yoga to maintain her figure, so her body was not that weak. But it was still too difficult for her to carry a man while walking. It took her more than 10 minutes to bring Gui Chen back to the room and put him on the bed. This was the guest room in her house, which was usually unoccupied, and sometimes the old couple would stay here when they came. She took out the quilt from the closet and covered it over Gui Chen, then turned around and was about to leave. But just then, Gui Chen suddenly sat up, his mouth open as if he was going to vomit. Lu Yutong was shocked and quickly brought the trash can over and put it next to the bed. Chapter 6 Classmate Lu Shiryao. However, Gui Chen just burped and then lay back down. Lu Yutong patted her chest and let out a long sigh. She was afraid that Gui Chen would vomit, so she sat on the chair next to him and watched him for a long time. She was really just afraid that he would vomit and dirty the things in her house. But an hour passed, and Gui Chen was as dead as a doornail, not moving a bit. She got up and was about to leave, but then thought better of it and went over to the bed to check his breathing, to make sure he was still alive. She went to the door of the second bedroom, pushed it open and looked inside. After seeing that there was no movement, she felt relieved and went to bed. She had to get up early tomorrow to get rid of that guy, otherwise it would be bad if he was discovered. Thinking about this, she gradually drifted off to sleep. I'm so tired. Gui Chen can really tire a person out. Gui Chen woke up in the morning with a slightly dizzy head. Is this what it means to be a social animal? To torture oneself like this for a little bonus? Alas! No! Where is this? Is this Lu Yutong's home? Memories of last night flooded back to him. He sat up and looked around. The room was large, about 50 square meters, with an ensuite bathroom, but this was not a hotel. To the left of the bed was a wardrobe, the door of which was open, and he could see the clothes inside. They were all women's clothes. And why were there two styles? There was sweet girly clothes and also elegant sister work clothes. He seemed to have seen one of the sets of sweet girly clothes before, but he couldn't remember who had worn them. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. You're quite the contrast, sister. I never thought you would be an elegant sister with a sweet girly heart. He rubbed his aching head and went to the bathroom door. He pushed the door, but it was locked. Locked the door in his own home? There was no choice, he could only go out to use the bathroom. Seeing that the bathroom door was closed and the light inside was still on, Gui Chen thought it must be Lu Yutong. He thought about the scene last night when he pretended to be drunk, and knew that he could not be exposed now, so he had to pretend that he didn't know where this was. So he went over to the sofa and sat down. After a while, the bathroom door opened and a girl with a ponytail, an electric toothbrush in her mouth, and a cute bear pajama set walked out. She looked groggy, as if she hadn't yet woken up. Her eyes lifted slightly and she saw Gui Chen in front of her. With the electric toothbrush still in her mouth, she froze in place. Ah! Why are you in my house? She took out her toothbrush and waved it twice forward, looking at Gui Chen warily. Lu Shiryao? Why are you here? The girl in front of her was her university classmate. This is my house, and you're asking me why I'm here? Lu Shiryao was furious. She never imagined that Gui Chen was such a person. Breaking into someone's home at night. She was lucky that she had previously thought that he was a good person. He wouldn't have had his eye on her for a long time, would he? Isn't your home near the university? That's a rented place, convenient for going to school. This is my home. Why the hell are you in my home? I stomped. A sound of slippers stomping could be heard, and Lu Yutong ran out of the master bedroom. She was wearing the same cute bear pajamas as Lu Shiyang. Only hers were purple and hers were pink. She saw the two people who were at each other's throats and rubbed her forehead. She had been discovered after all. It was all her fault. She had slept too late last night and hadn't got up. The shouting of the two men had woken her up. She gritted her teeth and went forward to explain, "Shiryao, he is the person I brought back. He is an employee of our company. He drank too much last night while talking business." Lu Shiryao blinked her big eyes, and the anger on her face disappeared. "So that's what happened. Guichen, you have joined my sister's company? Then you'll never have to worry about money again, and you won't have to fight with the parrot for food." When she said this, Guichen and Lu Yutong were both dumbfounded. Lu Yutong looked at Guichen. Is he that unqualified? He actually has to fight with a pet for food. Guichen, on the other hand, was full of anger. "Lu Shiryao. I'll say it again, I was feeding it, not fighting for it." "I understand." Lu Shiryao stared at him with a half smile. "This kind of thing is so embarrassing, I'll keep it a secret for you." "No, did I just say that out loud?" "Sis, you better say you didn't hear anything." Lu Yutong rolled her eyes in disbelief. "You two know each other?" "We were in the same university class." Lu Yutong nodded. She knew that the two of them went to the same university, but she didn't realize that they were in the same class. "Shiryao, you better clean up, and then go to work with me." Lu Shiryao pouted, pursed her lips and let out a little sound, then turned around and went back to the bathroom to brush her teeth. At the same time, she wondered in her heart why her sister would bring a man home. Even if he was her employee, he shouldn't have gotten drunk. She could just pay him more and he wouldn't have to be taken care of personally. "Sister, did you bring me home yesterday?" Guichen asked when he saw Lu Shiryao leave. He had gone to great lengths to prove that he really had been in a daze yesterday. Lu Yutong gave a faint nod. Guichen grinned, "Thank you, sister. I have not failed you." He went back to his room and took out the contract from his bag, handing it to Lu Yutong. Lu Yutong raised an eyebrow after reading it. "You actually managed to get Li Song to make a concession?" She didn't even want to deal with Li Song, which was why she had told Guichen that 50% would do. Unexpectedly, he had given her a little surprise. "What did you tell him?" Lu Yutong asked. Guichen then told her about the process of convincing Li Song. Lu Yutong raised her eyebrows after listening. Although she had used her brain a little, that was not the key reason. She looked at the contract again and found that there was nothing wrong with it. So she turned her gaze to Guichen, her face strange. "Sister, why are you looking at me like that? You haven't done anything you shouldn't have you?" Guichen froze for a moment, then burst into rage. "How dare you say that to me? This is too much." Even Lu Yutong, a rich woman, was unable to shake his mind, and this remark was an insult. "I'm just curious why Li Song would let Li." "Forget it, you've over-delivered this time, your bonus will be doubled." Lu Yutong didn't think much of it either. "Really, sister?" The anger on Guichen's face disappeared in an instant. Lu Yutong nodded and took out her phone, asking, "What do you want to eat?" "I'll order takeout for you." "Sis." Lu Shiryao walked out, pointing at Guichen. "He can cook, let him do it." "Guichen?" Lu Yutong also frowned, looking at Guichen. "You can cook?" Guichen nodded, a little. She then turned her gaze to Lu Shiryao, her face stern, her eyes narrowed. "How do you know?" Her tone was full of questioning. Lu Shiryao knew that if she didn't answer well, she would definitely fly into a rage. She didn't know what she was angry about, so she just told the truth. "We had a field trip at school, and we were together. There was nowhere to eat at noon, so he cooked. He cooks really well." Lu Yutong's face relaxed a little, and she raised her phone again. "It's not appropriate to let a guest cook. I'll order takeout." After she asked the two what they wanted to eat, she placed the order. Chapter 7. Auntie, you're insulting. After dinner, the three of them went to work together. "You're going to an interview today?" Guichen asked Lu Shiryao as he sat in the passenger seat. No need to think about it. Lu Shiryao also joined Haitang. After all, it was her own company. Lu Shiryao glanced at him. Do you think I'm using an interview? The interview was only yesterday. Gu Yichen patted his head. He hadn't sobered up yet, and his head wasn't working well. This question really seems to have short-circuited his brain. Suddenly, Lu Yutong, who was driving, stopped the car by the roadside. You two, get out of the car. We're almost there, why get out? Lu Shiryao wondered. You walk there yourselves. She didn't want people to misunderstand that the two of them were related. Lu Shiryao was already very angry at not going to the interview. Don't even think about giving her a back door. Lu Shiryao angrily patted the seat hard, snorted, but dared not get angry with her sister, and could only angrily open the car door and get out. Gu Yichen, on the other hand, said thank you to his sister before rushing to open the door and get out. Lu Yutong's car left in a cloud of dust and entered the underground parking lot. Lu Shiryao pouted, looking full of resentment in the direction Lu Yutong left. It's her own company, so what's wrong with giving her a back door? And she can't even say anything about her relationship with Lu Yutong. That's so old-fashioned. Gu Yichen noticed that Lu Shiryao was standing still, so he called out to her. Are you coming? Lu Shiryao then slowly followed. But she walked so slowly that it caused Gu Yichen a headache. If you don't hurry up, you'll be late. I don't believe she'd dare to punish me. Lu Shiryao's tone was full of resentment. Gu Yichen shook his head and ignored her, walking quickly towards the company on his own. After punching in his time, he noticed Lu Yutong standing next to the time clock with a cold expression on her face. Why aren't you going upstairs, sis? Huh? Lu Yutong's brows furrowed. Oh, right, it's time to go to work. Lu, why aren't you going upstairs? You'll get a late start. Lu Yutong said indifferently. Gu Yichen silently prayed in his heart for Lu Shiryao, hoping that she would be safe and sound. Then he walked into the company. But he didn't go back to his department. Instead, he hid in the corner and peeped. After a while, Lu Shiryao came slowly. When she saw Lu Yutong standing there coldly, without the slightest change in expression, her footsteps remained slow. After punching in her time card, she didn't even look at Lu Yutong and went inside. Stop. Lu Yutong stopped her. What's wrong, sis? Lu Yutong's expression was indifferent. This is the company, it's office hours, call me President Lu. Also, a fine of 200 yuan for being late. After saying that, she strode away. Lu Shiryao frowned, chased after her, and stopped Lu Yutong. Sis, there's no need to dock my salary, right? We're family, aren't we? Let me say this again, this is a company. Lu Shiryao took a deep breath and gritted her teeth, saying, okay, President Lu. Lu Yutong's face was stern, and she said indifferently, in the future, I won't give you any more living expenses. You can do whatever you want with your salary. So every time you're late, you'll lose 200 yuan from your monthly salary. Understand? Why? Lu Shiryao was extremely dissatisfied. Because I'm the president and you're the employee, I make the rules and you follow them. Okay, go report to your department. Lu Yutong left a sentence and walked towards the elevator. Lu Shiryao snorted angrily and walked in the other direction. Before getting into the elevator, Lu Yutong glanced at the corner of the wall. Gu Yichen quickly hid behind the wall. At the same time, he swallowed. She probably didn't notice me, right? He let out a long sigh when he heard the sound of the elevator door closing, and walked out from behind the wall, heading towards his department. Yo, Yichen, you didn't get out of the police station, did you? Lu Guan came up to Gu Yichen as soon as he saw him and hooked his arm around his shoulder. Gu Yichen pushed him away impatiently. I never do anything illegal. It's you browsed some websites too much, the internet police called you. You didn't enrich your resource library yesterday when I wasn't here, did you? Lu Guan's face changed slightly at this. Screw you. He walked away angrily. After he left, a murderous figure strode in. Gu Yichen raised an eyebrow. How did this little devil manage to find his way up here? Apparently, Lu Shiryao worked in the same department as him. Then why hadn't she taken the elevator with Lu Yutong? And judging by the way she was panting, it looked like she had climbed the stairs. She was just throwing a temper tantrum for her sister to see. But Lu Yutong probably wouldn't care at all. Gu Yichen had just sat down at his workstation when he heard someone call his name. He looked back and saw a familiar face. It seemed to be the old woman's secretary. He got up and walked over. "What is it, Secretary Lu?" "Manager Lu is looking for you." The secretary left 4 words and turned around to leave. Gui Chen was curious as to why she was looking for him. It wasn't even 10 minutes since they had parted ways. Could it be that she had found him hiding behind the wall? He quickly began to think of an excuse. When he reached the door to Lu Yutong's office, he had also figured out how to argue. So he gathered his courage and pushed open the door. Lu Yutong sat at her desk with her head bowed. Her bangs, like yesterday, covered most of her face, but they still couldn't hide her peerless beauty. "Manager Lu." Gui Chen called out as he walked up to her. Lu Yutong looked up, and then bowed her head as she took out a bank card from a drawer. "The bonus will be paid to you first. Eat more good food. The password is 6 ones." Gui Chen was stunned. Not only was he not being reprimanded, he was being paid? And what did she mean by that? Did she mean that he didn't eat well normally? Damn Lu Shiryao, she's got him in the wrong. He really didn't fight with the parrot over food. "President Lu, you may have misunderstood. Lu Shiryao said that I fought with the parrot over food. It's a matter of his moral bottom line, so he must explain." Lu Yutong gave a faint nod, and his face remained unchanged, but after a moment of silence, he said, 5 million, will you do it?" "Why wouldn't I do it?" Gui Chen's eyes went from puzzled to determined in an instant. Why is she so stubborn? Why is she fixated on me? Lu Yutong's gaze was fierce, and he frowned, saying, "Don't be too greedy." She felt that it was probably because Gui Chen wanted more that he was acting this way. After all, someone who could fight with a parrot for food must be very short of money. Then what he wanted most must also be money. And the fact that he had rejected her twice before was probably because he wanted to hold out for a better price. This kid is very smart, and he won't agree without being offered enough. So Lu Yutong thought about raising the price again to see if he would agree. "Mr. Lu, it's not a question of greed, it's just that I won't do this kind of thing." Gui Chen's gaze was unwavering. Lu Yutong's brows furrowed even more tightly. "Just name a price, and I'll see if I can accept it." Since he wasn't satisfied with the price she offered, then let him name his own price. Pang! Gui Chen's hand slammed down on her desk, and he coldly said, "Auntie, you're insulting people." He flung the bank card at Lu Yutong and turned to leave. The bank card hit Lu Yutong's arm, causing a slight pain. She looked at Gui Chen's back and wondered. Did she guess wrong? Didn't he want the money? Stop. I didn't tell you to go. What did you just call me? She patted the table and got up. Gui Chen ignored her and pushed the door closed behind him. Chapter 8 Sister, why do you care so much about Gui Chen? What kind of person does this woman think she is? Gui Chen couldn't understand. He didn't go back to his department, but instead, he just called it a day. As for going back or not? Depends on the mood, right? At least for today's shift, he was not going to go in anymore. He hailed a cab on the roadside and went straight back to the dormitory to sleep. In her office, the secretary saw someone storming out of Lu's office and then saw someone else storming in. Lu must be really angry today. It's probably best not to go see her. The person who walked in was Lu Shiryao. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She couldn't get any work done, so she decided to go and have a word with Lu Yutong. She didn't understand. What was wrong with giving her sister some benefits? If she is treated the same as everyone else, then why did she even come here? She angrily pushed open the door and shouted, "Sister! You explain yourself. Pa! Get out!" Lu Yutong slammed her pen down on the table so hard that it broke, and the cap fell to the ground. She looked up angrily at Lu Shiryao, who had barged in. She exuded a cold air that made Lu Shiryao shiver involuntarily. She was a bit abrupt in her tone, but she shouldn't be so angry. She instantly cowered. She wasn't afraid of her parents, but she was afraid of her sister. Her sister really hit and scolded her. She whispered tentatively, "Sister, what's wrong with you?" Lu Yutong realized that she had lost her temper a bit, took a deep breath, and gestured for her to come in. Lu Shiryao came in with small steps, completely losing the defiant look she had just had. "Sit down. Why did you come looking for me?" "Nothing." "Really?" "Nothing." Lu Yutong nodded. She actually understood the reason Lu Shiryao had come. So she took the initiative to say, if you don't want to go to work, you can go home and stay there, but you won't be able to do anything in the future, so don't come to me. You really can't be idle, staying at home will make you useless. Especially if you stay at home every day, cut off from the world. She can give Lu Shiryao a way out, but she knows her younger sister all too well. If you don't let her work, she really won't. It's fine if the company is supporting a useless person, but I'm afraid she'll ruin herself. Lu Shiryao shook her head. I'll do it, sis, can you not be so strict with me? Strict? It's because you set the bar so low that you feel strict. Deducting money for lateness is a company rule. Do you have to make people think you're related to someone important and that they have to go around you to satisfy your desires? No, that's not what I meant. Then what did you mean? Unlike her, Lu Shiryao had been a bit of a rascal since she was little, like a little devil. She loved being the boss and listened to no one but her sister. So she must have been thinking, I can just go to my sister's company and do whatever I want, whenever I want? Trying to act like a boss. Lu Yutong can't let her continue like this. Lu Shiryao pouted, mumbling, it's nothing, I know, I won't be late anymore. Lu Yutong nodded gently, and after a moment of silence, her gaze became complicated. Do you know Gui Chen? Lu Shiryao froze for a moment, not knowing why her sister was asking this question. But she still nodded and said, I guess so? We participated in a lot of activities together when we were at school, and our relationship was pretty good. Do you know what he's like? Sister, why are you asking this? You don't have feelings for him, do you? Combining what happened this morning, she felt that Lu Yutong and Gui Chen should have a problem. A big problem. Why are you talking so much? Just say whatever I ask you. Lu Yutong said impatiently. Lu Shiryao shrugged her shoulders and made a cutting sound. He's a person who is carefree in appearance, likes to joke around, but is quite detailed and enthusiastic. When we went out to eat together, he would let everyone order first before he did. And he's smart and unpretentious, and he just gives off a really good vibe. You think so highly of him? Lu Yutong raised an eyebrow. Of course, he's handsome and tall, and his personality is okay, he's just a sunny, handsome, big boy, okay? Lu Shiryao snorted. Shiryao, you saying that, you don't like him, do you? Of course not, but why are you so concerned about him? You don't like him, do you? Mom and Dad told you to find a boyfriend, how's that going? Lu Shiryao stared at Lu Yutong with a smile. She had described Gui Chen as so outstanding, and still used a subjective tone of voice to evaluate him, just to see her sister's attitude. If she showed signs of jealousy or looked interested, then she would be right in her guess. The former would mean that her sister already liked him, and the latter would mean that she had developed an interest in him, and it shouldn't be long before she liked him too. Lu Yutong's eyes flickered. Don't be ridiculous, I'm just concerned about my employees. Oh? Do you care about all the employees in our company? Do you want to know about their personal situations? Lu Shiryao's mouth corners were turned up to the back of her ears. She didn't dare look at herself. So her guess should be pretty good. Our company? Lu Yutong looked up, frowning. What does it have to do with you? Sister, don't change the subject. During working hours, just call me President Lu. Get out, and remember to knock next time you come in. And be polite. Lu Yutong gave the order to evict the guest. Lu Shiryao was full of surprise. She's kicking the donkey when it's done grinding. Sister, you have to say something today. Why on earth are you asking these things? Lu Shiryao went to the desk, stared at Lu Yutong and questioned her. Get out. Or your salary will be docked. Lu Yutong patted the table. Lu Shiryao's face changed slightly, and she grunted angrily, turned around and left. After she left, Lu Yutong picked up his phone and called his secretary over. Where's Gui Chen? Tell him to come. The secretary was afraid of being scolded by Lu Yutong, so she nodded quickly. She went to their department and found that he wasn't there. She asked Lu Guan and learned that he had not returned after being called away. Lu Yutong's brows tightened upon hearing this. Come with me to watch the surveillance camera. The secretary looked at the back of the general manager Lu and thought to herself, he had a fight with the general manager on his first day of work and also missed work. When they arrived at the surveillance room, Lu Yutong saw Gui Chen walk all the way to the first floor, then leave the building and take a taxi. Lu Yutong took a deep breath and stared intently at the surveillance screen. General Manager Lu, do you want me to ask Lu Guan to call him back? The secretary said weakly from behind her. Lu Yutong waved her hand. No, let's go back. Back in the office, she was very hesitant with her phone in her hand. Should she, the CEO, apologize to her staff? She gritted her teeth and finally sent a message to Guichen. Lu Yutong, where are you? However, what popped up was a red exclamation mark. And the words the other party has blocked you. Chapter 9, Lu Yutong went to personally apologize to Guichen. Lu Yutong was dumbfounded. She pursed her lips slightly and called Guichen again. She hadn't been blocked. For some reason, she actually felt relieved. Hello? Guichen's indifferent voice sounded. He knew it was Lu Yutong, but pretended not to. His tone was also very perfunctory, as if he couldn't wait to hang up the phone. It's me. Lu Yutong's soft voice came through. Oh, it's you, Lu. What's up? Where are you? Sleeping in my dorm. Lu, if you're not busy, I'm hanging up, I'm really sleepy. After all the drinking last night, I really am sleepy. Wait, you're at school, right? I'll come find you. Why? I was in the wrong just now, I'll come find you to apologize. Lu Yutong said sincerely. Guichen's tone of voice was very sharp in every sentence, and it was clear that he was really angry. Moreover, he was not in the least bit suppressed by his identity as the CEO. Otherwise, he would not have stormed off in anger and then gone back to sleep without reporting for work. He was the first person to dare to trample on the face of the CEO and rub it under his feet. No one had ever dared to contradict her like that. President Lu, there's no need for an apology. I'll go back to work tomorrow. Just give me some leave today. When she heard Lu Yutong say this, Guichen's tone also eased a lot. As long as she knows she was wrong. Her words were really insulting. If the two of them switched genders, would that be any different from an unspoken rule? So he couldn't tolerate it. I'll go find you. Lu Yutong insisted on her idea. President Lu. Beep. The phone was hung up. Guichen shrugged, covered himself with the quilt and continued to sleep. After a while, the phone rang again. He picked it up and looked at it, then sighed. President Lu, I told you, there's no need to apologize. I'm already at the entrance to your school, come down. Lu Yutong whispered. No, President Lu, you go back. You haven't graduated yet, have you? Yes, why? Guichen didn't know why Lu Yutong suddenly asked this. I had a chance encounter with your principal, and he told me that if there are any problems during student work, I can reflect them to him. Do you consider absenteeism a problem? Are you threatening me? Guichen frowned. Come down, I'll wait for you. Ding. The phone was hung up again. Guichen sat up, pulled back the covers, and helplessly scratched his head. Forget it, go. What if she really goes to the principal and tells on him? He doesn't want to be a senior and not graduate. When he arrived at the school gate, he saw Lu Yutong's Porsche and her standing next to it. Guichen walked over with a not very good expression on his face and called out to Ms. Lu. Get in the car. Lu Yutong ignored his attitude and instead gave a small smile. Then she walked over to the driver's seat. Guichen wanted to sit in the back, but heard Lu Yutong say, Do you want me to be your chauffeur? He had to go to the passenger seat. Some recent college graduates, seeing this scene, couldn't help but sigh. Why did he have to go after a rich woman when he could do something else at a young age? Of course, some people were also angry, wondering why the rich woman didn't fancy him. Guichen didn't take these gossiping remarks seriously at all. He was graduating soon anyway. He didn't think he would see these people again in his life. Lu Yutong also heard some of the gossip, so she started the car and drove away. When she got a little distance away, she stopped again, turned around, and handed Guichen a bag from the back seat. Guichen looked at her suspiciously. I don't know what you like, so I bought you a dress. I think it should fit your size, so you can try it on. The brand was unfamiliar to Guichen, but it must have been very expensive. The fabric and texture were also very good. He looked up at Lu Yutong and handed the bag back. Mr. Lu, forget it, such an expensive gift. Take it. Lu Yutong pushed his hand back. My father is old and can't wear this kind of clothes. There is no man in my family except him, so I can't use it even if I take it back. Mr. Lu. Take it. And, this is not at work, so you don't need to call me Mr. Lu. After Lu Yutong finished speaking, She didn't give Gui Chen a chance to speak and turned her head to start the car. Gui Chen felt helpless in his heart and looked at the clothes in his hands. She had apologized so sincerely, which was a bit unexpected. How could a rich person normally behave like that? And bring a gift to personally apologize to an employee? It's lunchtime, what do you want to eat? Lu Yutong asked, looking straight ahead. Lu Nyang, you can take me back to school to eat, or we can go to the company to eat. Since she had already done so much, it would be unreasonable for him to continue to be difficult. Hearing her sister's address, Lu Yutong's mouth curled slightly. No, I'll give you a break, and I'll give myself a break too. Why don't you choose a place? What do you want to eat? I like what I eat, but I'm afraid you won't like it, sister. What don't you like? Lu Yutong wondered. Fast food, barbecue, whatever, can you eat it? I'm not some golden branch or jade leaf, what else can I eat? You choose a place you think is good. It's really not common to see a Porsche parked in front of Hey Leo. Especially when there's a beautiful woman getting out of the driver's seat. Some people wanted to go up and ask for Lu Yutong's contact information, but her aura and her cold glance instantly crushed their courage. What would such a woman lack? What can you say when you get it yourself? The passenger Gui Chen also got out. Unsurprisingly, he was treated as a gigolo again. At his age, he looks like he just graduated from college, right? The passenger, tall, good-looking, young. 9 times out of 10, he's a gigolo. Gui Chen didn't pay any attention to the disdainful stares. He knew that the first step to becoming a successful person was to not care about other people's stares. Lu Yutong frowned slightly when she saw this situation and called out to her younger brother. There was no emotion in her voice as she said, "Brother." "What's wrong, sister?" Gui Chen asked in confusion. "Nothing, let's go in." After the two of them walked in, some people withdrew their stares. So their brother and sister. Seeing the change in the gazes of the people around them, Gui Chen understood Lu Yutong's intentions. He looked at her deeply. Lu Yutong said she liked a quiet place, so she found a corner and sat down. She handed the power of ordering to Gui Chen. "You order, I'll pay. Since you're the sister, I won't be rude." He ordered some of the things he usually ate with his roommates and friends, and after ordering, he asked Lu Yutong for her opinion. Lu Yutong smiled with her eyes wide. "You decide." It was only then that Gui Chen realized that she might not understand what it was all about. So he began to introduce it to Lu Yutong. Lu Yutong was actually not interested in knowing what it was all about, but she didn't interrupt him. She just said yes after he finished introducing one category. After he had finished introducing everything and saw that Lu Yutong didn't have any objections, he handed the menu to the waiter. Chapter 10 Sister, you're not gentle. While waiting for the food to arrive, Lu Yutong asked, "Do you want to know why I found you to have my baby? Do you want to tell me?" Gui Chen threw the question back. Lu Yutong gave a slight smile and said, "My parents told me to find a boyfriend and get married quickly, but I don't want to get married at all, I just want to find someone to have a baby with to shut them up." "Then why did you pick me?" "I've been looking for someone for 3 months, and then I spent another 2 months observing you. I don't want the genes of my child to be too poor. There are plenty of good-looking men with good genes." Lu Yutong lowered her eyes at this and did not reply. She could indeed choose someone else. But she didn't want to change now. She had set her sights on the person in front of her. She didn't want to look anymore, it was troublesome. Gui Chen looked at her with a strange expression on his face. "Don't you think I'll agree? I swear I won't agree. I advise you to find someone else quickly, otherwise it's dangerous to have a baby when you're older." Lu Yutong laughed lightly. "That's fine, I won't look for anyone else. Go to the car and take down the clothes and try them on." She handed Gui Chen the car keys. Gui Chen took the car keys and rubbed them twice. This was the first time he had ever held the keys to a luxury car. They felt better in his hands than the keys to an ordinary car. Maybe it was just his imagination. He took the keys and walked out, pressing the key. The moment the lights came on, several pairs of eyes looked over. One of the women passing by, clutching her phone in her hand, came up to him. "Can I have your contact information?" Gui Chen took out his clothes and looked up at her. She was quite pretty, but mostly it was the effect of cosmetics. He smiled politely. "The car belongs to a couple who are our customers. I'm the attendant and I'm just helping them pick up their things." He could have said that the keys were not his and could have refused the woman. He could have also said that the car belonged to a couple, so as to prevent her from going in to find someone and causing trouble for Lu Yutong. The woman rolled her eyes at this and huffed, walking away. Gui Chen shook his head helplessly. It really was the reality. She took the clothes back and returned the car keys to Lu Yutong. Lu Yutong's position just happened to be able to see what was going on outside through the floor-to-ceiling windows. She laughed and said, "That girl is quite pretty. If you like, I can lend you the car to drive." Gui Chen shrugged and said, "Forget it, that kind of woman is not my type." "So what kind of woman do you like?" "At least she's like my sister, right? Natural beauty, and doesn't look down on people." Although Gui Chen doesn't know any famous brands, he can also tell that the woman doesn't have anything valuable on her. The cosmetics are all low quality, and the perfume smell is killing him. It's fine if she's rich and looks down on others. If she doesn't have any money, what makes her qualify to look down on others? And then there's Lu Yutong. She's the CEO of a group, but she's still so courteous and humble, coming in person to apologize to him. Lu Yutong paused for a moment when she heard this, and then her brows lightly wrinkled. "Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and put your clothes on so I can take a look." Lu Yutong bought him a white shirt jacket. He didn't usually like to wear white clothes because they were so easy to get dirty. He got changed and stood up. Lu Yutong nodded with satisfaction. "You really look good in anything." "Good, take it off, don't get it dirty at dinner." Gui Chen took off his shirt and sat down. Several dishes had already been served. He looked at Lu Yutong and hesitated for a moment before asking, "Sister, can I ask you a question?" "What is it?" "I feel that you don't look very much like Lu Shiryao. There is almost nothing about the two of you that is similar, not even the shape of your faces." If they were sisters, she should have been able to tell the relationship between Lu Yutong and Lu Shiryao a long time ago. "We're not real sisters, I was adopted, she was born to the family." Gui Chen froze. "Big melon. Can you tell me more?" Lu Yutong's eyes crinkled with a smile. "Do you want to hear about my family affairs?" "Well, forget it, then." Gui Chen felt that he had been a bit rude. Lu Yutong smiled and said, "Actually, it was because my parents couldn't get pregnant when they were young, so they adopted me first. Later, they got pregnant again and gave birth to Shiryao. It was also because of this that they were afraid of not being able to hold a grandchild, so they kept urging me to get married." She got a bit of a headache when she talked about this topic. "Why must you get married? Maybe the older generation takes this matter too seriously?" Gui Chen didn't answer, but instead blinked and stared at Lu Yutong. Lu Yutong was puzzled. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Gui Chen hissed and frowned. "Sister, since you were adopted, is it possible that you are not 30 years old this year? But even older? For example, 31. Lu Yutong's face instantly turned black. "I have a birth certificate." "Have you eaten too much?" "Huh? What do you mean?" "I'll dock your salary. Starve this month." "Gui Chen? It's after work time, so it's not considered insulting the leader." "No, it's office hours now, except that the two of us aren't at work." "Brother, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll hold you responsible for being absent from work." Lu Yutong's gaze was dangerous, and his tone was cold. "You didn't go to work either, did you?" Gui Chen exclaimed. "I'm the president." Gui Chen. What else could he say? The company belongs to someone else, so she can do whatever she wants, right? He just wanted to ask, does your sister know that you are so lenient with yourself and strict with others? If she does, Lu Shiryao will definitely be furious, right? Even though the topic just now has long passed, Lu Yutong is still very angry in her heart. Could it be that this guy was sent by heaven to torture her? How many times has he been angry with himself in the past 3 days? Seeing that Lu Yutong is not speaking or eating, Gui Chen waved the chopsticks in front of her. "Sister, eat." "Humph." Lu Yutong couldn't help but snort. "Huh?" Gui Chen froze for a moment. Lu Yutong realized that her behavior just now was inappropriate, so she quickly added something to the pot to change the subject. "Eat quickly." Gui Chen ordered just enough food for the two of them to finish. Lu Yutong was a little surprised. "You guessed my food intake so accurately? Aren't girls all more or less the same? If there's too much or too little, I can just make up for it, right? You know so much about girls' appetites? You've had a lot of girlfriends, haven't you?" Lu Yutong looked at him disdainfully. "You're so handsome, you must have had a lot." I bet you're surrounded by beautiful women. I'm single. I don't believe you. Gu-chen. I really am single, and I have high standards for love. Oh? Lu Yutong raised an eyebrow. Tell me about it. For example, as I just said, the type should be at least like my sister, and then it would be nice if he had a bit of money, and it would be even better if he was gentle, and then it would be great if we understood each other's minds, so that we wouldn't have difficulty communicating. If you don't add the last one, I think you like me. Lu Yutong teased with a smile. She had all three of the previous ones. Gu-chen blinked. No, sister, too, you're not gentle. Pop. The table received a heavy blow. Say that again. Did you read it? I don't even need to do the proofreading myself. There are great scholars who can argue the scriptures for me. Chapter 11, Stealing Apricots. Lu Yutong took a deep breath to suppress the anger in her heart. This guy is so annoying. Is she really not gentle? She forced a smile, picked up her bag, and got up, whispering, "Let's go." It was as if nothing had just happened. Gu-chen laughed to himself. She really can hold it in. It was 1 p.m. when they left the Heidileo restaurant. Lu Yutong looked at Gu-chen and said, "I came here today specifically to apologize to you. I will agree to whatever you want to do next." Gu-chen's eyes lit up. Really? Sister, I'll leave it to you then. Lu Yutong gave a faint nod. Gu-chen pointed to the Porsche not far away and said, "Can I drive it for a while?" Just this? Lu Yutong took out the car keys. Gu-chen reached for them, but she pulled her hand away. "First, take me off your blacklist, you cheeky little employee, how dare you blacklist the CEO?" She glared at Gu-chen. Gu-chen smiled and took out his phone to release her from the blacklist. Is that better? Lu Yutong pointed at him and warned, "Don't ever blacklist the boss again, got it? I need to be able to contact you at any time." So heartless? On call 24/7? Some bosses like to tell their employees that their phones should be on even after work. This is a typical heartless boss. Gu-chen is not going to keep his phone on. He will definitely lose contact after work. Do you have a problem with that? Lu Yutong shook the car keys in her hand and raised her eyebrows. Gu-chen had no choice but to nod in agreement. Lu Yutong smiled triumphantly and handed him the keys. She took the initiative to sit in the passenger seat. She gently stroked the exquisite steering wheel and surveyed everything in the car. Gu-chen couldn't take his eyes off it. Apart from the fact that the car was too expensive for him to afford, he liked every single feature of it. Seeing that Gu-chen got into the car and, instead of rushing to drive it off, was looking around, Lu Yutong's mouth curled up slightly. It seems he really likes this Porsche. While admiring it, he asked Lu Yutong how to operate it, and the car was started. He drove to the countryside. Along the way, the two did not speak. After about half an hour of silence, feeling too bored, Gu-chen took the initiative to speak. "Sister, why don't you want to find a boyfriend and get married?" Lu Yutong turned her head out of the window and glanced at Gu-chen. 1 + 1 is greater than 2 is the ideal state of marriage, but most people's marriages are 1 + 1 is less than 2, and there are a very few 1 + 1 is less than 1. If you can't meet the perfect partner, why get married? To lower your standard of living? Lu Yutong's ideal marriage is two people who understand each other and support each other. She doesn't want to lower her standard of living by getting married. She doesn't need a man in any way. Gu-chen paused for a moment and then smiled. Mutual understanding and tolerance will definitely lead to a situation where the result is less than 2. But you're right, I can't accept a situation where the result is less than 1. Lu Yutong thought for a moment and said, "Couples need to get used to each other, so you're right, but if it's always the case that 1 + 1 is less than 2, then it's not going to work out, and that's not a good thing." I agree with that. In fact, you and I have quite similar views on marriage and love. Gu-chen laughed. Really? Don't you like perfection? Aren't you? No one is perfect. Maybe what others see as flaws are perfect in your eyes? Lu Yutong turned her head and looked at him deeply. This kid doesn't look like a recent college graduate at all. He's very mature and speaks in a very organized way. And he's overly rational, giving off a cold-blooded vibe. She couldn't figure out his true thoughts, but she still wanted to see through to his heart. She thought for a moment and asked, "Sometimes in relationships, you can't go too far in the pursuit of truth, you know? What my sister is trying to say is being reasonable, right? I agree with that. You can be unreasonable, but you can't be irrational. Some people like to think what's in their hearts is the truth, and they refuse to accept what other people say. If they won't listen to good advice and even go so far as to say that love is not about reason, that's a problem. In a relationship, emotion should account for the majority, but not everything. Lu Yutong nodded in silence. He was very rational. Definitely not a romantic. There is an apricot grove by the road ahead. The apricots there are quite delicious. Would you like to try some? Gui Chen asked. Let's stop and try some. How do you know about this? During university, I often came with my roommates to steal apricots. Steal? I think it's stealing, isn't it? I don't know if there's an owner or not. Anyway, I haven't seen anyone. Lu Yutong let out a little gasp and nodded gently. Gui Chen pulled over and the two of them stepped over the fence and entered the apricot grove. Gui Chen picked one off the tree and handed it to Lu Yutong. Try it, sister, this one is big and yellow, it must be delicious. Lu Yutong took it and wiped it with her hand before taking a bite. Her eyes lit up, it really was delicious. College students are really explorers, they can find anything, except a partner. She looked up, but found Gui Chen staring at her with a strange expression. Why are you looking at me like that? Lu Yutong wondered. You actually wiped it and ate it? Lu Yutong rolled her eyes. Don't think I'm precious, I'll eat anything. She lowered her head and picked up an apricot that had fallen to the ground, wiped it and put it in her mouth. I'm just an ordinary person, do you think I would look down on these fallen fruits? Well, not really. It's just that you went with me to Haidileo today, and you're stealing apricots with me again, so I feel that you don't have any CEO airs. Lu Yutong rolled her eyes. I'm rich, but I'm not precious. Saying this, she raised her hand again to pick the apricots. Hey, you two over there, stop. A shout came from afar, and an old man came over with a pickaxe. He looked at the two with murderous intent. His apricots were stolen every other day, and today he finally caught two. No wonder my apricots are always inexplicably missing so many, it turns out you did it. Lu Yutong froze. Didn't Gui Chen say there was no owner here? She put her hand holding the apricot behind her back, and then unexpectedly gave the apricot to Gui Chen. Gui Chen? Is she human? But her hands are quite delicate, not at all the skin of a 30-year-old. The old man saw the apricot in Gui Chen's hand and took his hand over. Is there anything else you want to say? Call the police. I'll call the police right now. He took out his phone. Old man, wait. Lu Yutong stopped the old man. How much is your loss? We'll pay you. The old man frowned, put down the phone, and his face softened slightly. 5,000 yuan, pay up. 5,000? Gui Chen exclaimed. Sir, we only ate 3 of them, so why is it 5,000? He didn't even get to eat them in his mouth. Even if you add the previous ones, they're not worth 5,000, are they? Cut the crap, you must have been here more than once. Pay up, or I'll call the police. He picked up his phone again. Sir, no, I'll pay. Lu Yutong took out her phone and scanned the code to pay the old man. Chapter 12, Are you willing to have children with me? After seeing the payment on the phone, the old man snorted, You can eat as much as you like today, but if you come back again, I will call the police at the first opportunity. With that, he stormed off. After he left, Gui Chen sighed and said, Sister, just deduct this from my salary. He really did feel bad about this. He had wanted to argue with the old man about paying less, but since Lu Yutong had already paid, what else could he do? Lu Yutong put her phone away and shook her head. No, I don't mind paying the 5,000 yuan. Of course, she knew that the old man had definitely overstated the amount. After all, which big eater could eat 5,000 yuan worth of apricots? She just didn't want any more trouble. Besides, this way, Gui Chen would owe her a favor. Sister. You're fine with fighting a parrot over food, but stealing apricots? Are you really so desperate that you can't even eat? She interrupted Gui Chen's words with a slightly teasing expression on her face. It wasn't Gui Chen who was dumbfounded. I really didn't fight a parrot over food. Then how do you explain stealing apricots? I didn't think they were wild, did I? Then who knows? Lu Yutong shrugged, picked another apricot off, wiped it off, and put it in her mouth. She glanced at Gui Chen out of the corner of her eye, looking very contemptuous. She looked so irritating, Gui Chen wanted to press her against the apricot grove and rub her up against it. Seeing Gu Yichen's angry expression, Lu Yutong felt a sense of pleasure in her heart. It was as if she had avenged a great wrong. Aren't you going to eat it? We both paid for it, she said, seeing that Gu Yichen wasn't moving. Gu Yichen took a deep breath, picked off an apricot, wiped it on his shirt, and put it in his mouth. Yuck, it's sour. It's not ripe. He spit it out again. What bad luck, I got the first one that wasn't ripe. Lu Yutong's mouth curled into a faint smile. Do you need me to teach you how to tell if it's ripe or not? Little brother. I'm not an idiot, I know how. Gu Yichen gritted his teeth. That was just a mistake. Lu Yutong saw this and didn't insist, picking up a few more and putting them in his pocket. He took them back to Shirya to try, and they were indeed quite delicious. I'll wait for you in the car, come find me when you're full. What do you mean when you're full? Does it sound like he's starving to death? Lu Yutong ignored him and walked away. Gu Yichen looked at her back. This woman is so annoying. There's no one here, it's still the forest of apricot trees, so why don't you just kill her? Forget it, the master is nowhere to be found. He took a few apricots and put them in his pocket, then went back to look for Lu Yutong. Lu Yutong saw his figure in the passenger seat and teased, I can see your pockets aren't bulging, so you'd better take a few more, and stop fighting with the parrot for food. Gu Yichen. He didn't say anything, with a dark face, he walked around and sat in the driver's seat, starting the car. He didn't say anything either, so Lu Yutong took out an apricot from her pocket and placed it next to him, take it. Gee. The sound of an emergency brake was heard. Gu Yichen pulled over to the side of the road and turned his head to stare straight at Lu Yutong. Lu Yutong still had a smile on her lips, not at all angry from the sudden break. What's wrong? Gu Yichen gritted his teeth, sister, there's only the two of us here. If you don't want anything unpleasant to happen, you'd better not say anything. Lu Yutong blinked her big eyes, you're willing to have a child with me? Pop. Gu Yichen slapped his forehead. How could he have forgotten that? That trick won't work on her. Maybe she's even looking forward to it. Forget it. He continued to start the car and drove off. Lu Yutong's mouth curled up slightly. This trick might work on ordinary women, but she was now more than happy for Gu Yichen to have a child with her. She picked up an apricot nearby and continued to tease Gu Yichen, slipping it into his pocket. Take more, and stop fighting with your pet for food. Gu Yichen. I'll give you your bonus first, remember to eat something good, or you'll get malnourished. Gu Yichen. If you have financial difficulties, you can come to me, I'll give you an advance on your salary. Gu Yichen. Auntie, are you done? He said with gritted teeth. Pop. Say that again? The chair received a critical blow from Lu Yutong. She stared at Gu Yichen with anger in her eyes. Gu Yichen shrugged, you started it, so don't blame me. Since nothing else worked, the only thing left was the term auntie. Let's hurt each other. Insult the president and dock wages. Why? This isn't fair. Because I'm the president and you're an employee. Gu Yichen. Lu Yutong's chest was rising and falling with anger, and Gu Yichen could see her chest heaving in front of her with the corner of her eye. In the future, you can call me auntie all you like, but for every time you call me auntie, I will deduct 1 hour of your pay. Lu Yutong was really angry. The last time she called him auntie was her own fault, and she didn't pursue it, but he actually had the nerve to call her auntie again. I really have given him too many chances. Gu Yichen shrugged his shoulders and stopped talking. Why aren't you talking? Lu Yutong asked. I'm afraid. Gu Yichen answered honestly. If I speak now, who knows which word she will remember as wrong? It's like being with a tiger. Am I scary? You're the CEO and I'm the employee, I'm eating your food, so of course I have to be careful. So you called me auntie? So I've already been punished. Lu Yutong's expression eased slightly, it won't happen again. She took out the bank card that Gu Yichen had thrown at her earlier and put it in his pocket. This card is quite hard, and it hurts to hit someone with it. At the time, Gu Yichen was angry, so he used a bit more strength. Lu Yutong's skin is delicate, so it definitely hurts. Then why don't you change it for a soft card, sister? Lu Yutong? You still want to hit me with this thing? Gu Yichen laughed, no. Lu Yutong rolled her eyes, turned her gaze to the window, and said nothing. Gu Yichen wanted to experience the luxury car, so he didn't mention taking it back. Lu Yutong also didn't enjoy the piece of not working, so she didn't suggest taking it back either. Moreover, she felt very comfortable with Gui Chen. It wasn't until the evening. "Sister, it seems like we're running out of gas," Gui Chen said, pointing at the dashboard. Lu Yutong looked over, her face changing slightly. "I filled up yesterday." Gui Chen smiled awkwardly. "Shall I fill it up for you?" Saying this, he drove the car towards the gas station not far away. "Sister, what type of fuel do you want?" Lu Yutong opened the window and shouted at the staff, 98 full. Gui Chen's heart ached for a moment. But who told him to be playful? He could only grit his teeth and watch the number increase little by little. Luckily, it didn't break 1,000, but this was already an unbearable price for him as a student. He picked up his phone and prepared to scan the code. Drip. Before he could scan it, Lu Yutong in the passenger seat had already finished scanning. "You'd better save your money for food. If you run out of money, you'll have to compete with the parrot for food again. How can you work for me if you don't have enough to eat?" Gui Chen. Is this never going to end? Chapter 13, Why are you grabbing my hand? Gui Chen spent the whole day banging on Lu Yutong's door. Although she had come specifically to apologize, he still felt a little bad about it. "What do you want to eat tonight, sister?" "My treat." Lu Yutong raised an eyebrow. "You're not going to make me eat steamed buns tomorrow, are you?" "I don't want it." "Forget it. Eat it if you like." Gui Chen was completely speechless, and even a little irritable. Lu Yutong laughed. "I'll eat it, of course I'll eat it. What do you want to invite me to eat? Shouldn't you choose?" "You choose, a roadside stall is fine." Gui Chen nodded without saying a word and took her to a barbecue restaurant. "The barbecue here is also quite delicious, want to try?" "Let's go, I don't mind." Lu Yutong really doesn't have any picky eaters. As long as I can eat my fill and it's not poisonous, that's fine. But I must say, the two restaurants that Gui Chen chose are both good. Since the food was not very interesting, Lu Yutong ordered a dozen beers. "Can I drink this?" Gui Chen nodded. "This is practically just plain water compared to yesterday's." Upon hearing this, Lu Yutong opened a bottle and poured it into her glass. Gui Chen also opened a bottle. "Sister, aren't you afraid that if you get drunk, I'll abduct you? You can have children, but if you dare to do anything else..." Lu Yutong narrowed her eyes and spoke in a dangerous tone. "I will beat you up when I wake up tomorrow morning." Sigh. This woman's defenses are really high. Apart from having children, what else can he do to a drunk woman? But she wasn't afraid of that. Lu Yutong smiled and raised her glass. "Cheers?" Gui Chen picked up the glass and touched it to hers, then gulped it down. Lu Yutong only took a small sip. "Sister, you keep fish? Can I have some more?" Lu Yutong rolled her eyes. She had only drunk a few times at home, and she didn't drink much. But at the moment, she still raised her glass and drank it all in one gulp. A blush flushed her face. She really wasn't very good at drinking, and a glass of beer was a bit too much, and she was actually a bit tipsy. "I can't drink much," she said. She didn't want to get drunk, not because she was afraid of what Gui Chen would do to her. She just didn't know what strange things she would do when drunk. Gui Chen nodded and didn't insist. When you're with someone you don't know well, it's best not to drink too much. Even when you're with someone you know well, don't drink too much. Otherwise, you might end up with a few gigabytes of videos the next day. Although Lu Yutong said not to drink too much, she still often picked up the glass and took a sip. Her mouth was small, but she did it frequently. "Sister, are you troubled by something?" Gui Chen asked curiously. If she wasn't troubled, why did she keep taking sips from the glass? Of course she was. What was troubling her? "Why aren't you having children with me?" Perhaps emboldened by the alcohol, she actually blurted out this sentence. "Gui Chen? Sis, you've had too much to drink." Lu Yutong shook her head gently. She was still very sober, just a little emboldened. She also came back to her senses and thought about what she had just said, and couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. But instead of lowering her head in shame, she stared at Gui Chen intently. Gui Chen smiled helplessly. "Sis, don't you think having a child with someone you don't like is an irresponsible act?" "I just want a child, what's irresponsible about that?" "What about the child? It's not fair for him to be born without a father." "You will definitely meet someone you like, and you can consider this question then." But my parents keep nagging me, and it's driving me crazy. Parents don't want their children to be unhappy for the rest of their lives. If they don't meet someone they like, what happens if they don't get married and have no children? Tell them what you told me in the car. They'll understand. They won't. Lu Yutong shook her head. Yes, parents want what's best for their children. No. Hush, yes. No. That's my parents, I understand. Gu Chen. Then I'll be your lobbyist? Just don't pester me after the fact. How's that for a deal? Lu Yutong was silent for a moment, then nodded. At the same time, she gazed into Gu Chen's eyes and felt a little lost. Was her pestering already a burden to him? She raised her glass again, and this time drank the entire glass. Because she drank too quickly, she coughed twice lightly, and her cheeks turned even redder. Sister, don't drink anymore. Gu Chen softly persuaded. Lu Yutong nodded, and put the glass aside. Okay, I'll listen to you, I won't drink anymore, let's eat the meat. She picked up a piece of roast meat and put it on the grill. Perhaps she was feeling a little drunk from drinking, and her hand was burned by the oil that burst out. Sizzling. She rubbed the back of her hand and let out a hiss. Gu Chen saw this and grabbed her hand to take a look, and there was actually a blister. Lu Yutong looked up, frowning at Gu Chen. Why did you grab my hand? Gu Chen quickly let go of her and smiled awkwardly. I'm sorry, I just wanted to take a look for you. Go to the bathroom and deal with it. Lu Yutong nodded, supported herself against the table corner, and got up, stumbling a bit. She shook her head, feeling very dizzy. She had to turn to Gu Chen for help. You go with me. Ha! Gu Chen was stunned. Although he was very enthusiastic, he couldn't go into the women's bathroom, could he? Lu Yutong guessed what he was thinking and pointed in the distance. The bathroom is inside, and the restrooms are shared. Gu Chen looked back and let out a sigh of relief. He stood up and helped Lu Yutong up. Just as she had helped him yesterday. With Gu Chen's support, Lu Yutong didn't have to use any strength at all, and she completely collapsed into his arms. As a result, Gu Chen was under a lot of pressure. And it was pressure from behind. It wasn't as heavy as the pressure from the front the day before, and it wasn't as comfortable either. Gu Chen helped her to the bathroom, where she turned on the tap and washed the blisters on her hands, then squeezed the flesh on both sides to burst them. Gu Chen quickly pulled her hand away. What are you doing? Lu Yutong turned around and said discontentedly. What are you doing? I'm popping the blisters. You can't pop them now. I want to. She struggled a little, but Gu Chen held on tightly. No way. You have to wait at least 2 days. Gu Chen's face was serious. How can she not know this basic knowledge? And she's the CEO? She can't be a nerd, can she? I want to, so I want to. Lu Yutong waved her arms around, and there was actually a hint of coquettishness in her tone. People coming out of the bathroom all gave Gu Chen an extremely disgusted look. Bah! Scumbag, trying to get drunk girls to do bad things at night, right? Gu Chen ignored their stares and dragged her back. A quick rinse with water is enough. Pushed down in her seat by Gu Chen, Lu Yutong pouted softly, her eyes full of resentment. Who do you think you are to tell me what to do? Chapter 14, you need to keep the CEO safe, understand? Gu Chen glanced at her and said helplessly, you're so old, and you don't have any common sense? Don't you know you can't squeeze together? You really come from a wealthy family, and you don't understand this. I like it, so why do you care what I do? Lu Yutong said this again. Gu Chen shook his head and said impatiently, you don't know what's good for you, you can squeeze together if you want. After saying this, he lowered his head and continued eating. Lu Yutong saw that he really didn't care about her anymore, and she didn't yell about wanting to squeeze the blisters. She picked up her hand with the blisters and bowed her head to eat. Gu Chen glanced at her out of the corner of his eye and snorted in his heart. She's just being unreasonable. Ignore her and she'll behave. Gu Chen then had some more wine, but Lu Yutong didn't drink anymore. After paying the bill, the two walked out, and the wind blew, and Lu Yutong's drunkenness woke up a little. But they both started to worry when they looked at the cars in front of them. Let's call a designated driver, Gu Chen suggested. Lu Yutong thought about it for a moment, then shook his head and said, let's walk back. I'm not far from here, are you sure you want to walk back? It was a preliminary estimate that it was 10 kilometers from Lu Yutong's house. Lu Yutong nodded and said, "Let's go first, I can't walk anymore, let's take a taxi." Okay. When they reached the first intersection, Gu Yichen should have turned left. But Lu Yutong still needed to walk further. "Sister, let me call you a taxi." Lu Yutong stopped in place, staring at him straight in the eye. "Don't worry. Do you think a drunk woman like me can go home by herself? Well, then, shall I ask Lu Shuriao to come and pick you up?" Lu Yutong didn't answer, but waved to hail a taxi. When the car stopped, she opened the back door and helped Gu Yichen get in. "You must keep the CEO safe, understand?" After pushing Gu Yichen into the car, she nudged him a little and then got in herself. The driver was puzzled at first, wondering if the gender in this scene was reversed. But when he saw Lu Yutong, he was relieved. So it's a sister and brother romance. It's no surprise that the sister is taking the initiative. Gu Yichen glanced at the time and sighed helplessly. "Sister, it's already 10:30. You can stay at my place." "What's the big deal?" Lu Yutong said nonchalantly. What else could Gu Yichen do? He had to spend another night there. After getting off the bus, the two walked into the residential area. Lu Yutong walked in front, her body still a little unsteady. "Take it easy, don't fall over." "I already said I'm not drunk, I won't fall over." Her pace slowed down a little until Gu Yichen reached her side. Gu Yichen heard her humming. "Let's be companions in the red dust." Little Swallow? You've heard it too? This song was a hit in our time. It's always been a hit. Then sing me a verse. No way. Sing, or you'll lose your pay. Gu Yichen. This is hooliganism. What else could he do? He had to be a courtesan for once. He remembered this humiliating experience. When the peaks have no angles, and the river no longer flows. Let us be companions in the red dust and live carefree. Gu Yichen let loose his singing voice, mesmerizing Lu Yutong. This guy can sing quite well? His mouth is good at everything, except when he talks, he likes to contradict people. After singing, Gu Yichen was actually a little shy. This was the first time he had sung to a girl. Oh no, it was a woman. She no longer fell into the category of girl. Only a burst of applause could be heard. It was beautiful. Lu Yutong praised. Fortunately, he didn't make a fool of himself, and Gu Yichen felt relieved. Sing with me? Lu Yutong said again. Gu Yichen wanted to refuse, but she gave him a fierce look, and he didn't dare. Salary, I've paid too much for you. The moment the door opened, they both saw Lu Shuriao sitting on the sofa, her gaze full of resentment. My sister is really something, it's like she disappeared for the whole day, and she's only back so late. She made her eat dinner past 9. And she won't even answer the phone. But when she saw Gu Yichen next to Lu Yutong, her eyes widened. She jumped up and went over to the two of them, and caught a strong smell of alcohol. She realized that they had both been drinking. Then her eyes twinkled, and a sly smile appeared on her face. Sister, it's good that you're back. I'm going to bed. She didn't ask why Gu Yichen had come, nor whether they had been drinking. She simply left the two of them alone for the rest of the evening. As for whether anything would happen that she wanted to see, that would be up to the two of them. Alcohol, I hope you'll do your job. Lu Yutong was a little confused by Lu Shuriao's actions. She took the apricot out and put it on the table, then prepared to go back to her room. Gu Yichen gently tugged at the hem of her shirt. What's wrong? You'd better disinfect your hands before going to bed. Oh, I'll go get iodophor, you help me. Gu Yichen. Does she not have hands? Since she's drunk, just agree to it. Lu Yutong rummaged in the drawer under the coffee table and took out a bottle of iodophor and some cotton swabs. Gu Yichen walked over and sat down, and took out a cotton swab. Put your hand on your thigh. Lu Yutong didn't do it, but held out her hand. It will shake like this. Just grab my finger, won't that do? Gu Yichen paused for a moment, now can he grab it again? I don't understand this woman. He grabbed the 3 middle fingers of Lu Yutong, and with his other hand, he applied iodine to the back of her hand. He hadn't noticed it before, but now he realized that her hands were not only tender, but also very smooth. They felt cool, and that felt really good. Lu Yutong kept staring at Gu Yichen's face, biting her lower lip lightly. There seemed to be light in her eyes, but Gu Yichen didn't see it. The iodine was quickly applied, and Gui Chen let go of her hand. Lu Yutong stood up, her face slightly red. Let's get some rest early. Then she went back to the master bedroom. Gui Chen shook his head and put away the cotton swabs and iodine. Really, she didn't even bother tidying up, and it was obvious that she was the type of person who would eat and drink without paying the bill. Luckily, he didn't fall for it. He got up too, and prepared to go back to the guest room. Crack! Suddenly there was a sound from the second bedroom. Gui Chen looked over. Did the door close? That's strange. He shook his head and went back to his room. In the second bedroom, Lu Shiryao leaned against the door and patted her chest lightly. That was a close call. Luckily, he didn't find out. Why are both of you so timid? Alcohol, you've really disappointed me. Lu Yutong is already 30, and Lu Shiryao also wants her to get married quickly and find herself a brother-in-law. Gui Chen is quite good. Apart from being penniless and fighting with the parrot for food, he doesn't have any other shortcomings. But he has no money, doesn't his sister have some? So this is not a problem at all. She just seemed to see apricots on the table. After thinking about it, she opened the door and tiptoed out. Shiryao, what are you doing? Lu Yutong's voice came. Lu Xiao's delicate body trembled slightly, and she turned around and smiled awkwardly, thinking about what to make up in her head. Something's not right? She was just eating an apricot, and she hadn't done anything sneaky, so what was there to be afraid of? It seemed as if she had been caught peeking by Gui Chen, and it had scared her. Sister, can I eat this apricot? Yes, I brought it for you. Lu Yutong responded indifferently, then walked over, took a drink of water, and went back to her seat. Lu Shiryao let out a sigh of relief. She picked up an apricot and took a bite. Why did she speak to herself so matter-of-factly, while looking at Ichen with such light in her eyes? Chapter 15, No Pay for Complaints. Early the next morning, sunlight shone through the gaps in the curtains and into the room. Lu Yutong opened her eyes and rubbed her head. She still couldn't drink. She knew what she had done last night, but she really wouldn't have dared to do it without the power of alcohol. She hoped that Gui Chen wouldn't make a fuss about it. Otherwise, she would have to shut him up forever. She lifted the quilt and got out of bed, then went to the mirror to tidy up her appearance. Suddenly, she heard a noise outside. She opened the door and walked out, seeing Gui Chen busily working in the kitchen. She raised an eyebrow, walked over, and leaned against the kitchen door. You really know how to cook? You don't believe what your sister said? Gui Chen looked back and laughed, seeing Lu Yutong in her purple bear pajamas. Purple really has a unique charm. Since you're staying at someone else's house for a couple of nights, you should do some work properly, instead of just sleeping with your face in your hands. That girl really does talk nonsense all the time and tries to trick me every day. Sister! I heard you talking about me behind my back. Lu Shiryao had stood in the doorway of the room at some point and was looking at Lu Yutong with a face full of resentment. She was unkempt and her height felt like it had increased by 5 centimeters. It was like a shaved head. Go fix your hair, you have guests, don't you know how to pay attention? Lu Yutong frowned. You have no manners. As if she hadn't heard, Lu Shiryao just rubbed her head and came to the kitchen door. Gui Chen, cook more, preferably so we can eat more often. Every day eating the same old stuff with my sister, I've lost weight. Lu Yutong's eyes widened at this, and she pinched Lu Shiryao. What are you talking about? Am I putting you through any hardship? Although her cooking skills are indeed not very good, she can't say that she eats only leftovers, can she? It's just that she doesn't like to eat them, but there is absolutely no problem with the daily nutritional balance. Tasteless, nutritionless. Lu Shiryao pouted, nodded heavily. You can't cook anything delicious, and it's always the same few dishes every day. I'm almost sick of eating them. Mum's cooking is still the best, and there are lots of different dishes. Lu Yutong's face turned black. Then go back to your parents. No. Although you'll have material security with your parents, the mental pressure will be too great. Although you eat a bit worse here, you won't be scolded every day. You mean I'm easy to talk to? Lu Yutong was amused by her words. Compared to Mom, yes. Although Lu Yutong can be quite fierce sometimes, there is no age gap, and she can still reason with them. But it's different with Dad and Mom. They won't listen to a word you say, as if it's an affront to their dignity as elders. And they attack indiscriminately, leftover food, scolded clothes thrown around, scolded not folding the quilt, scolded. It's different with my sister. She doesn't fold her own clothes. Although she's not afraid of mom and dad and just ignores what they say, she keeps saying that she really can't stand it. It's like a mantra. Ha! Lu Yutong sneered, I've been too kind to you. From now on, when you go to work, I'll check the surveillance cameras in your department at any time. If I see you slacking, you're dead. What? No, sister. Lu Shiryao was scared when she heard this and immediately came up and hugged Lu Yutong's arm, shaking it. She didn't want to be watched every day, she wanted to slack off. Lu Yutong shook her off, stop it. Nothing you say today will work. Lu Shiryao pouted, and suddenly saw Gu Yichen in the kitchen. Her eyes lit up, sister, he's also in our department. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Lu Yutong's mouth curled up slightly, and she looked at Gu Yichen, do you have a problem with it? What if I say yes? In fact, Gu Yichen had long wanted to say something. Who would like to be stared at every day? He also wanted to fish more. If you have an opinion, fine, but according to the law of conservation of energy, if you have an opinion, you won't get paid. Gu Yichen. Lu Shiryao. Sister, you're bullying people. You're the same, if you have an opinion, you won't get paid. Lu Yutong pointed at Lu Shiryao and said sternly. Lu Shiryao didn't dare to speak. She actually wanted to establish hegemony in the company. One day, she would go home and discuss it with her father and have her fired. So what if you're the CEO? You're still working for your father, aren't you? Gu Yichen was also at a loss for words. Great, now she'll be exhausted every day. The CEO is personally supervising the work. Seeing that the two of them were dejected, Lu Yutong raised the corners of her mouth in triumph. She dismissed Lu Shiryao and went into the kitchen to help Gu Yichen cook. You want an omelette? Yes. You don't have any food restrictions, do you? No, I can eat whatever. Gu Yichen nodded and cracked the eggs into the frying pan. When are you going to take me to meet your parents, sister? Ha? Lu Yutong froze for a moment, then remembered their agreement from the previous day. She lowered her eyes and whispered, let's talk about it sometime. The sooner the better. If we drag our feet, they'll keep calling and nagging you until you give in. I know, let's talk about it sometime. Lu Yutong still didn't look up. She didn't really want Gu Yichen to explain to her parents right now. Seeing that she said so, Gu Yichen did not persuade her again. Lu Yutong kept her head down and helped Gu Yichen wash things. After a long time, she asked, after you help me explain to my parents, you won't resign, will you? Ha? Gu Yichen froze. What is the necessary relationship between the two? Why would I resign? Is the salary of 20,000 yuan not attractive? Lu Yutong shook her head vigorously and smiled bitterly. What am I talking about? Maybe I haven't sobered up yet? Sister, you really can't hold your drink. You were so bold last night. Ha? Lu Yutong's heart lifted, and she asked tentatively, what did I do that you remember? She didn't want to give Gu Yichen a bad impression. If those bold actions from yesterday really offended him, it would be bad. It's not a big deal, but it forced me to sing for you and forced me to walk you home. Lu Yutong let out a sound, and from the tone of his voice, it didn't sound like he was dissatisfied. That's good. I've discussed it with my parents and will let you know, so don't worry about it. She didn't want Gu Yichen to keep pursuing the matter, and she wasn't sure what to do, whether to let him help her speak up or not. Gu Yichen looked up at her, feeling a little strange. He could tell that Lu Yutong was deliberately stalling. Wasn't she tired of being hassled about this? Wouldn't it be better to settle it sooner rather than later? Was it because her parents were so difficult to deal with? Thinking about this, his heart suddenly lifted. Had he taken on a difficult task? If her parents were both stubborn, then it would be bad. Why are you looking at me? Lu Yutong noticed Gu Yichen's gaze and looked up and asked. The egg is burnt. She exclaimed. Gu Yichen snapped back to reality and quickly turned the egg over. Looking at the burnt side, he smiled awkwardly, I'll eat this one. Chapter 16, How Dare You Bully People? On the way to work, Gu Yichen glanced at Lu Yutong out of the corner of his eye. He was very curious as to why she had eaten the egg he had burnt. Did she have a special hobby? Did her tongue differ from others? You two, get out of the car. Lu Yutong said as she pulled over to the side of the road. Sis. Lu Shiryao patted the seat with obvious dissatisfaction. Ha? Through the overhead mirror, Lu Yutong gave her a cold look. Lu Shiryao was enraged and got out of the car angrily. Gui Chen still said thank you to Lu Yutong. There's no need for these formalities. Lu Yutong's cold expression returned to normal as he looked at him. Lu Shiryao, who had just got off the car, was furious. These two are fine. She wrote their names backwards. Okay, sister. Gui Chen nodded and got off the bus. This time, Lu Shiryao didn't dare to be slow again. When punching the time card, Lu Yutong was indeed still there. She saw the two punch the time card before turning around and going to the elevator. Gui Chen ran after her, but Lu Shiryao refused to take the same elevator with her. Sister Lu, we should be fine in the same elevator, right? This shouldn't be considered a family relationship, right? I don't think anyone would consider it a family relationship. Lu Yutong shook his head and warned him again before he got off the elevator, I'll be watching you at all times, so you'd better not fool around. Gui Chen nodded quickly in agreement. What a scoundrel. It's been 2 days. Gui Chen, it's been 2 days. Where the hell have you been? Lu Guan is furious with Gui Chen. He has already assumed that Gui Chen is spending time with his sister. And he's not coming home at night. Why does he not have a sister like him? Is it because he's put on a bit of weight? Being chubby is cute, isn't it? He even cut his hair and got a haircut for work. Gui Chen shrugged, he just went to sleep somewhere else. In his sister's bed? Not quite. I sleep alone. It's true that he was the only one in the room, so he wasn't lying. I don't believe you. Lu Guan ground his teeth and snorted, turning back to his own seat. Lu Shiryao also strode in and sat down at her own workstation. Gui Chen shrugged, not believing him. He had just sat down at his workstation when a woman came over from afar. It seemed to be the manager of their department. She held a stack of documents in her hands and put them on Gui Chen's desk. You were absent from work on your first day of work. These are all the tasks you left behind yesterday. Make up for it, I'll pick them up this afternoon. Gui Chen looked at the documents, which were taller than he was, and was dumbfounded. Is there really this much work if you don't go to work for a day? Is she trying to bully me? Lu Guan stood up at this time and shouted, there is not that much work for him at all. Are you bullying people? He worked a normal day yesterday. How much workload doesn't he know? The woman turned around and looked at him coldly. I said it's his work, it's his. If you don't agree, you can go to the president and sue me. After saying this, she snorted and turned around to leave. Stop. Lu Shiryao stood up and walked over to stop her. How dare you bully people? The woman frowned at her. You slacked off a lot yesterday. If you don't want me to pursue this, get out of my way. Why should I get out of your way? You know damn well why you're picking on people. That's at least 4 people's worth of work. Why did you give it all to him? I'm the department manager. How I arrange things is none of your business. Get out of my way. She pushed Lu Shiryao away. Lu Shiryao stumbled and hit her head on the corner of the desk behind her. She crouched on the ground in pain. Gui Chen and Lu Guan walked over together. Are you okay? Lu Shiryao gritted her teeth and looked at the woman. She's dead. Alas. Lu Guan sighed and whispered, Lu Shiryao, forget it, we can't afford to provoke her. Shall I show you? Lu Shiryao snorted, I said she's dead, she's dead. But the pain in her back made it impossible for her to move. She reached behind her and felt for it, and was surprised to find that she was bleeding. So she looked at Gui Chen and said, go, tell her to come down. She was, of course, referring to Lu Yutong. Before Gui Chen could take action, a pretty figure walked through the door. Lu Yutong's bottom had not yet warmed up to the chair, and she had just turned on the monitor to take a look when she saw them arguing with someone. So she hurried down. She really is a worry. The woman just walked over and smiled at Lu Yutong. Lu Zong, is there something wrong? Lu Yutong didn't look at her, her gaze fixed on Lu Shiryao, who was covering her lower back. She didn't see the blood on her back. Are you okay? Lu Shiryao wanted to open her mouth and call her sister, but she was glared back by a glance. It's fine, she's bullying people. Lu Shiryao huffed. Lu Yutong's expression was unruffled, and she once again fixed her gaze on the pile of documents on the table. Is that someone's work? Her tone was cold. No, that's theirs. The woman smiled ingratiatingly. The company system has a rule that everyone's workload is counted. She gave Gui Chen the work of so many people in order to suppress the arrogance of this new employee. He missed work on the first day and didn't even tell her. And the next day, he came to work as if nothing had happened. He simply doesn't respect her as the department manager. If it's not ours, then it's his. You just said so yourself. Lu Shiryao shouted. Who can prove it to you? The woman glanced around, but no one came forward to speak up. Everyone is just trying to earn a living, and it's not good to offend the department manager over such a trivial matter. And it's more important to please the department manager than it is to please Lu Zong. One is their immediate supervisor, while the other they may not even see once a month. It is said that this manager is also related to a certain director. So even if they know the answer, they won't say it. Because the surveillance only has video, but not audio recording, it's entirely up to the woman herself to say what she wants. Lu Shiryao's chest was rising and falling with anger. How could someone be so shameless? Lu Zong, we didn't lie, she's just bullying people. Lu Shiryao finished and then looked at Lu Guan. Lu Guan nodded, yes, Ms. Lu, I can prove it. Lu Yutong then turned his gaze to Gui Chen. He didn't say anything. But the furrowed brow was already proof enough. Lu Yutong knew that they would not lie about this matter. That meant that this woman had planned to bully people. She glanced around at the employees, who were all looking at each other, and sneered inwardly. She actually got a little gang on her side? Chapter 17, The New Manager, Gui Chen. Lu Yutong glanced at the woman and said nothing, turning and striding away. Hey! What do you mean? Lu Shiryao jumped up in agitation. Is she still her sister? Lu Guan sighed helplessly and patted Lu Shiryao's shoulder lightly. Lu would never target a department manager for their sake. Seeing Lu Yutong leave, the woman's arrogant air rose again. She casually pointed at three people, you, and you. You three, give them the work you're holding. I'll teach you to disobey me. I'll work you to death. Her tone was exceptionally vicious. Gui Chen lowered his head, thinking to himself, perhaps she won't be able to gloat for long. It was impossible for Lu Yutong to ignore this matter, and she must have ulterior motives for leaving. Moreover, she had just noticed the way Lu Yutong looked at the woman as she left. She must already have a plan in mind. Sure enough, in a moment, the young secretary appeared in the doorway, her face set in stern resolve, scanning the room. Manager Han, come here. The woman walked over, smiled ingratiatingly, and said, what's up? Secretary Lu. Ms. Lu has issued a new order, you're being transferred to the logistics department, in charge of the warehouse. With that, she turned and left. The woman was dumbfounded. She hurriedly chased after her. Secretary Lu, why? I'm doing a good job here, aren't I? The secretary turned her head and looked at her coldly. If you are not satisfied with the job arrangement, you can resign. After she finished speaking, she turned around and saw Lu Yutong coming out of the elevator again. Lu Yutong glanced at the woman. I have already issued the transfer order, go report for duty at your new post. After she finished speaking, she ignored the woman and walked up to the three of them. Lu Shiryao looked angry. Lu Yutong whispered an explanation. I can see that basically her people are in your department, and I'm afraid she won't leave, so I went ahead and issued the order. And this woman has people behind her, so I can't target her too obviously. The president is also above the board of directors, and this company is not run by her alone, nor is it dominated by her Lu family. If I just get angry with her directly, someone with an axe to grind might use it to get her into trouble, or even her father. After all, the surveillance camera doesn't have sound, and no one is willing to testify on behalf of the three of them. Everyone else is on the woman's side. Only Lu Yutong is on their side, so they can't do anything. But now that the position has been transferred, it's reasonable and compliant, and there is no causal relationship. She didn't make any comments just now, and she kept asking for the facts, so naturally she couldn't be taken advantage of. As long as there is no evidence, even if the director behind her knows that Lu Yutong did it on purpose, he has no evidence, and he can't say anything because of her father's majority shareholder. Lu Shiryao puffed up her lips and turned around. Look. Lu Yutong saw the blood behind her. She turned around and stared at the woman's furrowed brow. The woman's body trembled slightly in fear. Lu Yutong's intimidation was too strong. Lu Yutong turned his gaze back to Lu Ziyu. The young secretary nodded knowingly. She understood that she would be assigned more heavy and tedious work. The woman stared at the several people with resentment, and already had a plan in mind for how she would get back at them. Lu Yutong ignored her gaze, not believing that she could stir up any waves. She turned to Lu Shuriwei and said, "Why don't you go to the hospital and have a look?" "President Lu, may I accompany her?" Lu Guan volunteered. Lu Yutong nodded. After they left, Lu Yutong scanned the employees and pointed at Gu Yichen with his finger. For the time being, he will be acting as the department manager. Whether or not he will be replaced afterwards will be decided by me. Gu Yichen was stunned. He will be the department manager? He hasn't even passed the probation period yet. He glanced at Lu Yutong and whispered, "President Lu, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Other people won't be convinced." Lu Yutong shook her head and said indifferently, "If you don't do a good job, you can manage the warehouse for me." Gu Yichen blinked and hurriedly promised, "I will do a good job." Lu Yutong nodded and took out the car keys from her pocket. "Go and bring the car back. The Porsche is still in front of the barbecue restaurant. They drove here in a different car this morning." Gu Yichen responded and left. After he left, Lu Yutong glanced at the group and said coldly, "Work hard with the new manager, and focus on your work, not on useless things." She was of course referring to the need to please the boss. It seemed that in this department, apart from the 3 newcomers, the rest of the staff had already formed this habit. This was something she absolutely would not allow. Everyone nodded in agreement. The new manager, who was supposed to be General Manager Lu's man, was sucking up to General Manager Lu's man. Who knows if he would report back to General Manager Lu in private? This was of course also Lu Yutong's consideration. She deliberately made a newcomer the manager to let everyone know, "This is my man, so pay attention in the future." Gu Yichen hummed a tune as he left the office. "I can slack off again, that's great. It's impossible to hurry." He had to slow down to the slowest speed possible to ensure that he didn't have to go to work again today. Just as he thought that, his phone rang. He took it out and looked at the screen. "Old woman, you have 1.5 hours to get back here. If you're more than 10 minutes late, you'll get a 100 yuan fine." Gu Yichen froze. "You tell someone to do something and then put a leash on them? That's unreasonable." "Gu Yichen, Mr. Lu, isn't that a bit too strict?" "Old woman, I trust your driving skills, but if you're late, I'll have every reason to suspect you've been doing something else." Gu Yichen shrugged, waved his hand and hailed a taxi. Once he was in the car, he started complaining. "Driver, you know, some women set really unreasonable rules. What are they thinking? Did the young man have a fight with his girlfriend?" "Yes. Anyway, it's just for venting, so it doesn't matter what your status is. Just say whatever. It's a pity that young people are so intolerant. I'm already 40 and still fighting with my wife every day. My wife makes me come home every night at 10 p.m., even though I say that if I drink at night, I can make more money." The driver sighed helplessly. "Doesn't that show that your wife cares about you?" "She cares, but we still have to get by in life. How can we do that without money? She just doesn't understand." "But you're still doing well, aren't you? My wife just wants to limit me." "She's just worried about you, isn't she? How could she want to limit you?" "Exactly. If she really had other ideas, she would have told him to hurry back to work. Capitalist scum, just exploiting him. Young man, be more tolerant of each other. It's not easy to find a soulmate these days." Sigh. Gu Yichen shook his head, sighed, and said nothing more. After complaining to the driver, he felt much better. He also wanted to complain to Lu Yutong face to face, but he didn't dare, so he could only diss her in private. After getting out of the car, he pressed the key to the Porsche while the driver watched. The driver was stunned. "Is this young man so rich?" "Young man. Listen to me, if you're so rich, you don't need to look at women's faces. You know what I mean." The driver shouted flirtatiously, then stepped on the accelerator and left. Even the rich second generation are subject to the whims of their girlfriends, so what's there to be upset about? Gu Yichen froze in place. Did he misunderstand something? The car wasn't his. It belonged to his girlfriend. Chapter 18, Call him President Lu or Elder Sister. The top floor of the Haitang Group, the president's office. "Dad, she bullied someone, so I transferred her." "Did someone give you a hard time? How long has it been since you transferred that woman?" "Someone has already gone to find her to scold her." Lu Yutong could only tell the truth about what had just happened. Lu Haitao didn't say much, but changed the subject. What does your boyfriend look like? Haven't found one yet. It's been 6 months, and you still haven't found one? Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to have children in the future? Lu Haitao said angrily. Dad, you can't rush these things. If I haven't met someone I like, why would I look for one? Lu Yutong snapped. You can't sleep at night if you don't find me. Then find someone for the night shift. You girl. Pop. Lu Yutong hung up the phone. She was so angry, every time she called, she was rushed, and her head was about to explode. On the other side, Lu Haitao, full of anger, gasped for breath and pounded on the coffee table in front of him. Old man, what are you doing? A woman who looked somewhat similar to Lu Shiyao walked out of the room and said in a bad mood. Your daughter said to find a night shift. Yutong or Shiyao? Yutang. Then go ahead. Lu Haitao? The woman burst out laughing and came over to sit next to him. Don't keep pushing her, she'll get stressed out. Isn't it time you stopped pushing her? I'll do the pushing, you stop. Lu Haitao. He shrugged and picked up his phone again. Your daughter transferred a department manager to the warehouse to oversee logistics. He's the lover of one of our directors. Yutong wouldn't transfer someone for no reason, the woman said. I know, but it's also troublesome. That old thing is so annoying. I'll deal with him for a bit. He stood up and prepared to leave. Come back early. Why come back early? You tell me. The woman gave him a flirtatious glance. Lu Haitao's body trembled, and he ran away in a panic. Gui Chen appeared in front of Lu Yutong at the right moment. Lu Yutong looked at her watch and smiled slightly. You were late by 1 minute, but fortunately you were quick enough. Gui Chen complained with a heavy breath. Can you move your office to the elevator? It's like a 100-meter sprint for me to get off the elevator. Lu Yutong raised her eyebrows. The elevator is too noisy, I'm not going there. She said this and lowered her head, continuing to read the documents in her hands while her fingers rhythmically tapped the desk. Gui Chen saw her hands and thought about the scene yesterday when he was applying iodophor to her hands. They were so slender and delicate. If he grabbed them, they would feel very comfortable, right? No, what was he thinking? Wouldn't that be just what she wanted? He must not fall into her trap. She might be trying to seduce me. Don't look at her. Aren't you leaving? Oh, I'm leaving. Gui Chen came back to his senses and turned around to leave. Come with me somewhere after work tonight. Huh? Gui Chen turned back. Where? To meet an elder. Huh? Gui Chen froze. Your parents? No, it's some other elder. Not really an elder. Lu, I'm only responsible for explaining to your parents, I won't do anything else. Don't try to soften me up. Gui Chen was afraid that this was a trap set by Lu Yutong. What if the people he met were her grandparents or something, and the old people took a liking to him? Lu Yutong rolled her eyes and said impatiently, it's the person behind the woman I transferred. You don't want to go, that's fine, but I won't care if he retaliates against you afterwards. Gui Chen let out a sound, came over to her, and laughed. Sister, I feel at ease with you here. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Lu Yutong was already used to the speed at which his moods could change, and looked at him speechlessly. You just need to watch your mouth and not say anything stupid. I have such a gift of the gab, aren't you going to let me show it off a little? Do whatever you like, he won't target me if something goes wrong. Forget it then. Lu Yutong should have already figured out what to do, so he would just act as a mascot. He was about to leave, but was stopped again by Lu Yutong. Are you so afraid of meeting my elders? No, sister, we are in a superior-subordinate relationship. What's the point of going to meet your elders? It makes them seem like lovers, which is inappropriate. Lu Yutong's smile disappeared from his face, and he put on a stern face and waved his hand. Go out, and, by the way, call me President Lu. Okay, President Lu. Gui Chen left. Lu Yutong slammed his pen on the table, and the cap flew off again. Humph. After all I've done for him, he says something like that, as if I'm going to do anything to him. It's so annoying. What Gui Chen meant by that was that we should keep our distance. You've slept in my house, you've driven my car, I've stood up for you when you were bullied, and now you want me to keep my distance from you? Humph. You wish. He's not going to be able to wash his hands of me until he's paid me back in full. As for whether he has the ability to repay, how? That has nothing to do with her. Afraid that Gui Chen would be unable to find someone to go home with at night, Lu Guan stopped him when he finished work, not letting him go alone, saying that he must go together. But Gui Chen still had important things to do. Get out of the way, Mr. Lu is looking for me. You brat, I really didn't expect that the interviewer was Mr. Lu. I told you, but you didn't believe me. Gui Chen shrugged. You're not going anywhere today. President Lu is looking for me. Even if the King of Heaven and the Lord of Hell came, they wouldn't be able to get past me. Cough. Gui Chen, what are you waiting for if you're not leaving? Lu Yutong's cold voice came from afar. Lu Guan's body trembled, and he quickly turned around. He awkwardly said hello, then fled as if escaping from a tiger. It's fine to say it, but if he really defies Lu Yutong, does he want to die? Gui Chen looked at his back and shrugged. Weird, he's been punished, right? He walked over to Lu Yutong. President Lu, let's go. Lu Yutong gave a faint nod and handed Gui Chen the car keys in her hand. Me drive? Or would you rather the president drive? But didn't she drive in the morning? Forget it, she's already so old, what's the harm in letting her? It'll be nice to experience a luxury car again. Seeing that Gui Chen did not refute, Lu Yutong raised the corners of his mouth in satisfaction. Sister, that elder. In the car, Gui Chen wanted to ask for information about that director, so that he could be mentally prepared. Call him President Lu. Isn't it time to go off work? Gui Chen asked in puzzlement. Lu Yutong glanced at him and said nothing more. He just wanted to make things difficult for him. Continue. Oh, President Lu, I want to say. Call me sister. Gui Chen. He pulled over and stared straight at Lu Yutong. Lu Yutong was not at all intimidated and stared back. Do you want to have children with me? Gui Chen. He tapped his head in exasperation. I'm scared of you, okay? He started the car again and drove off. Lu Yutong gave a small smile and said, just kidding, don't be mad. Call me sister. What did you want to ask? Chapter 19. Gui Chen blushed. I want to ask you, older sister, what kind of personality does that relative have? His personality? He's fierce and vindictive. Gee. Gui Chen slammed on the brakes. Then maybe I shouldn't let him see my face? Gui Chen was afraid that if he knew what he looked like, he would keep running into trouble in the future. Lu Yutong glanced at him, her mouth curling up slightly. He is a company director, do you think he doesn't have your file information? So what should I do? Gui Chen made a long face. He won't be walking down the street and get hit by a car, will he? That's what they write in novels. If he suddenly jumps out, won't it scare the car and make it stop? It's not a car, it doesn't have a mind, so I don't think it can. Lu Yutong patted his shoulder. It's okay, I'll protect you. As long as you follow me, I promise you won't be in danger. Really, sister? Gui Chen seemed to see hope. A little person like him can only be safe under the protection of a big person like his sister. Lu Yutong's eyes lifted slightly, and she glanced at him, her mouth curling up slightly. It seemed that she had discovered a way to make Gui Chen submit. Don't worry, as long as you listen to your sister, she will protect you. Okay, I'll listen to my sister. Gui Chen was also very helpless. Now he had angered a big Buddha, and he was forced to establish a relationship of protection and being protected with Lu Yutong. He hoped that she wouldn't become a devilish sister and threaten him with this matter, right? For example, brother, you don't want to get hit by a car one day when you go out, do you? Then be a good boy and listen. Lie down, be good. His fearful gaze was cast over, and Lu Yutong's heart was puzzled. What was he thinking? So scared? Brother, don't worry, I will do what I say, no one will hurt you. She thought Gui Chen was afraid of retaliation from the shareholder, so she comforted him some more. Gui Chen nodded and started the car again. This old man seems quite difficult to deal with a face like a permanent scowl. Lu Yutong's niece, you've been targeting my people, shouldn't you give me an explanation? Song Mingcheng said coldly. Lu Yutong's expression didn't change, just a faint smile, a reasonable personnel transfer. Manager Han is going to the logistics department, but he'll still be the manager, a transfer of equal rank. Song Mingcheng narrowed his eyes, then why did you arrange for one of your people to be the new manager? It's this kid next to you, isn't it? He pointed at Gui Chen. This kid has only been here for 3 days, right? He hasn't even completed the probation period. When Chairman Song made Manager Han the manager, she didn't have to complete a probation period either, did she? I thought this was a new rule you made, so I just used it. After all, you are the director, so you definitely have more say than me, the president. And how can you say he is one of my people when you are discovering talent for the company? I never form cliques. Song Mingcheng narrowed his eyes and thought to himself that the girl had a silver tongue. She was actually making an issue out of something he had done in the past. Then why did you put him in an important position? Why did you make Manager Han take a desk job? A desk job? The logistics department is not a desk job. There is a lot of work every day, and the salary is high. Of course, it's also very tiring. The main thing is that you don't have a say. And you don't have any power either. But Lu Yutan would never say that. Song Mingsheng tapped his fingers lightly on the table. He had just met Lu Haitao, and now he was here to meet Lu Yutan, purely to give her a piece of his mind. He couldn't change Lu Yutan's decision against the pressure from Lu Haitao, but he didn't want to be outdone by a junior. But so far, it seems that this girl is very persuasive. Forget it, she's just a lover, there's no need to offend Lu Haitao for her sake. He stood up and smiled at Lu Yutong. Niece Yutong, I have things to do, so I won't stay for dinner. Enjoy your meal. He then prepared to leave. Lu Yutong stood up and politely said, Uncle Song, let me see you out. Although she said this, she didn't move at all. Song Mingcheng waved his hand, not wanting to embarrass himself. No need, you guys enjoy your meal. Before leaving, he gave Gui Chen a deep look. Sister, it seems like he wants to kill me. Gui Chen said to Lu Yutong after Song Mingchen left. The old man's eyes were a bit intimidating. Lu Yutong shrugged nonchalantly, don't worry, I'm here. But you're not always by my side, are you? Then you can go home with me after work in the future. Ha? Gui Chen froze, this is not good, is it? If people find out, what will happen to his innocence as a young man? He has never even touched a girl's hand. Yesterday doesn't count. Then you'll have to fend for yourself. Lu Yutong picked up her chopsticks and picked up a piece of fish. Food that doesn't cost you anything is delicious. Gui Chen pursed her lips. She's already so rich, why does she care? Forget it, if you're not going to eat it, might as well take advantage of the free food. He also picked up his chopsticks and put a piece of meat in his mouth. Lu Yutong took 2 bottles of beer from under the table. Want some more? I have to drive later, forget it. Drink up, you got home yesterday, you can drive the car back tomorrow. Hearing this, Gui Chen didn't refuse either. This was a perfect opportunity to skip work, and of course he wanted to take advantage of it. Sister, you should drink less. Gui Chen said, afraid that she would force him to sing again, just like she had done the day before. Lu Yutong turned her head and looked at him with a smile. You care about me? Gui Chen, a big guy, blushed a little when she stared at him. She was so aggressive. No, he said quickly, waving his hands. No? You don't care about the president's health? It seems like you're overpaid. No, that's not what I meant. Gui Chen was so flustered that he became incoherent. Lu Yutong couldn't help but burst out laughing when she saw the young boy blushing from her teasing. So it turns out that not only girls can be shy? Okay, I'll stop teasing you, just eat. Gui Chen then came back to his senses and realized that she was just playing with him. He couldn't help but grit his teeth and curse under his breath. This old woman never learns, always resorting to these devious tricks. It's either sexual seduction or flirting. He will never give in. After Lu Yutong took a drink, she poured another one and brought it to Gui Chen, asking him, Can I have another drink? You won't get drunk. She had a good handle on her alcohol tolerance, and she would never pass out until at least 3 beers in. Gui Chen glanced at her, not understanding why she was asking him such a thing. Could he really stop her if she wanted to drink? His rebellious streak came to the surface in an instant. What if I said no? Pop. Lu Yutong put the glass aside, then I won't drink, I'll eat. She picked up her chopsticks and started eating. Gui Chen blinked, curious. She actually listened so obediently? Chapter 20, Do you have a girlfriend? In the time that followed, Lu Yutong really didn't drink a single sip of wine. Sister, if you want to drink, go ahead, she said. You're letting me drink? The words you're letting me drink were very meaningful. They proved that she was seeking Gui Chen's opinion. It wasn't that she wanted to drink herself. After all, it was he who had just said that he didn't want her to drink too much. Gui-chen nodded. Go ahead. Okay, I'll drink. Don't do anything bad to me if I drink too much. Childbirth doesn't count. Gui-chen. He had a strange feeling. Had he fallen into some kind of trap? And it was a trap with an ulterior motive. What was the problem? He had been so careful. Why did it feel like his relationship with Lu Yutong was getting closer and closer? And it was the kind of relationship that was hard to break off. While he was spacing out, Lu Yutong had already drunk 2 glasses in one go. 2 flushes of red rose to her cheeks. She felt a little dizzy again, but her consciousness was still clear. Sister, you're obviously not very good at drinking. Why do you like it so much? I don't like drinking, I just feel that it's no fun to eat dry, so I'll have a little drink. She said and went to pour more wine. Gui-chen held her hand down. Don't drink anymore. If she got drunk, he would have to carry her back. He was not going to be a laborer. Lu Yutong gave a small smile and shook her wrist. Okay, I won't drink anymore, let go of me. Lu Yutong was not shy like a little girl, but took back her hand with a big smile. Although she didn't drink as much as yesterday, Lu Yutong's drinking capacity was really poor. So she plucked up her courage again. Gui-chen, I'm a bit unsteady, so give me a hand. She leaned over towards Gui-chen. Gui-chen reached out and supported her unsteady body. Sister, if you don't drink well, don't drink, or you'll attract the attention of bad people. Lu Yutong looked up and smiled. You're safe, I'm relieved, so I won't drink with anyone other than you. In Lu Yutong's heart, no one should be safer than Gui-chen. On the contrary, she even hoped that this person was a dangerous criminal. Gui-chen shook his head helplessly and waved to hail a taxi. After helping Lu Yutong inside, he got in as well. Hey, young man, it's you again. A familiar voice came from the driver. Gui-chen looked up and froze when he saw the driver in the mirror. Isn't this the driver he met this morning? He smiled. Yes, master, what a coincidence. The driver looked at Lu Yutong and asked, puzzled, is this your girlfriend? No, she's my sister. Oh, it seems your girlfriend has someone else. The driver said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, Gui-chen felt a chill next to him. You have a girlfriend? Lu Yutong's cold voice rang out. She had investigated and found that Gui-chen did not have a girlfriend, and he had said that he was a single woman. But it's not impossible that he's hiding it well. She definitely doesn't want to destroy someone else's relationship. Then there's only one possibility for Gui-chen to say that, he wants to be the Sea King. Although she doesn't yearn for love, she will never allow others to tarnish it like this. Gui-chen saw that a misunderstanding had occurred and hurriedly explained, No, I don't. Oh dear boy, what are you hiding from your sister? The driver laughed. Gui-chen looked at Lu Yutong's gloomy face and was both angry and anxious. Uncle, please, just shut up. Upon hearing the driver's words, Lu Yutong sneered, I really didn't expect that you were hiding it so deeply. Stop the car, driver. The car stopped by the roadside, and Lu Yutong opened the door and got out. Gui-chen took a deep breath, tossed the driver 100 yuan, and got out of the car to chase after him. The driver scratched his head, wondering to himself, just hiding the fact that I have a girlfriend, why is she so angry? You and I are entwined and fluttering about. The driver's phone rang. What's wrong, honey? What time is it? Why aren't you home yet? It's already 10 past 10, past curfew. That's why his wife was calling to hurry him. I'll be right back. Hearing his wife's angry voice, the driver immediately put everything behind him and hit the gas. Gui-chen tried to stop Lu Yutong, but she was not only faster, but also much stronger. She just wouldn't stop. Gui-chen could only run up to her and stop her. Sister, why won't you listen to my explanation? There's been a misunderstanding. He felt that Lu Yutong was still a sensible woman, but for some reason she simply wouldn't listen to his explanation. Lu Yutong tried to turn around and leave, but there was an electric car parked behind her, so she had no way out. She had no choice but to turn back, her face still cold. So tell me, what is the truth? It was Gui-chen who stuttered. He couldn't bring himself to say that the person he had described as his girlfriend was in fact Lu Yutong. Couldn't he make something up? Lu Yutong sneered, get out of the way. No, the girlfriend the driver was talking about was actually you, sister. Lu Yutong froze. Me? Why me? This. Gui Chen didn't know what to say again. Tell him that he had dumped her? Then his salary won't be guaranteed. Hurry up and tell me. Lu Yutong ordered with a frown. He pretended to disobey, but why did he say outside that she was his girlfriend? This is too much. Gui Chen had no choice but to tell her what had happened that morning. Lu Yutong's face softened a lot after listening. But then came her teasing gaze. How dare you flirt with other people in front of me? Sister, can you please let it go? Gui Chen wanted to cry but had no tears, and could only beg for mercy. How much has your salary been docked after 3 days of work? At the end of the month, it would be lucky if he didn't lose money. He was the first person to spend money working. Lu Yutong's tone was still teasing. I'll remember this, and depending on your future performance, I'll decide whether to dock your salary. Then why did you say I was your girlfriend? I didn't say it, the driver did, and I didn't refute it. Why didn't you refute it? Lu Yutong raised her eyebrows and looked at him with interest. I thought it was a hassle to explain, and I didn't think I would see the driver again, so I didn't explain. As a result, I met him again that night. Oh, Lu Yutong nodded with a long intonation, and then she held up her index finger and pointed at Gui Chen. You can't just say that someone is your girlfriend, okay? Although the words were words of warning, the tone did not have the slightest hint of warning. Instead, it sounded a bit like a joke. I know, I'm sorry, sister. After all, she had been caught calling a woman her girlfriend, and she should still adopt the right attitude in admitting her mistake. The fault in this matter lies with him. Lu Yutong smiled, widened her eyes, took a step forward, and got a little closer to him. She looked up and stared straight at Gui Chen. It's okay, I'm generous and don't care, but other women might not be the same. Chapter 21. My sister is really adorable and sweet. I definitely won't say anything about other women. Gui Chen promised. Oh? Lu Yutong raised an eyebrow. I can say whatever I want. No. Gui Chen felt like she had been suppressing him all day. And he was already talking without thinking. Lu Yutong laughed at his flustered appearance. If you find some girls annoying, I can be your shield, for free, how about it? Am I good? She stared at Gui Chen with a smile. Gui Chen didn't want to answer this question. But Lu Yutong's face got closer and closer. He couldn't help but take a step back. Lu Yutong followed up a step, and the two continued to face each other. I'll make it easy for you if I say it. Okay. Who's good? Hello, sister. Lu Yutong smiled contentedly. Let's go back. Godfather, are you just going to let me stay in that dusty place? In a hotel, a woman snuggled up to Song Mingcheng and pouted. Song Mingcheng stroked her smooth, delicate body and said cruelly, Don't worry, I'll give you a chance to vent. Lu Yutong can't move, that little clerk doesn't have the ability to jump in front of me. Manager Han gave a sweet smile at this, hooked Song Mingcheng's neck and said, Thank you, Godfather, my daughter has recently learned a new trick. Song Mingcheng chuckled twice, turned around, and pinned the woman underneath him. Lu Shiryao was no longer surprised to see Gui Chen. And she noticed that they had been drinking again. So he sensibly went back inside. He still left a crack open to look outside. But Gui Chen and Lu Yutong didn't do anything and just went back to their rooms. Alcohol, you have really let me down. Lu Shiryao spat viciously. Cheap alcohol, she's going to report the brewery. Gui Chen went back to his room, took out his phone, and saw the message Lu Guan had sent him. Lu Guan, where have you been, boy? I can see that you've really fallen for your sister. Take care of your health and be careful, don't get someone killed, got it? Gui Chen laughed, put the phone aside, and didn't reply. Because he could sense the sourness even through the screen. Although he hadn't gone under his sister's covers, as Lu Guan had said. But it was good to be able to make Lu Guan misunderstand for a while and get angry. Evil taste. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Are you asleep? Lu Yutong's voice sounded. Gui Chen got up and went to open the door. What's wrong, sister? Lu Yutong didn't say anything, walked in, and sat by his bed. I can't sleep. How about you keep me company for a while? Gui Chen froze for a moment, and nodded. After all, he was living in someone's house, and it would be unreasonable not to meet this request. Seeing him nod, Lu Yutong gave a small smile. What if I don't know what to talk about? Gui Chen. You came to talk to me, and you don't know what to talk about? If this person were Lu Guan, he would have been scolded and gone long ago. But this is Lu Yutong, and he dares not. He walked over and sat on the other side of the bed, looked around, and asked, "Sister, are all the clothes in the closet yours?" He could only find a topic to talk about blindly. Lu Yutong glanced at the closet and her face became strange. "You didn't do anything weird with the clothes in there, did you?" "Let me tell you, there are also some of Shuryao's clothes in there." "I'm fine with mine, I'm generous, I can let it go, but if you dare to touch Shuryao's." Lu Yutong narrowed his eyes, and his meaning was self-evident. Gui Chen was startled by his fierce gaze and flinched. He quickly waved his hands to deny it. "No, I'm just curious. There are two styles of clothes in there. From this, it seems that the sweet girl outfit should be Shuryao Lu's." Lu Yutong raised an eyebrow, got up and walked over, taking out a set of JK uniforms. "This is Shuryao's." He took out another set of vest and long skirt suit. "This is mine. I think they are all considered sweet girl outfits, right?" Gui Chen opened his mouth. Pink vest and white one-piece long skirt. It's a bit hard to imagine Lu Yutong wearing it. Of course, this is not a denial of Lu Yutong's appearance. It is a condemnation of her pretending to be young. Seeing Gui Chen's surprised and somewhat strange gaze, Lu Yutong's brows furrowed slightly. "What are you thinking?" "Sister, can you put it on and show me?" Gui Chen didn't know why he had made such a request. Perhaps he just wanted to see how she looked in it. He had seen people act young before. But pretending to be young was something he had never seen before. But when these words fell into Lu Yutong's ears, the meaning changed. Why did he want to see me wear this kind of clothing? Does he have other thoughts about me? Although she was puzzled, she still agreed. He took the clothes and went out, and a while later he returned wearing the clothes she had changed into. It seemed that to match the clothes, she had also tied up her hair. Under the lights, she had a faint smile on the corner of her mouth, and her eyes were bright as she stared at Gui Chen. Because she had been drinking in the evening, her expression was still a little hazy. This scene actually made Gui Chen dumbstruck. It wasn't pretending to be young, this was really young. My sister is really adorable. Although she is 30 years old, after putting on this outfit, she looks at least 4 or 5 years younger. Does it look good? Lu Yutong asked softly. It looks good. Gui Chen nodded heavily. Why do you want to see me wear this kind of clothes? Lu Yutong asked curiously. Because I can't imagine you wearing this kind of clothes, so I had to let you wear it. Lu Yutong raised her eyebrows. Why can't you imagine it? Gui Chen's mind was racing, pondering what to say. Saying that she is not suitable because of her age is definitely not an option, as that would be a disguised way of saying that she is old, and she would fly into a rage. Then, because my sister is more elegant, I didn't expect that she is also so sweet. Puff. Lu Yutong covered her mouth and laughed, her voice as beautiful as the chirping of a lark. It's rare to be so eloquent. You are right, I am indeed not very suitable for sweet girl outfits, like Shuryao's kind of JK. I can't wear it, I'm too old. Just knowing is enough. Gui Chen thought to himself. Sister, you look at least 6 years younger in this dress, 24 years old, rounded up to only 20, not old at all. You little brat, are you trying to flatter me? Lu Yutong glared at him and snapped. Gui Chen was stunned for a moment. Didn't she like being told she looked young? Then why did she get so upset when she was told she looked old? Brother, enough with the flattery. Lu Yutong also likes to hear nice things, but what he just said was very fake and obviously meant to please her. Whether it's work or life, she doesn't like people who talk nonsense. Of course, it's not okay to say she's old. Because 30 is really not old. At least she can't be described as old until she's 50. She focuses on being practical. Gui Chen smiled awkwardly and tried to stick to his own opinion. Sister, I mean it. Lu Yutong raised her hand and tapped his head lightly. It's past, 25 will do. No matter how she dressed up, she could never look like a college student. She knew that very well. But 25 could still be achieved with some makeup. Chapter 22 Sister, why are you wearing the clothes in the man's room in the middle of the night? Gui Chen lightly shrunk his neck after being tapped on the head by Lu Yutong, and a strange feeling came from his body. Was that an intimate gesture? Seeing Gui Chen blushing again, Lu Yutong's playful mood rose, and he lifted his hand and placed it on his head, rubbing it wantonly. Sis, what are you doing? Gui Chen quickly dodged, looking at him in puzzlement. Come here, let me rub your head. Why had she never noticed before that rubbing someone's head was so much fun? No, it was just fun rubbing Gui-chen's head. His reaction was so funny. Gui-chen would rather die than comply, no way. SSH. You'll lose your pay rise. No way. What does she take her for? A pet? And rubbing her head. He won't agree to such an unreasonable request. Seeing this, Lu Yutong stepped forward and grabbed his wrist. Then I'll have to do it myself. Sister, don't be silly, or I'll get angry. Get angry about what? Get angry about what? What are the consequences? Getting me pregnant? Gui-chen. He gritted his teeth, flung Lu Yutong onto the bed behind him, and then placed her hands together and held them tightly. Lu Yutong blinked her big eyes at the face close at hand, a blush rising in her heart, her brows furrowed. How dare you do this to me? Sister, I'm sorry, I have no choice. If you promise not to move again, I'll let you go. And if I don't promise? Gui-chen thought for a moment, then picked up his belt from the side. Then I'll have to inconvenience you a little. Lu Yutong was ashamed and angry at the sound of this, and struggled hard for a few times. No, let me go. You promised me. I didn't promise. Then I won't let go. You are my boss. Watch your attitude. I'll let you go if you promise. Lu Yutong took a deep breath and nodded. Okay, I promise. She couldn't win a hand wrestling match against Gui-chen, so she had to admit defeat for now. She would think of another way to get back at him. Gui-chen let her go, and the first thing she did when she sat up was to bang her head against his. Gui-chen saw this and tried to grab her again, but she immediately dodged. Dare to bully the CEO, just wait until you get it. She ran to the door, leaving a vicious remark behind her. She was dressed in a sweet girlish outfit, and in that way she actually looked a little like a spoiled child. She was quite cute. Gui-chen rubbed his aching head and muttered, that was a really hard hit. He lay down on the bed and wondered how this woman would get back at him. Deduct my salary? Forget it, I'll apologize tomorrow. I have to get my money, every last cent. He can't work on credit. As he thought about this, he fell asleep. Lu Yutong on the other side, however, did not fall asleep for a long time. That damned guy, how dare he treat her like that? That position was so humiliating. His salary must be docked, all of it. She was so ashamed and angry that she wanted to go and beat Gui-chen up right now. She thought about the humiliating scene just now, and on the other hand, she thought about how to get back at Gui-chen. Ah! She angrily patted the bed and sat up. It was only then that she realized she was still wearing the sweet girl outfit she had just put on. Her pajamas were in the living room. So she went out to get changed. It's not comfortable sleeping like this. And it's even worse sleeping with it off. There's nothing underneath the skirt. She took it off while changing into her pajamas. She went to the living room, looked at Gui-chen's closed door, snorted, then picked up her clothes and prepared to go back and change. Crunch! The door opened. Lu Yutong immediately turned around, relieved to see Lu Shiryao. It wasn't Gui-chen. Shiryao, why aren't you asleep? I couldn't sleep. Oh, listen to music to help you sleep. Lu Yutong didn't say anything, just took her clothes and was about to leave. Wait, sis. What's wrong? Lu Yutong stopped and looked at her in puzzlement. Lu Shiryao frowned and scanned her from top to bottom. You haven't worn this shirt in a year, right? What's wrong? Is there a problem? It's midnight, why are you wearing this? And I remember, this is in the guest room closet, right? Lu Shiryao, in the guise of Sherlock Holmes, began to analyze for Lu Yutong. At midnight, she was wearing clothes from the man's room, holding her own pajamas in her hand, and heading in the direction of her own room. Lu Shiryao felt like she had missed something. If only she hadn't worn her headphones, she might have heard something she liked. Unfortunately. Lu Yutong frowned, wondering when the girl had become so clever. Wasn't it the case that she used to be the one going hungry every day? Back then, she had wondered if her younger sister had a problem with her brain. Why do you care? I asked Gui-chen to get it out for me. I hadn't worn it for a long time, and I was afraid it would be too small, so I wanted to try it on. Sis, you're 30. So what if I'm 30? You're still growing at 30? Lu Yutong. Shut up and go back to sleep. If you don't listen, I'll send you back to your parents. After saying this, she snorted and went back to her room. Lu Shiryao shrugged. She got angry when she couldn't argue back. She went to the table and took a drink, then walked to the door of Gu Yichen's room. She gently pressed the doorknob. It wasn't locked. Then the most likely person to have closed the door was someone from the outside. If Gu Yichen had closed the door from the inside, it would have been locked. After all, he was a guest, and it was normal for him to lock the door behind him. Lu Shiryao therefore had good reason to suspect that Lu Yutong had just come out of Gu Yichen's room and was preparing to go back to her own room. After thinking about it, she ran to the door of Lu Yutong's room and knocked. "Sister, are you asleep? Is there something wrong? Can I come in?" "Come in." Lu Shiryao pushed the door open and walked in. Lu Yutong was already lying in bed under the covers. Lu Shiryao ran over to her bed and reached under the covers. "What are you doing?" Lu Yutong exclaimed. Lu Shiryao didn't answer, just furrowing her brow slightly. "Strange. Why are the covers warm? Did he guess wrong? What do you want?" Lu Yutong felt Lu Shiryao fumbling recklessly in her quilt like a rascal, and angrily sat up. Lu Shiryao gave a hee-hee laugh. "It's okay, sis, I was afraid your quilt wasn't warm, so I came to check." After saying this, she quickly fled the scene. Lu Yutong frowned slightly at the sight of her back. How could the quilt not be warm? I've been lying here for so long. Pang! She gave the bed a hard thump. Damn girl! She understood what Lu Shiryao meant. Was this a test to see if she had just returned? If the quilt was cold, it meant she had just lain down. Then it was hard to explain where she had been just now. But fortunately. Ha! Shiryao, you are so naive. She lay back gently, with a faint smile on the corner of her mouth, and fell asleep. Chapter 23 Sister, just give it to me. Early the next morning, Lu Yutong heard the sound of a spatula in the kitchen again. She went to the kitchen door and saw Gu Yichen, who was busy working. You're awake, sister? He tried to muddle through as if nothing had happened last night. Lu Yutong's mouth curled up slightly and she walked in. It feels like I've found myself a nanny. But it's good like this. In the future, you'll eat at my house in the morning and at lunch at work, so you won't need to pay for your own meals. Is that good? It's pretty good, as long as you don't mind, sister. How could I? After all, I get your salary, she said with a smile. Gu Yichen froze, and turned to look at her. Why? You don't need to spend money on food, so what salary do you need? In view of your rude behavior last night, it's all deducted. She snorted, looking at Gu Yichen proudly. You can't do that, that's my hard-earned money. Gu Yichen shouted. Watch your attitude, I'm your boss. Lu Yutong's tone was flat, but she was extremely pleased in her heart. He looks so funny when he gets angry. Gu Yichen took a deep breath. Bear with it, bear with it. Bear with it until you can't bear it anymore, and then bear with it. Although it is said that a man has gold at his knees, isn't this the moment to cash in? Bow your head, and your salary will be returned. He pulled a fake smile, put down the work in his hands, grabbed Lu Yutong's arm and shook it. Sister, just give it to me. Meanwhile, Lu Shiryao rubbed her eyes and walked out of the room, dumbfounded. Are you not avoiding anyone? She rolled her eyes, retreated into the room, and then took two small mirrors, one to put in front of her eyes and one to hold out the other way, so that she could just see what was going on outside. This was something his physics teacher had taught him when he was at school. Lu Yutong shook off Gu Yichen's hand and glared at him. Brat, taking advantage of me? No. Then Gu Yichen became incoherent. Shouldn't he be begging her not to grab her arm? That's what he always did when he begged his mother for gold coins. What do you mean not? You just want to take advantage of me. You're young and you don't behave yourself. You just graduated and you're already touching young girls. You're not going to get next month's salary either. Gu Yichen? You're not going to get next month's salary? His gaze turned to Lu Yutong, and his eyes narrowed. Since he was going to lose his salary, there was no need to be submissive anymore. At least he needs to let off some steam. Seeing Gu Yichen's fierce gaze, Lu Yutong had an ominous feeling. What are you going to do? Gu Yichen's mouth curled up, and he sneered. First of all, sister, you're not a little girl anymore. And besides threatening me with your salary, do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? If not. Humph. He slowly reached out his hand and grabbed Lu Yutong. Lu Yutong let out a cry and hurriedly ran out of the kitchen, just in time to see Lu Shiryao peeking out of the room door with two mirrors in her hands. Lu Shiryao was dumbfounded. She hadn't even had time to react, and here she was in front of her. She smiled awkwardly and hid the mirrors behind her back. Guichen followed her, grabbing Lu Yutong. "See where you can run." Just as he finished saying this, he saw Lu Shiryao. Lu Shiryao blinked her big eyes, not knowing whether to laugh or be scared first. Guichen quickly let go of Lu Yutong and took a step to the side, maintaining a distance of half a meter from Lu Yutong. A sense of shame and anger rose in Lu Yutong's heart. She glared fiercely at Lu Shiryao and scolded sternly, "What are you doing? Go wash your hands and eat." Ignoring her, she could only make up excuses and show off her temper. "I hope she won't go out and blabber. There was no misunderstanding last night, but there was today." Sigh. Lu Shiryao shrugged her shoulders, muttered something about why was she yelling, and went into the bathroom. As soon as she entered the bathroom, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Sister, see how long you can hide it?" After she left, Lu Yutong turned his attention back to Guichen. Guichen immediately turned around and pointed at the pot that hadn't even been fired yet. "It's burnt, I'll go take a look." Lu Yutong put a hand to her forehead, took a deep breath, and followed him inside. "You'll have to explain to Shiryao later." If she explains it herself, Lu Shiryao definitely won't believe it, so it'll have to be Guichen who explains it. "Explain what? We didn't do anything, did we? What's there to explain? It's only reasonable for an employee to ask the president for wages, isn't it? It's not like we're holding hands, so why explain?" "No, it was last night." "What was last night?" "Nothing. Let me cut the bread for you." Lu Yutong could tell that Guichen was going to make a sandwich, so she took the knife and helped him cut the bread. Lu Shiryao couldn't tell what was going on between the two of them. Especially since she had been caught in her pajamas last night, she couldn't say anything. She couldn't say, "Shiryao, I think you're having an affair. That's a bit narcissistic. You have to know that the man in front of you is indifferent even when he comes to you. Besides, they don't have any feelings for each other." "I guess so." Lu Shiryao didn't say a word during the whole breakfast. But her silence spoke volumes, and Lu Yutong already wanted to skin her alive and beat her up. Eating a meal washed her face dozens of times. Could she not understand what it meant? "Sister, I'm done eating. I'll take a taxi to work by myself today. I'm leaving." She finished eating, got up, grabbed her bag, and was ready to go. "Why are you taking a taxi by yourself?" Lu Yutong asked. An occasion with more than 3 people is called a public place, and there are some places that are not suitable for public occasions. Bang! She slammed the door and left. Lu Yutong's face turned black. No matter what she did, she wouldn't be in the car. That little brat. I must find an excuse to send her back to her parents. Lu Yutong was now extremely vengeful. Guichen had been eating with his head bowed the whole time, but he had noticed the exchange in glances between the two sisters. He seemed to understand what Lu Shiryao was thinking. If that was the case, he really should explain. He really had only gone to the heartless boss to ask for his wages. "I don't want to be your brother-in-law." "Sister, why didn't you let me get off?" The car had already entered the underground parking lot, but Lu Yutong had not yet told Guichen to get off. "No need to get off, I know you won't brag about me, I'm only targeting Shiryao." "Guichen. You're right, you're not related by blood." The car pulled up to a parking space, and Lu Yutong said to Guichen, "We'll go get the car later, you take the keys first." She handed the keys to the Porsche to Guichen. You're going too?" "Yes, remember? I have to protect you." Lu Yutong smiled, winked, opened the door and got out of the car. Guichen let out a hiss. What's with the tomboyish attitude? He shook his head and got out of the car too. When they arrived at the department, as expected, they were caught and interrogated by Lu Guan. But Guichen didn't say anything useful. "Brother, if you use the beauty technique on me, I'll confess, but if you don't hit the nail on the head, there's nothing I can do." Guichen had said all this, hoping that he would understand something. "Where did I get any beauty? It's you who was looking at the pot while eating from the bowl, isn't it?" "Hey, don't talk nonsense, I'm holding an empty bowl in my hand right now." Chapter 24, At a young age, you can already make a living with your looks. Isn't it still just you who knows? Lu Guan didn't believe a word of his. Gui Chen saw this and didn't want to explain any further. He shrugged and returned to his seat. Lu Buan rolled his eyes and returned to his seat as well. Not far away, Lu Shiryao, who had already arrived, happened to hear the two men's conversation. She rolled her eyes and picked up her phone. Lu Shiryao, sis, your man is going to get a foot massage. Lu Yutong, stop talking nonsense. Work properly. Lu Shiryao, really, I heard them say something about Dragon 38 or something, but I didn't understand it either. Lu Yutong didn't reply again. Instead, Gui Chen appeared behind Lu Shiryao. He wanted to explain to Lu Shiryao what happened this morning. He and Lu Yutong really didn't have anything. But before he could finish, his phone rang. He had to answer it. Lu Yutong? What's the point of calling at work? Hello, President Lu, what's wrong? Come to my office. Lu Yutong's tone was cold. Click. Hang up. Gui Chen was extremely puzzled. What's she up to now? Is she pregnant? Lu Shiryao heard Lu Yutong's voice on the receiver and smiled slightly. Sister, you're still being stubborn. You're as cold as ice, and you still won't admit it? And when I said your man, I didn't say who it was, so why are you taking it personally? Because of Lu Yutong's sudden phone call, Gui Chen could only wait until he came back to explain to Lu Shiryao. He went to the door of the president's office, knocked on the door, and then pushed the door in. Did I let you in? I knocked on the door. Then did I let you in? Lu Yutong looked at him with an icy expression. Gui Chen frowned slightly, wondering what kind of power she was flexing. He walked over and smiled. Sister, is something bothering you? Lu Yutong didn't know what to do about his inappropriate attitude. Shouldn't he know better? Go out and knock again. What do you mean just walk over here? He's simply not taking her seriously. She tapped the table lightly and said indifferently, What did you say at the company just now? Ha? Gui Chen froze. I didn't say anything. Lu Yutong narrowed her eyes. I've already had the surveillance cameras replaced with sound ones. I advise you to confess, or else you'll suffer. Actually, there was no such thing. I really didn't say anything. What was she talking about? Why couldn't Gui Chen understand? Lu Yutong frowned. Let me ask you, what kind of place is this? A company, why? Is it appropriate for you to say those obscene things in the office? Ha? Gui Chen's mind floated with question marks. When had he said obscene things in the office? The beauty technique doesn't count, does it? Seeing Gui Chen's expression, Lu Yutong frowned. Could it be that Lu Shiryao was lying to her? Gui Chen shouldn't lie. His expression at the moment was obviously confused, not knowing what she was talking about. Pop. She slammed her hand down on the table, gritting her teeth. Damn girl. Lu Shiryao must have wanted to see her reaction and verify her thoughts before making up this lie. She actually fell for the trap. No, she didn't fall for the trap. She just scolded Gui Chen for saying something that would cause a bad impression at the company, and she didn't have any other thoughts. Seeing Lu Yutong's inexplicable anger, Gui Chen became even more puzzled. He asked in a low voice, Sister, are you not feeling well? Lu Yutong turned to him, her gaze still intimidating. Gui Chen took a step back. There was no doubt, something was definitely up. He should try not to provoke her for a few days. Lu Yutong took a deep breath, her expression softening a little. Go back and tell Lu Shiryao to come. Oh, okay. Gui Chen was desperate to leave at that moment, so he left without even saying goodbye. Lu Yutong and Lu Shiryao appeared together in front of Gui Chen. Lu Shiryao looked extremely aggrieved, but there seemed to be a hint of defiance in her aggrieved expression. She had probably been scolded severely by Lu Yutong. Gui Chen, come with me. She called Gui Chen away again. Gui Chen followed her into the elevator, his heart in his mouth. What is it, sister? What do you mean? Get in the car. Lu Yutong snapped. You can't even speak properly. Gui Chen was even more convinced of his own thoughts. Lu Yutong handed Gui Chen the other car key. Drive there, and you can bring the other one back later. Gui Chen didn't say a word, just took the key and nodded. After getting in the car, Gui Chen started the car and drove off according to Lu Yutong's instructions. Luxury cars always like to have weird things. For example, the gear stick or the keyhole. If you look for them yourself, it really takes some effort. Along the way, he didn't say a word. Not because he didn't want to, but because he was afraid to. They say that women who are pregnant have a bad temper. Obviously, Lu Yutong is super pregnant. Seeing Gui Chen act so unusually quiet, Lu Yutong was a little strange. Why are you so quiet? Not speaking? Aren't you in a bad mood, sister? Then I won't disturb you. I'm in a bad mood? Is that so? If you're talking about this morning, that was my problem. I heard you wrong, so I apologize. Ha? Gui Chen glanced at her. Seeing that she really wasn't the same cold-faced person she had been, he said tentatively, "Sister, did you not come?" Lu Yutong froze for a moment, then gave him a hard slap, asking everything, "Is this something you should be asking?" Then she thought that Gui Chen might be upset because of this misunderstanding, so she said, "No, I'm at the end of the month." Gui Chen coughed. In fact, there was no need to tell him the time. He just wanted to know if she had come or not. Lu Yutong also realized that it was a bit inappropriate to talk about such things. Feeling the awkward atmosphere, she took the initiative to change the subject. "Speaking of the end of the month, are you graduating at the end of this month?" "Yes, the graduation ceremony is on the 23rd. Gui Chen cooperated with her and changed the subject. "There are less than 10 days left. Why don't we get in the car and go to your dormitory to bring your luggage to my house?" Gui Chen nodded. It seems that she really plans to let him live at her house in the future. Although this is an insult to his innocence as a young man, he has to put up with it in order to save his life. He doesn't want to be hit by Optimus Prime. The two luxury cars driving into the campus attracted countless stares. When Gui Chen and Lu Yutong got out of the cars, it made their classmates feel even more envious. What did he have that he could get rich women? Or what did his parents have that they were so rich? I want to go home and look up to my father too. In everyone's eyes, Gui Chen was either a rich second generation or a playboy. Gui Chen didn't care at all, blocking out all the slanderous voices and accepting all the admiring glances. Lu Yutong glanced around and came over to him with a smile on her face. "It seems like you're about to lose face." "It's just jealousy, don't pay any attention to it. Listen more to the compliments, sister, and don't listen to the sour words that taste like lemons." "Compliments? I heard someone say that you're really happy, that you can make a living just by your looks at such a young age. Does that count?" Gui Chen. Chapter 25, Crisis on the Road. Puff. Lu Yutong laughed out loud. "Hurry up and go get your things. This is the boys' dormitory, I can't go up there, or I'll help you carry them." "Sister, what kind of words are those? How could I let a woman carry things for me? What's wrong with being a woman?" Lu Yutong rolled her eyes. "I'm strong, okay? I'm not some weak woman." Thanks to her regular yoga practice, she not only had a great body, she also had a lot of strength. Otherwise, how would she have carried Gui Chen from the car back to the house? Really? Gui Chen raised an eyebrow. Then why had he been on top of her last night? He turned and walked upstairs with a strange smile. "What is this brat thinking about?" Lu Yutong said impatiently. Gui Chen's things were already less than the others. When one of his roommates left, he carried one on his back, wrapped one around his waist, and then carried 2 suitcases in each hand, and just left. Gui Chen had to admire him, he was a Hercules. If it were him, he would definitely choose to drag Lu Guan along with him to make it easier. Be a coolie. When Gui Chen came down, Lu Yutong opened the trunk of the car. "I thought you would have a lot of luggage, but there's only this much? I've already sent some clothes home by express delivery. So you won't be wearing them anymore? They're all old, these from school are new." Lu Yutong nodded without saying anything else. The two drove off in a grand manner, each driving one. Lu Guan will definitely turn into a sour lemon when he comes back and sees that his dorm is empty. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Just as I was thinking about Lu Guan's expression, which was like he'd eaten an Oreo. Suddenly a shrill honk sounded. Gui Chen glanced in the rearview mirror and saw a jeep speeding towards him. This was the city, and he was driving so fast. Was he crazy? He quickly swerved the car onto the sidewalk. The jeep was going too fast and couldn't stop in time, so it plowed right through. The driver seemed to panic and started swerving wildly, and the jeep crashed into the bridge and went into the river. Suddenly, many passers-by exclaimed in alarm. Some called the police, some called an ambulance. Lu Yutong was driving behind Gui Chen, and when she saw what was happening, she pulled over and hurried over to the Porsche. She let out a sigh of relief when she saw that Gui-chen was fine. Gui-chen got out of the car too, and squinted as he looked at the jeep floating in the river. So revenge came so quickly? He really can't hold his temper. But he failed this time, so he should be safe for a while. Reprisals come one after the other, and it's easy to get noticed. I don't think he'll dare. Are you okay? Lu Yutong asked as she walked over to him. I'm fine, I was just shocked. I was really shocked just now. Luckily, he honked the horn. Maybe he wanted to put on a show and make sure no one noticed? Otherwise, he would really be seeing the devil. His gaze remained fixed on the vehicle that had fallen into the water. If the vehicle had not lost control and had just plowed straight through, there was a high probability that the incident would be classified as intentional murder. But if he fell into the water, whether he was rescued or not, the chances of it being classified as an accident were higher. If the driver died, then most likely the incident would be classified as an accident. An accident may not be investigated thoroughly and the case closed hastily, but a deliberate murder definitely would be. In other words, their thoughts of wanting to do something bad but not daring to do it blatantly saved him. Lu Yutong also didn't expect Song Mingcheng to dare to do it under her nose. She took out her phone and called Lu Haitao. Your daughter almost got hit and killed, are you going to do anything about it? After hearing this, Gui-chen looked at her in some surprise. Yutong, what's going on? Lu Haitao said in a low voice. I was just in the car, and a car came straight at us. Luckily, my friend is a good driver, and I'm still alive. He was driving at least 90 miles per hour in the city, and I guess it was Song Mingcheng who did it. Okay, I know, I'll take care of this, you go to the hospital first. Lu Haitao is very concerned about his precious daughter. It was precisely by grasping this psychology of his that Lu Yutong said she was also in the car. Otherwise, she was afraid that Lu Haitao would be too slow and procrastinate. But when it comes to himself, he will definitely not procrastinate. Lu Yutong put down the phone and turned his gaze to Gui-chen, and saw the Porsche behind him again. He had just swerved too sharply and scraped the roadside fence, causing some damage to the paintwork. Gui-chen noticed Lu Yutong's gaze, and a bitter feeling rose in his heart. He really couldn't afford to pay for it. He couldn't afford to sell him either. But he could only grit his teeth and say, Sister, I will save up to pay for the car repairs. Lu Yutong looked at him again, raising an eyebrow. We'll talk about fixing the car later, but you'll do as you're told, and you won't disobey me, got it? With that, she made a tow truck call to have the car towed away. Lu Yutong would not be foolish enough to trade money for the opportunity to control Gui-chen. The more people she owed a favor to, the better. Then, when the time came, she could just tell him what to do. Gui-chen nodded helplessly, and if he had to work like a horse, then he would. Lu Yutong gave a small smile and pushed him into the passenger seat of her car. Get in, let's go back to the company first, I have something to take care of, and in the future, you better not leave my sight. How dare he do it in front of her, he really knows no boundaries. Sister, I'll drive, you sit in the passenger seat. Lu Yutong shook her head, I'm afraid you'll be so scared that your hands will shake. I want to live for another 2 years. Gui-chen. He's not that timid. He's actually calmed down now. But he obediently sat in the passenger seat. When they returned to the company, Lu Yutong didn't go up at once. She told Gui-chen to wait with her on the first floor. In a moment, a young man with a crew cut ran in and smiled when he saw Lu Yutong, Lu's own manager Lu. Where have you been? Something suddenly came up at home, so I went back to take care of it. You can dock my pay, Lu Zong. Lu Yutong narrowed her eyes, took out her phone, and after reading the content, gave a faint smile, but her tone was unusually cold. I left at 8:50, and you left the company gate at 8:52. You're not following me, are you? No one had provided Song Mingcheng with their location information, so Lu Yutong didn't believe he could find them so accurately. So someone must have followed them. What are you talking about, Mr. Lu? Although the young man with the flat top was still being defiant, his words were already trembling, and his eyes kept avoiding contact. He didn't expect what Song Dong had said to be murder. If he had known, he would not have been greedy for the 100,000 yuan. He was helping someone commit murder. Lu Yutong sneered, answered a phone call, and a few minutes later, some policeman walked in. Lu Yutong pointed at the bald guy, that's him. I have surveillance here, and you can also check his recent transfer records. The policeman took the bald guy's phone and looked at it. 100,000 yuan arrived last night? Who gave it to you? The bald guy's legs were shaking with fear. Take him away. Chapter 26. Brother, you're a good liar. After the police left, Lu Yutan looked at Gui-chen and asked with a smile, do you know how I judged it? We stopped by the school on the way, and the route is not fixed, so if someone could be found, someone must have reported it. Good, continue. My sister must have checked the surveillance footage. The footage shows that he left around the same time as us and returned at around the same time as us. Plus, when he first returned, he was very impatient and came running back, which proves that he was panicking. Lu Yutang smiled contentedly, raised her hand and rubbed it on Gui-chen's head. You little rascal, you know a lot for your age. Gui-chen shrunk his neck and tried to hide. Don't move. Do you want to fix my car? Lu Yutang coldly stopped his movements. Gui-chen could only endure the wanton rubbing of one hand on his head. Lu Yutang let go of him only after she had had enough. Let's go home first, put your luggage at home, and since you're scared, I'll give you the day off. She grabbed Gui-chen's arm and walked into the elevator again, heading to the underground garage. In the elevator, she refused to let go of his hand. Sister, aren't you going to let go? No. If you have a problem with that, call this number, it's the 4S store. Lu Yutang handed him a business card with her other hand. Gui-chen. It's over, he really sold himself out. I hope she won't do anything too much. Otherwise, I'll fight with her to the death. After returning home, Gui-chen took his luggage to the guest room and then returned to the living room. A little while later, he saw Lu Yutang walk out wearing purple bear pajamas. Sister, you're not going to work anymore? I'm also taking a vacation for myself. Aren't you afraid of what Lu Shiyao will say about you? I'm the president. She's the president? Lu Yutang rolled her eyes. She's the one who's turned around. Gui-chen smiled awkwardly. His sister is really lenient with herself and strict with others. But who let her be the president? Even if she doesn't go to work every day, what can she do? It's her family's business, so if it loses money, it loses money. Even if it goes bankrupt, it won't affect her life. It's the employees who are most anxious. They don't want to not get paid. Lu Yutang came over in her white kangaroo slippers and sat down next to him. Brother, my head hurts from driving, so rub my head for me, she said. She didn't wait for a reply from Gui-chen, and directly laid her head on his lap. She didn't forget to wave the 4S shop business card in front of him. What could Gui-chen say? He was now really a servant. He had signed a contract of sale with Lu Yutang. He placed his hand on Lu Yutang's temple and gently pressed and rubbed. Lu Yutang smiled contentedly and closed her eyes. Suddenly her phone rang, and she took it out to look at it. It was Lu Haitao. Gui-chen's movements also stopped. Lu Yutang glanced at him. You continue, she said, and pressed to connect. Dad, what's the matter? Which hospital are you in? I'll go see you. No need, I'm at home, I'm fine. Because Gui-chen's technique was very good, she couldn't help but let out a strange sound. It was so comfortable. Her face instantly turned red, and she quickly pushed his hand away and sat up. Yutang, what are you doing? What was that sound? I accidentally kicked the door with my foot, it hurts. Lu Haitao didn't think much of it. There can't be any outsiders in the house, can there? And why would Lu Yutang lie to him? Then you rest well, I've already found Song Mingcheng and warned him, he shouldn't dare to do it again. Good, Dad, if the police go to arrest Song Mingcheng in a couple of days, you should have something on him, right? Just give it to the police. That young bald guy will sooner or later give Song Mingcheng up. Then we'll get them all. We'll get rid of the problem for good. At the very least, we'll make him suffer. Okay, I know. You get some rest. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yutang lay back down. Go ahead. Sister, I don't think Song Mingcheng is that easy to deal with. Gui-chen said. Lu Yutang raised her eyebrows slightly. Why is that? He will probably find a scapegoat. I know, but it doesn't matter, and I don't intend to get rid of him this time. She suddenly sat up again, with a faint smile on her face, her pair of peach blossom eyes fixed on Gui-chen. So while he's still alive, I'll have to protect you. Gui-chen sensed that she was suspicious, but he didn't have any evidence yet. But did he have any other choice? He could only obey. As soon as Lu Yutang lay down, Gui-chen's phone rang. Hearing the lyrics, the darkness gave me black eyes. Lu Yutong raised an eyebrow. Brother, why are you using this ringtone like an old man? The people she's seen using this ringtone are all the age of her father. Gui Chen shrugged, took the phone and looked at it. It was his mother, whom he hadn't contacted for a week. When boys go to college, it's like running away from home. Other girls call home once a day, but Gui Chen basically never calls back except to ask for money. Mom, sis, you guys get up first. Gui Chen said. Get up for what? You chat away, I'm not in the way. Lu Yutong closed her eyes, but kept her ears open. His mom? Is she easy to talk to? Gui Chen had no choice but to press the answer button. Mom, what's up? You little brat, have you started work yet? Tang Min was furious. When Gui Chen had last spoken to her on the phone, he had said that he should start work in a couple of days. But it had been over a week since then, and he hadn't even bothered to send a message. Did he think that she, his mother, didn't exist? He has started work. He's been at work for a few days. Then why didn't you say something and call to let me know how things were going? You're useless. Mom, I've been busy. Work is busy. Puff. Lu Yutong couldn't hold back his laughter. He's busy? He hasn't done much work these past few days. What was that noise? The sound reached Tang Min's ears, and she asked curiously. Gui Chen glared at the culprit, Lu Yutong, and mumbled, "Oh, nothing, the balloon is leaking." The company still has balloons? We have an event in the next 2 days, and these are the balloons we are going to hang in front of the company. Tang Min didn't think much of it, and just reminded him again, call home more often, okay? Okay. Ding. After the call was disconnected, Lu Yutong said with a smile, Brother, you don't even blush when you lie, you seem to be an expert. Gui Chen rolled his eyes in disbelief. I'm not a kid anymore, why would I blush? Look fresh and energetic? Gui Chen. He even put on cold protection wax. Now that we're alone, let's continue. Why don't you call your parents back? Gui Chen didn't sound very enthusiastic when he spoke to his mother. You're all grown up, nothing's going to happen to you, why keep bothering her? Brother, although you're very good at lying, I'm even better at spotting lies. Tell the truth, or else. She waved the business card in Gui Chen's face. Chapter 27, Gui Chen's Thoughts. Gui Chen didn't say anything. Lu Yutong shook the business card in her hand again. Gui Chen still didn't say anything, just continuing with the task at hand. Seeing this, Lu Yutong sat up, frowned, and asked, Brother, do you not want to talk about this topic? Gui Chen nodded, Sister, just don't ask. Lu Yutong was silent for a moment, then said softly, If it's something unpleasant, you can talk to me about it. I won't tell anyone else. Her tone was soft, her expression gentle, just like an older sister comforting her younger brother. Gui Chen was silent for a moment, then sighed. Sister, when you were little, did you feel any pressure from your parents? Of course I did. They told me to study hard and stuff like that. Forget it, I won't say anymore. Gui Chen shook his head, but then changed his mind. Lu Yutong frowned slightly, why are you not saying anymore? I feel that I may be whining for no reason, so I'd better not say anymore, or you'll probably laugh at me. Lu Yutong heard this and shifted her body to come over to him. Go ahead and tell me, I won't say anything. But I feel that my thoughts are a bit childish. So what if they are childish? You're only 22 years old, tell me so I can give you some advice. Okay. Gui Chen actually really wanted to talk to someone too. He saw that Lu Yutong looked sincere, and he felt that he could be the one to listen. So he said, I feel that my parents put a lot of pressure on me when I was little. My family is not very wealthy, and my parents together don't earn more than 10,000 yuan. They always instill in me the idea that our family is poor, and they put all their hopes on me. They said things like we'll count on you in the future almost every day. When I was doing my homework, I took a glance at my phone, and they scolded me. I never received a single encouraging word from them, even after I got into the university I'm in now. All they said was that making money is the way to go and that I still need to work hard. Gui Chen admits that his parents are right. But no matter how well he does, his parents will always say that he still has room for improvement, which is hard to accept. Zhejiang University is not a bad school, he thinks. But they said that he was still not as good as the twins from the imperial capital. If you could just try a little harder, it would be great. If you played with your phone a little less and studied a little longer, you might be able to go. Even though he was ranked first in his high school class, the first thing they did was look for mistakes on the test papers. Is it really so hard to give a compliment? He's been alive for 22 years, and he's never heard a single compliment from his parents. They really know how to put pressure on people. A huge amount of pressure. Lu Yutong was speechless after listening to Gui Chen's complaints. It was probably because his parents were eager for their son to succeed. But the pressure they put on him was too great. No wonder he didn't want to call home. She didn't agree with children saying to their parents, "You didn't make it, so why should I?" Because after all, they are your parents, and they want you to succeed and not suffer like they did. Can't parents of ordinary people hope their children will succeed? But it should not be excessive. In the case of Gui Chen, his parents have placed all their hopes on him and only give him pressure, not encouragement. That is a problem. And she strongly disagrees with instilling the idea that their family is poor. That will make the child feel inferior. However, it seems that he has not been affected. He is very cheerful. Perhaps it is because he has mentally freed himself from the shackles of his parents? He does not keep in touch with his parents very often and lives the life he wants. Brother, I understand what you mean. Lu Yutong raised his eyes and wore a gentle smile. You happily told your parents that you had been accepted into Zhejiang University, but they poured cold water on you with the comment that you could do better. I would have been unable to take it, too. What a child needs at this time is a comment that you have done well, not that you can do better. Because he really has done well. Gui Chen nodded gently. That was exactly what he meant. There are things that he feels he has already done very well, but they don't think so and will pour a bucket of cold water on him. That is, he has been carefree since childhood, and coupled with the fact that he is used to this kind of attitude from them, he has not become inferior. Moreover, he has always had his own thinking and ideas, and is very strong and will not be swayed by others. Some people in a high-pressure family environment will become incredibly dependent on their parents and listen to them in everything. He is just the opposite. The more they say, the less he listens. He will follow his heart and go his own way. Lu Yutong leaned closer to him again, so that their arms were almost touching. Brother, you're already very good, she said with a gentle smile. Thanks, sister. I know. Lu Yutong said. You're shameless. You're right to feel pressured by your parents, Lu Yutong said, exasperated. Gui Chen would never doubt himself because of what others said about him. He knows himself well, and is neither arrogant nor inferior. For himself, he is already content with his achievements so far. Studying is not about transcending social classes. As an undergraduate, he already earns more than 20,000 yuan a month, which is more than most ordinary people. This is just the beginning of his career, and it will only get better in the future. To go further, you need opportunities in family background. He will not be arrogant or belittle himself, and this is the reality he recognizes in such a high-pressure family environment. It's important to know your place. Gui Chen smiled. Compared to my sister, I'm definitely inferior. I'm just saying that compared to most ordinary people. Then you're not humble enough either. Lu Yutong rolled her eyes. Didn't my sister tell me to speak from the heart? I'm not being hypocritical, these are all heartfelt words. Compared to people like my sister, I'm definitely not as good, but I'm not useless either. Lu Yutong froze for a moment, then gave a strange smile. Tell me the truth? Are we that close? Didn't you say it yourself, sister? Gui Chen winced at her aggressive gaze. Lu Yutong laughed, and patted Gui Chen's head. It's not easy to develop this kind of personality in a family like this. She had seen many families where the parents were particularly stressful, and these children were basically very self-conscious. It's rare to find someone as cheerful as Gui Chen. Maybe it's because I'm more rebellious? Or maybe it's because too much of a good thing is bad. Lu Yutong raised her eyebrows slightly and leaned towards Gui Chen again, so that their arms were completely pressed together. Sister, what are you doing? Sure, let me whisper something to you. Lu Yutong leaned towards Gui Chen's ear. Gui Chen pursed his lips. No one's home. Whispering is supposed to be whispering, and there's no one at home. Gui Chen. Chapter 28. Sister, I'm mimicking a baby. Brother, in that case, since your parents are so harsh on you, you haven't really felt their love, have you? Lu Yutong said this and then stepped back, maintaining a certain distance from Gui Chen. At the same time, there was a very strange expression on her face. Gui Chen was curious. Why did he have to whisper this? He thought it was something personal. Well, it's not. As long as you ignore their pressure, they're still very good to me. They want the best for their son, but that's all. In other ways, their parents are very good to him. That's good. Huh? That's good? What do you mean? No, it's not that good. Lu Yutong hurriedly explained. Guichen frowned slightly. Why does she feel a little strange? That's good. In this context, it should be used to describe oneself. She's not a foreigner learning Chinese, so how could she get it wrong? Oh dear, little brother, you stay at home and behave yourself. I forgot, I have a meeting this afternoon. I've ordered some takeaway for you, just open the door and take it later. Lu Yutong took the black screen phone, held it to her ear, and ran into the house like a frightened rabbit. Guichen froze in place. Has my sister gone crazy? In a short while, she changed her clothes and came out. She came to the door, waved at Guichen, and said, "Eat well, don't open the door for strangers, I'm leaving." Guichen looked at her speechlessly. I told you to eat well. Did you hear me? Seeing that he didn't answer, Lu Yutong shouted. I'm not a child. I can find my own food. Humph. You don't know how to be grateful. Bang. She left. After she left, Guichen stood up and thought for a while. Should I go and have a look in my sister's room? He was a little curious. But would that be rude? But she wouldn't know. So, with a strange sense of direction, he arrived at the door to Lu Yutong's room. Ding dong, the phone's alert tone sounded. Old woman, don't go into my room with Shuriao, and don't do strange things at home. Guichen typed as he stepped into her room. Okay, sister, I understand, I won't go into your room. After putting down his phone, he looked up and saw the nearly 100 square meter master bedroom. It was practically a small home. There was a walk-in closet, a dressing room, a separate bathroom, a separate toilet, a powder room, and even a separate study cubicle in the master bedroom. None of these were in his own home. It turned out that she had so many rooms in just one bedroom. If it was his first time living here, he would probably get lost in the middle of the night if he went to the toilet without a light on. He came to the door of Lu Yutong's walk-in closet, but didn't push it open. Forget this one, it would be bad if he saw something he shouldn't. And forget the bathroom. I guess the toilet is fine. He hesitated for a moment, then walked in. Holy shit! He backed out as soon as he entered. Lu Yutong's underwear was hanging inside. It was pink, too. He really didn't mean to do it. Sister, forgive me. He probably did something wrong, and a wave of guilt rose in his heart. He immediately left the master bedroom. He took out his phone and looked at the conversation box with Lu Yutong. There was no message, so it looked like there was no surveillance in the room. That's good. He stayed in the living room for a while and heard a knock on the door. He walked over and opened the door, and the delivery boy was standing in the doorway, panting. Here's your delivery. He handed over the takeaway bag in his hand. Guichen looked at him in surprise. This is the 17th floor, he didn't climb up here, did he? You climbed up here? The elevator needs an elevator card, and no one answered the phone number you left, so I climbed up here. Guichen's eyes widened. Is this young man that honest? Why didn't he just leave the takeaway downstairs and send a message? Lu Yutong should have left her own phone number, but she's driving now. But this really screwed the young man over. After Guichen took the delivery, the young man turned to press the elevator button. There was no response. He looked closely and saw that he needed an elevator card to go downstairs. Are rich people so particular? So he had to turn to Guichen. Can I borrow your elevator card? Guichen looked around, not sure if he had one at home. This isn't his home. I don't know where it is either, this isn't my home. The young man rolled his eyes and helplessly pushed open the door to the stairs. The sound of thumping footsteps gradually faded away. Guichen closed the door and scratched his head awkwardly. It wasn't his fault, it was Lu Yutong's. Who told her not to answer the phone and not to give him her elevator card? After comforting himself a little, he went to the dining table and sat down, ready to fill his stomach. The little guy should be halfway there, right? Cheer him on. Lu Yutong had ordered him steak and a bowl of rice. He looked at the packaging. Western food? And the order slip said 500 yuan? She's really rich. At school, he can't spend 500 yuan in a week. After all, the living expenses for a month are only 1,500 yuan. Since his sister ordered it, he'll enjoy it. At 6 p.m., Lu Yutong hadn't returned, nor had Lu Shiryao. I wonder where they both went. Gui Chen went to the kitchen and opened the refrigerator to take a look. It was cleaner than his face, with only 2 green onions left. There were also some slices of bread left over from the morning. What was he going to eat if no one came back? He couldn't let him climb 17 floors down to buy it, could he? If he ordered takeout again, the next delivery boy definitely wouldn't be that dumb and bring it to him. He took out his phone and sent a message to Lu Yutong. Gui Chen, when are you coming back, sister? I'm hungry. Where is the elevator stuck? I want to go downstairs. After waiting for 10 minutes, she didn't reply. So he found Lu Shiryao's chat box again. Gui Chen, where is your elevator stuck? She didn't reply either. Half an hour passed like this, and there was no movement on the phone. At least say something. He opened Lu Yutong's chat box again. Gui Chen, sister, you've imitated a baby, locked me on the 17th floor and left me to starve. Are you playing a joke on me? The dialogue box still only had a single green line. Gui Chen slumped on the sofa, staring at the motionless screen of his phone, and fell asleep. Meanwhile, at the Haitang group. The neon lights outside illuminated the whole city, and from the 27th floor you could see most of Hangzhou. The meeting room was full of people. They were all shareholders of Haitang Group, as well as the president, Lu Yutong. The atmosphere was very dull, and no one spoke. Song Mingcheng was the first to break the ice. He said to Lu Yutong with a guilty look, Niece Yutong, I didn't know that Xiao Wang was so infatuated. It was my fault for not supervising my subordinates well. I apologize to you. Seeing his hypocritical appearance, Lu Yutong sneered inwardly. Xiao Wang was the scapegoat he had pushed forward, and had already been taken away. She narrowed her eyes slightly and said indifferently, everyone here is basically my senior. You are all shareholders of Haitang Group and have decision-making power over the company's development. We should all work together to develop the company in a positive direction. But she suddenly changed the subject, if you disagree, I hope we can all get along. I also have a small stake in the company, and I don't really care about the money. I also don't really care about the position of president. A rabbit will bite when it's desperate, unless you're more fearless than a rabbit. She coldly scanned the crowd with her eyes, and finally landed on Song Mingcheng. Chapter 29, You've got some nerve, daring to be so aggressive with me? Everyone present knew that Song Mingcheng was talking nonsense. He was the scapegoat he had pulled out. Moreover, they knew about what happened this morning not long after it happened. They also knew that Song Mingcheng was targeting Lu Yutong's people. They originally thought that Lu Yutong would go along with Song Mingcheng's plan. After all, they all felt that Lu Yutong would give the elders face. They didn't expect her to continue to confront him. This was a stark warning. She was saying, if you dare to do anything more reckless, I don't need my father's help, I'll bite off a layer of your skin. Lu Haitao couldn't afford to offend people, but she didn't have that restriction. If you provoke her, you'll have to bear her wrath. One of the elderly men with gray hair saw the tension and laughed, trying to smooth things over. He said, Niece Yutong is right. When there are disagreements, we should seek common ground and put aside our differences. Let's resolve things peacefully, without fighting and killing, right? Right. You're right. The rest of the group began to agree and smooth things over as well. Song Mingcheng looked at Lu Yutong's cold gaze and felt a little fear in his heart. Any of them fighting with each other would be a lose-lose situation. It would just come down to who was more fearless and willing to sacrifice. But he obviously wasn't willing to sacrifice his money. He was also afraid that Lu Yutong's anger would pose a threat to others. He valued his life. There was no need to risk it for a lover. So he had no choice but to give in. His niece was right, we are all shareholders, we should work together for the development of the company. Lu Haitao, who was sitting in the main seat, saw that Song Mingcheng had conceded and raised his eyebrows slightly. His daughter had the same fierce spirit as he had when he was young. He just couldn't understand why Lu Yutong was so angry. He also learned the exact news in the afternoon, that it wasn't her in the car at all, but a new junior staff member who had been promoted to manager by Lu Yutong in an exceptional move. It seemed that she cared a lot about this new employee. It was said that he was a man. Could it be that his daughter, who said she didn't want to get married, already had a boyfriend? At this thought, the corner of his mouth curled up. If that was the case, then it would be even better. As her father, he no longer had any preferences when it came to her husband. As long as he was a man, he would be fine. If she didn't get married soon, she would never get married. Lu Yutong looked away from Song Mingcheng, stood up, and said to everyone, "I have something to do, so I'll be going first." After saying this, she strode away. Before leaving, she did not forget to give Song Mingcheng a cold glance. Lu Haitao saw this and continued to chair the meeting. At 9 o'clock, the door opened, and Lu Yutong returned with 2 meals. She saw Gu Yichen sleeping on the sofa, and the corner of her mouth gently curled up. After putting the meals down, she walked over and sat next to him. Then she reached out and pinched his face. Go play somewhere else, or I'll delete all your browser history. Lu Yutong? Little brat, what are you talking about? She angrily slapped him. Gu Yichen instantly woke up. It's you, sister, you're back? He had just thought he was in the dormitory, and the one pinching his face was Lu Guan. Lu Yutong gave him a cold look. Where's Lu Shiryao? I don't know, she's not back yet. Lu Yutong's eyebrows furrowed upon hearing this, and she took out her phone to call Lu Shiryao. It rang for a long time before it was answered. Where have you been? Sister, you don't need to wait up for me tonight, I ate out. When will you be back? Around midnight. Where are you? Out having fun. I asked where you are. Lu Yutong's tone had already turned bad. She kept answering irrelevant questions. Obviously there was a problem. I'm hanging out with friends. I'll be back soon, so stop nagging, okay? Beep. She hung up. Lu Yutong frowned, took a deep breath, and her chest rose and fell as she let out her anger. How dare she hang up on me? Sister, shall I ask her? Gu Yichen asked tentatively. Lu Yutong gave a muffled grunt. Gu Yichen picked up his phone and saw that Lu Shiryao had not replied to his message yet. Instead, Lu Guan had sent him a message. He opened it and looked at it, stunned. It was a picture of them eating dinner together, and the person sitting across from him looked so much like Lu Shiryao. This was the same shirt that he had seen Lu Shiryao wearing when she left in the morning. Lu Yutong leaned over and looked at the photo on the screen. Gu Yichen quickly pressed the phone down. If Lu Yutong found out that Lu Guan had seduced her sister, he would be fired, wouldn't he? Lu Yutong saw this and reached out to grab his phone. I saw it, what do you mean? That's Shiryao, right? Who is she having dinner with? Sis, let go of my phone first, I'll explain to you slowly. You don't need to say anything, I'll see for myself. Lu Yutong said coldly. Gu Yichen had no choice but to turn the phone back over. Lu Guo, don't blame me for not protecting you, I can't help it. Who told you to be so boastful? Your roommate? After reading it, Lu Yutong frowned. Gu Yichen nodded. Lu Yutong closed her eyes, leaned back on the sofa and took a deep breath. Sister, he's not a bad person. Gu Yichen could only speak well of him. For a sister, the consequences of you pushing her sister are even more serious than pushing her. Lu Yutong helplessly nodded. Forget it, my sister is already so big, why bother? After convincing herself, she opened her eyes and shook her head. Let's eat first. I'm going to pretend to be a baby. I know. What does Lindaya mean? On the way back, Lu Yutong kept trying to figure out what Gu Yichen meant by the message he sent her. But she still didn't get it. It means you and I are playing dirty Lindaya. She burst out laughing. There's the elevator card in the drawer by the door. You didn't even look for it, did you? Gu Yichen. So he's actually hungry now. If I had known, I would have been diligent and looked it up. Seeing Gu Yichen's annoyed look, Lu Yutong laughed even more unrestrainedly. Gu Yichen was speechless and couldn't help but pat the table. Lu Yutong stopped and looked at him with a strange expression on her face. What do you mean by patting the table? Are you telling me to be quiet? Yes. Gu Yichen stared at her straight in the eye. Have you got some nerve? Daring to be rude to me? You eat my food, drink my wine, live in my house, and you dare to glare at me? I feel like you're mocking me and insulting me. Oh, I am mocking you for being so stupid. Ha ha ha. She laughed unrestrainedly again. Gu Yichen pushed his rice over to one side and sat diagonally across from her. Lu Yutong saw this and also pushed her rice over, continuing to sit across from him. What are you running for? I'm not going to eat you. Sister, your laughter is already affecting my meal. You are the first person to dare to be so rude to me. Didn't you just get hung up on by Lu Shiyao? Doesn't that count? Lu Yutong? Pop. She slammed the table with force. Shut up. Someone is getting anxious, but he's not going to say it. Chapter 30, laying down for a while. Seeing that Lu Yutong was getting angrier and angrier, Gui Chen picked up the phone next to him and showed off his exclusive special skill. Eating with one hand and checking his phone with the other. He didn't want to face this grumpy woman, so he would wait until she calmed down after checking his phone for a while. Put the phone down. You're eating. How could Lu Yutong not see that he was avoiding her? Could he run away? Wait a second, sister, I'll reply to a message. He saw a message from Lu Guan. Lu Guan, where's your luggage? Have you moved in with your sister? Gui Chen, yes, you'll be living alone from now on. Lu Guan, you animal. Are you even human? Gui Chen, meow. Lu Guan, get out. Gui Chen was delighted to see him so furious and unable to do anything about it. But he couldn't be happy when he put down his phone. Lu Yutong was looking at him with a cold expression. Brother, I feel that you have shown a great deal of disrespect to me as the CEO. It's bad enough that you play with your phone, but when she's angry, you laugh so happily. This makes her unable to tolerate it. Cough, sister, eat quickly, Lu Shiyao should be back soon. Gui Chen tried to change the subject. Pat. Lu Yutong patted the table. I'm asking you, do I have any authority? Yes, of course you do, sister. What should you do if you don't appease an angry woman? Who told him to be so rude? Lu Yutong glared at him and stood up. Not eating? Change your clothes and eat again. She snapped at him and went back to her room. After a while, she came back in her pajamas, sat across from Gui Chen, and looked at him with a smile. Brother, you're very disobedient. Ha? Gui Chen was stunned. What's wrong? Lu Yutong's jade fingers tapped lightly on the table. There are no open windows in the house, so why is the door to the bathroom in my room open? I remember closing it when I left. Lu Yutong has a habit of closing the doors to the bathroom and other rooms in her room before going out. She is afraid of the smell coming back from the sewers. She is sure that she did not forget this today. So why is the door open? It must be related to Gui Chen. Gui Chen's heart lifted. How could he have forgotten to close the door behind him? This is bad. The main thing is that he really did go in and take a look, but he didn't do anything. And now Lu Yutong must think that he did something bad. Can't he just make up for the bad thing he didn't do? No, he is a gentleman. What are you thinking? Sister, I entered your room when I was looking for the elevator card. Really? Didn't you just say you weren't looking for it? Lu Yutong looked at him smilingly as he lied. He really has good psychological quality. He wasn't intimidated even when he was stared at like that. Did I say that? Didn't you say it, sister? After saying that, he started laughing. Gui Chen didn't remember him admitting that Lu Yutong was right. You little rascal, playing word games with me, are you? Lu Yutong rolled her eyes in annoyance, then continued, let me ask you again, why did you go to the bathroom when you were looking for the elevator card? I happened to have to go. What a coincidence. Yes, what a coincidence. Pop. Do you take me for a fool? No. Gui Chen answered without thinking. Lu Yutong's face visibly turned black. Tell me the truth. What were you doing in my room? With a creak. The door opened at that very moment. Lu Shiyao also happened to hear this. What's wrong with entering your room when you're in a relationship? There's nothing wrong with entering other places. She wanted to tease him a little, but when she thought about just hanging up on Lu Yutong, she dismissed the thought. Lu Yutong heard the door open and turned his head. With a cold face, he ordered her to come over. Lu Shiyao pursed her lips and walked over. What? Where were you? Playing, didn't I say? With whom? Friends. Boys or girls? Both. How many? 2. Pop. This made Lu Yutong laugh. Is there a difference between dating? Lu Shiyao hung around, and she also realized that she had said the wrong thing, so she quickly corrected herself. No, 3, and there was also a girl. Pop. Lu Yutong almost knocked the table over today. I've seen the photos, so don't try to argue. Photos? Where did you get the photos? Lu Shiyao's brow furrowed slightly. She hadn't taken any photos either. Your classmate's surname is Lu, isn't it? Lu Shiyao's eyes widened. You were spying on me? She had never thought that the problem could be with Gui Chen. Or she had never thought that Lu Guan would tell Gui Chen about such things. So she just thought that it was her sister who was spying on her. Lu Yutong sneered, do I need to spy? I know what you're doing. I know what you're going to say before you say it. This can be said to be the universal parental technique. Gui Chen had heard it many times at home anyway. Lu Shiyao pouted, mind your own business, I'll do whatever I want. Sigh. Lu Yutong patted the table again, do you think I want to control you? I'm telling you to protect yourself, okay? Lu Shiyao rolled her eyes, looked at Gui Chen again, and muttered, have you protected anyone? I'm afraid you're not the one who's causing harm, are you? What's that girl muttering about? Lu Yutong didn't catch what she was saying. Nothing, I'm tired, I'm going to rest, you guys go to bed early too. She quickly ran back to her room. Lu Yutong sighed helplessly. This girl. She turned her attention back to Gui Chen, she's gone, it's your turn. Ah, I'm done eating, I'll go rest first too, sister, you rest early. Gui Chen put down his chopsticks and ran away. Lu Yutong rolled her eyes in disbelief and gritted her teeth. What is it with these two? Why do they always make her so grumpy? She is clearly a gentle person. Seeing Gui Chen's lunchbox, she muttered, I don't know how to clean up, and I have to do it myself. The CEO's labor is deducted from his salary by 1,000 yuan. Thinking about it like this, she felt much better. After cleaning up, she went to the door of Gui Chen's room and knocked. After waiting for a long time, Gui Chen did not open the door for her. She gritted her teeth in anger, turned around, picked up the key from the coffee table, and opened the door herself to go in. What do you want? Gui Chen exclaimed, seeing Lu Yutong barging in. Is she going to do something bad to me? Lu Yutong rolled her eyes, it's too early to sleep, so I came to chat with you. Still chatting? Gui Chen raised his eyebrows lightly. Didn't you just chat yesterday? What do you mean still chatting? Is there a limit to the number of times we can chat? Lu Yutong glared at him impatiently and sat down next to him. What are we going to talk about? She asked. Gui Chen. Let him find a topic again? He looked around, trying to find some inspiration in the room. But the room was simply decorated, and there was nothing to talk about. Seeing that he hadn't said anything for a long time, Lu Yutong waved her hand lightly, is it okay if I lie down here for a while? This is my home. Well, what if I refuse? Lu Yutong gave a slight smile, got up, and took a pillow from the closet and lay down directly. Chapter 31, My sister is a bit high maintenance. Gui Chen sat on the side, extremely angry. Sister, I feel that you also disrespect me a lot. Oh? Then you can just go to the floor and stay away from me, right? Lu Yutong said with a smile. Gui Chen stopped talking. He wasn't going anywhere. He also figured it out, what harm could a big man like him get? So he simply laid down directly. Lu Yutong turned her head and looked at him, her gaze strange. The little brat has grown more daring. She let out a light laugh and closed her eyes. What's so funny? Why did you close your eyes? You're not going to sleep here, are you? Gui Chen heard the laughter and turned his head, only to see her tightly shut eyes. Let's see if I can fall asleep. If I do, I'll have to sleep here. Aren't you afraid that Lu Shiyao will misunderstand if she sees you like this in the morning? Gui Chen gritted his teeth. I'm just a weak woman, she should sympathize with me, and you should be the one to explain. Gui Chen? He was about to explode with anger. He grabbed Lu Yutong's wrist and stared at her menacingly. Lu Yutong opened her eyes and looked at him in surprise. What are you doing? Gui Chen snorted, shook her hand off, got up, and went out. Lu Yutong raised an eyebrow and pulled back the covers before getting up and going out. Gui Chen was already lying on the sofa, covered with his own clothes. Lu Yutong walked over and sat down, asking softly, are you angry? Gui Chen didn't answer. Lu Yutong patted his arm lightly again, look at you, acting like a little girl. You even slept on the sofa. If you marry a bad woman in the future, she'll bully you to death. Gui Chen still didn't say anything. Lu Yutong saw this and gently lowered her head, leaning into his ear and whispering softly, "Okay, I know I was wrong, I won't tease you anymore." Feeling the gentle, soft breath in his ear, Gui Chen had a strange feeling. It tickled his heart. In fact, he wasn't really angry. It was just that he didn't know what to do with such a rogue as Lu Yutong. This was his boss, he couldn't beat her or scold her, and he couldn't push her under him, could he? He rolled over, facing Lu Yutong, who was kneeling in front of him. The distance between them was not even the length of a pen. They could feel each other's breath. Lu Yutong's expression was visibly flustered, and she quickly sat up straight. "Go get some rest, I'm sleepy too." With that, she got up and left. Gui Chen watched her leave. Why did it feel like my sister was a little high-strung and low defensive? Song Mingcheng had become much more honest after being severely scolded by Lu Yutong. However, Manager Han was very unhappy because she had been abandoned. But it was useless for her to be unhappy. Her backer had abandoned her. She was now an outcast, abandoned. So she was now full of anger. It so happened that she met Gui Chen that day. She was just looking for someone to vent her anger on, and she instantly found someone. Foolish little white face, shameless. Gui Chen frowned slightly and looked over. "Are you talking about me?" His voice was cold, as if he was about to slap Manager Han. Manager Han swallowed, gathered his courage, and said, "Foolish little white face." With that, Gui Chen slapped him. "You repeat yourself so much, you should be a tape recorder." Manager Han staggered twice from the slap. But then came her even more furious glare and her brain that had lost its rationality. She had already lost her mind and pounced on Gui Chen like a madwoman. Gui Chen dodged, just in time to see Lu Yutong walking this way. She gave a cold-faced shout, "Han Ling, what are you doing?" Hearing Lu Yutong's voice, Han Ling stopped. She ran over crying, pointing at Gui Chen and said, "President Lu, he hit me." "Auntie, you were the one who couldn't control your temper first. Don't you know that people have to pay the price for their actions?" Gui Chen said indifferently. Hearing the word auntie, Lu Yutong thought of something bad. But she quickly suppressed her emotions and turned to Han Ling. "Han Ling, you insulted other employees in the company. Congratulations, you've lost your title of manager. From now on, you're just an ordinary employee." "What?" Han Ling looked at Lu Yutong in disbelief. "He hit me, why shouldn't he be punished?" She was furious. "Take your hand away, let me have a look." Han Ling took her hand away from her face. Lu Yutong took a closer look at her face. "Did you put on too much blush? Why is your face so red? I suggest you lighten up on the makeup in the future. You're wearing too much, and it makes one side of your face look bigger than the other." After she finished, she shouted at Gui Chen, "Come to my office." Then she left. Gui Chen gave her a cold glare and followed Lu Yutong. Han Ling was dumbfounded. Did she put on too much blush? She didn't wear any makeup today. It was a result of being beaten. And the fact that one side of her face was bigger than the other was also a result of being beaten. She gritted her teeth and watched the back of Gui Chen's head, her face full of resentment. When they arrived at the president's office, Lu Yutong pulled a chair across from her desk and gestured for Gui Chen to sit here. Gui Chen was also unceremonious and sat down directly. After spending more than 10 days together, he and Lu Yutong were already very familiar with each other. There was no need to be so constrained. After Lu Yutong sat down, she smiled and teased, "You actually hit a woman? Normally I don't hit women, but she's just a female, and her species doesn't seem to be human, does it?" Gui Chen said indifferently. "There is no absolute truth in the world. Seeing that you are a disadvantaged group letting you off, and you are taking advantage of it, that is a duel against me. Then don't blame me for going all out. No reason is a get-out-of-jail-free card." Lu Yutong crossed her arms, rested her elbows on the table, and looked up and down at him with a smile, her chin hanging on the back of her hand. "Sister, you're not going to punish me, are you?" Lu Yutong raised her eyebrows slightly. "What if I am? What are you going to do? You're the CEO, you call the shots in this matter, but I don't agree." Gui Chen shrugged. Lu Yutong burst out laughing. "Don't worry, I won't punish you, I'm not someone who doesn't know right from wrong." "What did she scold you for? For letting you hit someone?" The pretty boy, Gui Chen, shrugged his shoulders. Puff. Lu Yutong couldn't hold back her laughter. Little brother, I understand you, you hate being called a deadbeat, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have called my auntie that the first time we met, and then you gave me a dirty look later. Seeing her laugh so unrestrainedly, Gui-chan really wanted to go up and sanction her. Sister, he said with a long intonation in a bad mood. Lu Yutong stopped and wiped away the tears that had overflowed from the corners of her eyes. Okay, stop laughing. Are you going back to school tomorrow for the graduation ceremony? Yes, I was just going to ask you for leave. Chapter 32, Brother, Be Gentle. Lu Yutong readily gave them all three the day off. Do you need me to lend you my car? She still understood the little brat's mind very well. It seemed that he really liked his Porsche, and he had been driving to and from work for the past few days. Gui-chan looked at her expectantly. Is that okay, sister? He didn't want to drive the car to show off, he simply liked it. If the car was his own, he could pretend to drive it, but since it wasn't, there was no need to pretend. Lu Yutong smiled and took out the car keys. Here, take this and go. Gui-chan smiled and took the keys. Thanks, sister, you're so nice. Is that all you have to say? Lu Yutong raised an eyebrow. What does my sister want? Anything I can do. Not the baby. Lu Yutong had just about to say she wanted a baby when he put her off. She couldn't help rolling her eyes. She had been so tired these past few days that her back, shoulders and head were aching. Gui-chan understood immediately. I'll massage my sister when I get home tonight. Lu Yutong nodded in satisfaction. You're a good kid. Lu Shiryao, I borrowed your sister's car, let's drive to school together tomorrow. Gui-chan said to Lu Shiryao at dinner. Lu Shiryao nodded without looking up. At the same time, she was wondering if her sister was being too nice to him. It wasn't as if she wanted to borrow the car so easily. Was it because of her poor driving skills? She almost hit the poplar tree, didn't she? Was that really a big deal? She didn't turn the steering wheel back, did she? Although it hit the green belt again, it's better than hitting a tree, isn't it? Cut it out. She's just being biased. Pop. Trying to get angry on her own, she put down her chopsticks and stood up. I'm full, I'm not eating anymore. Lu Yutong raised his cold eyes and looked at her, then at the leftover food in her bowl. I think I need to eat some more, otherwise I'll be hungry at night. Lu Shiryao sat back down. Lu Yutong's gaze softened a little. Gui-chan shook his head slightly, thinking that she was really strict. He was thinking about crossing his legs under the table, but he felt as if he had touched someone's foot. He looked up. Lu Yutong looked up. She didn't say anything, but after a while, he felt a sharp pain in his thigh. She actually pinched him with her foot. Gui-chan quickly withdrew his leg while looking at her resentfully. Lu Yutong glared at him, warning him to behave. After dinner, Lu Yutong took the initiative to go to Gui-chan's room to ask for her payment. Sit down, I'll lie on your lap. Gui-chan sat on the bed, and Lu Yutong lay on his lap. First, massage my head, then my body. But when it came to massaging his back, Gui-chan was a little at a loss. Her bare pajamas were too thick. If you press through the clothes, it won't be very effective. Sis, your clothes are too thick. Lu Yutong turned over on her stomach, looking at him with a strange expression on her face. You want me to take it off? No, it's just that you could change into something thinner. I don't think you dare. She snorted, got up and went out. In a short while, she came back. She was wearing a pajama top that looked like an apron, hanging around her neck. She came to the edge of the bed and got down on all fours. Seeing her back, Gui-chan was dumbfounded. The clothes only covered the front, not the back. The back was only tied with 2 strings at the small of the back. A large expanse of snow-white skin was exposed to his view. He couldn't help but swallow. Lu Yutong lay on the bed, her face slightly red. She had thought about it for a long time, and a thinner piece of clothing would definitely not work, so she wore something similar to an apron. And while she was changing, she suddenly had a thought. She wanted to see how Gui-chan would react to this scene. But now she felt a little guilty. Would her brother think she was a bad woman? So she turned around and sat up. I'd better change into a thin nightgown. And with that she was about to leave. Gui-chan didn't know what came over him, but he suddenly caught her. Sister, just leave it like this, it'll have a better effect. Lu Yutong also nodded in a ghostly manner and lay back down. At this moment, both of them had different emotions in their hearts. Gui Chen wondered why he had made such a request. Was it too much? Lu Yutong also didn't understand why she had agreed to such an unreasonable request. But they didn't speak again. Gui Chen gently placed his hand on Lu Yutong's back and began to massage it. Brother, a little lighter. It seemed that because Gui Chen's hand was too strong, Lu Yutong actually let out an uncontrollable grunt. The sound and tone were very seductive, and coupled with the large expanse of snow white in front of him, it made Gui Chen's heart rise with a fire. The strength in his hands increased. SSS. Lu Yutong let out a hiss and looked away from him. What are you doing? Gui Chen then came back to his senses and smiled guiltily. It's nothing, I'm sorry, sister. It seems like I really hurt her just now. The strength in his hands gradually returned to normal. Due to the intensity of the work, Lu Yutong was really tired, especially her lower back, which felt like it was about to snap from sitting all day. At this moment, she was enjoying Gui Chen's massage and actually fell asleep. Sister, is that okay? Gui Chen stopped what he was doing and asked softly. It had probably been more than an hour. Lu Yutong didn't answer. He looked down and saw that she had fallen asleep. This time he was at a loss. It didn't feel right to wake her up, and she was so tired. So he gently pulled a pillow over her head and pulled the quilt over her. Then he got up and walked out. Looks like I'll have to sleep on the sofa today. Wake up, wake up. Huh? What's wrong, sis? Gui Chen opened his eyes, rubbed his eyes, and asked as he looked at Lu Yutong in front of him. Why are you sleeping on the sofa? Why don't you sleep in my room? Gui Chen sat up and rubbed his eyes. He had just turned on the computer. You forbade me to go to your room, didn't you? Lu Yutong rolled her eyes. You listened to me again when you shouldn't have. Who knows how many times he sneaked into my room. Anyway, she hadn't paid any attention to him except that time. She thought to herself, let him watch if he wants to. But he definitely can't go into Lu Shuryao's room. Gui Chen grinned, I'll go cook. You rest up, I'll order takeout today. Sleeping on the sofa is definitely not comfortable. So she didn't want Gui Chen to cook anymore. She took out her phone and ordered takeout, then returned to her room. Gui Chen watched her snow white back and swallowed again. Lu Yutong seemed to sense something, turned back and glared at him, and quickened her pace. Chapter 33, My Brother Has a Girlfriend. After breakfast, Gui Chen took Lu Shuryao to school. Before leaving, Lu Yutong also gave the two a lecture about being careful and safe. Although it seemed like he was talking to both of them, his gaze kept lingering on Gui Chen. Lu Shuryao couldn't help but grumble. What safety precautions do you need to take to get to school? What danger could there be? You just can't bear to let your man leave you for a day. By the way, Gui Chen, do you know where Lu Guan will live after graduation? Lu Shuryao asked casually on the way. Gui Chen glanced at her and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. She thought she hit it well. Probably rent a house? Before going to work, he had discussed with Lu Guan that the two of them would move out and rent a house after graduation. Lu Shuryao let out a sound and didn't say anything else. She couldn't bring men home like her sister. Because the house wasn't hers. If only she had a place of her own. She'd go back and discuss it with her father. He'd give in after being nagged. Gui Chen didn't drive the car into the school. He really didn't want to be made a fool of. Why aren't you driving in? Lu Shuryao asked, puzzled, when she saw Gui Chen pull up to the curb. The car was too conspicuous. It's better to be conspicuous, so drive it in. Gui Chen. Lu Shuryao is also considered to be half the owner of this car, so he can only listen to her and drive the car in. Sure enough, as soon as he entered, he was targeted. He closed the windows and turned on the air conditioning. As a result, Lu Shuryao opened the windows and looked out, enjoying the envious glances of the passing students. Lu Shuryao, I advise you to close the windows, otherwise people will think you're being supported. Lu Shuryao? Why? Because you're in the passenger seat. The passenger seat of a luxury car has a lot of meaning. If there are only two people in the car, a man and a woman, and they don't have a relationship like an elder and a junior, then the person in the passenger seat is usually considered to be the one being supported. The person in the driver's seat is the one providing support. Lu Shuryao pouted, and then closed the window again. It was a pity that she couldn't show off a little after finally getting to drive a luxury car. After getting out of the car, Gui Chen was about to go find Lu Guan. Lu Shiryao said she was going to follow him. Why are you following me? Gu Yichen pretended to be surprised. My roommates aren't here yet, so I'll follow you to find him first. Lu Shiryao's eyes flickered slightly as she made up a lame excuse. Gu Yichen raised his head and happened to see a girl, Lu Shiryao's roommate. But instead of exposing her, he dragged out his words. Oh, I thought you had a crush on my brother, but it's good that you don't. Why is it good that I don't? I would be jealous if he had a girlfriend. Don't you? Lu Shiryao snorted and pouted. After a while, maybe they should all be called brother-in-laws. It seems like his birthday is a few months younger than mine. We've been living under the same roof for more than 10 days now. Do you think I have? Who knows? Lu Shiryao left a remark and headed towards the boys' dormitory. Seeing her walk this route with such familiarity, Gu Yichen couldn't help but smile weirdly. He took out his phone and found the conversation box with Lu Yutong. Gu Yichen, sis, is there a reward for reporting? Old woman, reporting what? Gu Yichen, people who are dating within the department. Old woman, boring. Of course she knows that Gu Yichen is talking about Lu Shiryao. Although she is unhappy that her younger sister has been abducted, what can she say? You can't stop people from pursuing happiness, can you? Old woman, are you there yet? Gu Yichen, yes. Old woman, be careful, especially of bad women, okay? Gu Yichen, bad women? Is my sister bad? Old woman, voice, 30s. Gu Yichen left a red dot on it, without even tapping it. You don't need to think to know that it's not a good thing. So why torture yourself? Old woman, listen, please. Gu Yichen, send a voice message begging me, in a gentle tone. Old woman, you wait, I'll come to you in a minute. The little brat is so cheeky away from home, Lu Yutong can't stand it. Gu Yichen, I'm so scared, sticks out his tongue. He put his phone away contentedly and followed Lu Shiryao. He had been under a lot of pressure from Lu Yutong these past few days, so it was good to get some satisfaction out of her. As for her saying she would come? Ridiculous. She's not going to work? She'll probably forget about it in the evening. Gu Yichen was a typical example of someone who was submissive in real life but lashed out online. You can't hit me over the internet anyway. After meeting Lu Guan, Gu Yichen wanted to go to the class meeting with the two of them. But unexpectedly, Lu Guan said, Yichen, Lu Shiryao and I have something to do, you go to the class meeting first. Gu Yichen? No. What is it? Lu Shiryao is definitely not as strong as him, and her brain is not necessarily stronger than his either. He can't do anything except eat mouthfuls, so what can he do? Therefore, they definitely have to go eat mouth stuffers. No way, he has to keep an eye on Lu Shiryao for Lu Yutong. Seeing that Gu Yichen was not going to leave, Lu Guan said, I'll come back and buy you ice cream. Deal. Gu Yichen left just like that. After he left, Lu Guan walked behind the dormitory building with Lu Shiryao, who was looking down and a little shy. Gu Yichen sat on the steps, imagining the two of them eating ice cream in his head, and his smile gradually became strange. Gu Yichen. He suddenly heard someone calling his name, and he came back to his senses. It was a girl, who seemed to be from the next class. Hey, what's wrong? He politely asked. The girl lowered her head and handed Gu Yichen the paper and pen in her hand. I don't have your contact information yet, can you leave me your contact information? The girl's voice grew smaller and smaller as she spoke, and it was already like the sound of a mosquito. Gu Yichen thought to himself, is this girl attracted to me? Then he is quite charming. Brother! Just as he was still considering whether to give it to her, a cold voice came from afar. Lu Yutong walked over in big strides, stood next to him, and said to the girl, I'm sorry, my brother has a girlfriend. Huh? Then I'm sorry. The girl hurriedly nodded and apologized, then fled. Gu Yichen looked at Lu Yutong with slight dissatisfaction. When did I have a girlfriend? Are you trying to block my luck with women? Lu Yutong snorted, you should focus on your career now, or I'll demote you to staff. Gu Yichen shrugged, why are you here? He didn't really care about this luck with women, so he changed the subject. I've come to kill you. She stared at him, grabbed his ear and asked, am I a bad woman? Sis, you're hurting me. Gu Yichen never imagined that she had run for several kilometers just to come and scold him. Tell me, am I a bad woman? No, you're a good sister. Lu Yutong snorted and let go of him. Little brat, do you really think that if you stay away from me, I won't be able to scold you? Chapter 34, Good Sister or Old Woman. Gui Chen shrugged his shoulders, not daring to speak nonsense. Sister, did you really come here just to scold me? Of course not. I was also invited by your principal to say a few words at the ceremony later, but I could have come at 9 o'clock, but it's only a little after 8. If it weren't to scold Gui Chen, she wouldn't have come so early. Gui Chen laughed. It's good to come early to get some sun. You stay in the office all day, you don't get any sun, and if you don't take care of your health, you'll get sick. Lu Yutong rolled her eyes, just about to retort to him when two figures appeared in the distance. They were Lu Shiyao and Lu Guan. Lu Shiyao was looking down, looking extremely shy. There was also a lipstick mark on Lu Guan's neck. If she didn't see it wrong, were the two holding hands? Gui Chen also saw this scene and quickly hid to the side. This had nothing to do with him. Don't get hurt by mistake. If they were caught red-handed, these two would definitely be in trouble. He was on the side, gloating at Lu Yutong and preparing to see what she would do. As it turned out, Lu Yutong didn't go to catch them, she just turned her head and reached out to Gui Chen. Give me your phone. Ha? What do you want my phone for? I want to look at the photos again. She wanted to be sure. What's there to be sure about? Gui Chen pointed at the two of them. It's obvious. Lu Yutong glared at him. I'm afraid the person in the photo isn't Shiyao. I want to take another look. How is that possible? Lu Guan wouldn't be unfaithful. You say it's impossible, I want to take a look. She was still quite concerned about her younger sister. Gui Chen had no choice but to hand over his phone. Because the dialogue box with Lu Guanyu had been pushed to the bottom, Lu Yutong had to scroll down. This was not a problem. She saw a person with the note old woman. The profile picture was the same as hers. She frowned and opened the dialogue box to take a look. It was her. A wave of anger rose in her heart, and she glanced at Gui Chen out of the corner of her eye. But she didn't lash out immediately. Instead, she found Lu Guan's chat box and confirmed that the person in the photo was Lu Shiyao before she let out a sigh of relief. She didn't immediately return the phone to Gui Chen, but instead said with a smile, "Brother, you still recognize the old woman?" Gui Chen's eyes widened. Oh no. I forgot about this. He smiled awkwardly twice and said, "Sister, let me explain." Explain? Okay, go ahead, I'm listening. She looked at him with a smile. She was thinking, I'll see how you try to explain yourself. What happened was, it was the day I was adding a note to your device, and a mosquito flew onto the screen and stepped on it a few times, and it became like this. Yes, it was the mosquito's fault. Lu Yutong was amused by this excuse. What a load of rubbish. He really can say anything. Even if what you say is true, then why didn't you change it afterwards? I couldn't. Gui Chen said with a wink. Lu Yutong frowned and picked up her phone. Gui Chen leaned over to her and watched as she changed the note to good sister. You can't change it? She said angrily. Yes, I've always had this note, good sister. What? Lu Yutong exclaimed. He actually played sophistry with me. Ever since we added each other as friends, the note I gave you has been good sister. Look. He grabbed Lu Yutong's hand and held the phone in front of her face to show her. Didn't I just change it? Did you change it? I didn't see it. Lu Yutong took a deep breath and kept nodding her head. Good, really good. You little rascal, you dare to trick me. She was extremely angry in her heart, and he actually played this game with her. Gui Chen turned around and wanted to run when he saw this. Stop. Don't you want your salary? Lu Yutong stopped him. Didn't you get all of this month's salary deducted? Don't you want next month's, or the month after that? Gui Chen had no choice but to stop and stand there honestly. Lu Yutong walked over in big strides and grabbed his ear again. She didn't even say a word this time. It didn't matter whether Gui Chen admitted his fault or not. Just get to it. In this way, Gui Chen endured a lot of inhumane abuse. His ears felt burning hot, and they were about to turn into pig ears. So there was no more arrogance. Instead, Lu Yutong became complacent. Okay, you go find your class, and I'll go talk to your principal. Sister, you can't say anything bad about me. Gui Chen pleaded, holding onto her arm. Without the double certificate in hand, the principal was still the boss. Lu Yutong raised her eyebrows slightly at this. She hadn't really thought of doing this, but she would just discuss with the principal what to say later. However, since he had already said that, it seemed like she could scare him a bit. Doesn't asking someone for a favor require a reward? What do you want, sister? You gave me a massage yesterday, how about washing my feet today? Deal. Lu Yutong's mouth curled up slightly, and she smirked with satisfaction before turning and leaving. Gui Chen let out a helpless sigh. He really fell into her hands. He could put up with being at the mercy of others at work, but at school he still had to listen to her. In his past life, was he not Lu Yutong's puppet? Shaking his head, he went to the playground to find the class team. The graduation ceremony didn't have anything important either, just sentimental speeches. The teacher representative spoke, the student representative spoke. Something about being grateful to the alma mater. In fact, the thing I'll miss the most is probably my friends and roommates. At this time, next to Gui Chen were a few of his other roommates. After working together for a few months, everyone seemed much more mature. They all had the flavor of work about them. The hair they used to style every day had also been cut short. It was just a pity that one of the roommates didn't come back. It was said that he was too busy at work. Come on, let's take a group photo. Where's Lu Guan? One of the tall boys said. Gui Chen looked forward. Accompanying a woman. Ha? He can find a partner? The boy stood up and looked forward. Still Lu Shiryao? What kind of medicine did he give Lu Shiryao? He gritted his teeth and said. Gui Chen shrugged, who knows? He was also curious about what Lu Shiryao saw in Lu Guan. Because they fell in love after working together for a long time? That doesn't make sense. Forget it, let's leave him alone, let's take a picture. The boy held up his phone and the group took a few group photos. Just as the graduation ceremony was coming to an end, the principal stood up. He said, we also have a special guest today, the president of Haitang Group, Ms. Lu Yutong. More than 100 of our graduates have joined Haitang Group, and Haitang Group is also our best partner. So next, please welcome Ms. Lu to the stage to wish the graduates well. There was thunderous applause from the audience. Of course they knew about Haitang Group. To get an offer from this company was considered outstanding even at Zhejiang University. Chapter 35, Do You Dislike Me? Lu Yutong walked up in a lady's suit. Because there were too many people, she scanned the crowd but did not find Gui Chen or Lu Shiryao. So she began her speech. It was all about wishing the students a bright future and things like that. But this time, many people listened. It can't be said that they listened, though. Most people just moved their eyes, not their ears. And not their brains, either. Because Lu Yutong was really very good looking. Even the girls' attention was drawn to her. In the end, she smiled and said teasingly, in the future, at work, if your leader doesn't do anything majorly wrong, you must respect your leader. After all, they pay your salary, and it's not good to get a pay cut. Gui Chen froze for a moment. Was she pointing at him? Did he disrespect her? As Lu Yutong stepped down from the stage, Lu Guan also returned to his seat. The tall boy just said teasingly, why aren't you sitting with your sister? Afraid she'll be found out by her parents? Lu Guan said awkwardly. Puff. Gui Chen couldn't hold back his laughter. They had already been found out, okay? The two of them didn't think they hit it well, did they? They didn't think Lu Yutong thought they were just friends, did they? He shook his head. After a while, he picked up his phone and looked at it. There was a message from his good sister. Good sister, come find me in the back, I can't find you. Gui Chen, something wrong? Good sister, I'm bored, come sit with me for a while. Gui Chen. He got up helplessly and walked towards the back. Chen, where are you going? Lu Guan shouted. To keep my sister company. Lu Guan? Is your sister from our school? She can't be a graduate student, can she? Gui Chen shrugged and didn't answer. Because in Lu Guan's mind, he had already paired him with his sister, so he definitely couldn't be Lu Yutong. It would be bad to be misunderstood. When he arrived at the back, he saw Lu Yutong sitting in the corner. She had already changed back into her clothes. Although the casual clothes did not have the temperament of the suit she had just worn, they were more approachable. Lu Yutong in a suit was too imposing. There was no one here, only a few scattered people who would turn around and greet her when they saw her. Gui Chen came and sat down next to her. Now the looks of people turning around were a little strange. They were wondering who Lu Yutong was to Gui Chen. Although none of them knew Gui Chen, they could tell from the academic robes that he was from their school. Gui Chen didn't care about these stares, but asked Lu Yutong, "You weren't talking about me just now, were you?" "MMHM. What do you think?" Lu Yutong raised her eyebrows slightly, and, "Call me sister, just after you said you want to respect your leaders." Gui Chen shrugged and ignored her words. "Aren't you going to find Lu Shiyao?" "Why do I want to find her?" Lu Yutong had never thought about meeting Lu Shiyao when she came this time. So her behavior with Lu Guan was completely just her scaring herself. "I thought you would support your sister, but no, if she had hugged your arm and called you sister, it would have been so impressive." Gui Chen was dumbfounded. "You can hug my arm and call me sister now. I'll give you this opportunity, will you do it?" Lu Yutong took the initiative to hold out her arm. Gui Chen shook his head. "I don't like being made a fool of, so I'll leave her the opportunity." "Cut it out." Lu Yutong withdrew her arm, and a feeling of loss arose in her heart. She really thought that Gui Chen would do it. Didn't he want to show off that he knew her in front of everyone? It felt so good to be envied. Or was it because she wasn't charming enough, and didn't have enough money? In any case, being able to show off her relationship with her would be something to be proud of, right? In the end, Gui Chen didn't feel like it at all. After a long while, she didn't take the initiative to speak again. Gui Chen didn't initiate a conversation either. This made Lu Yutong feel even more uncomfortable. She was bored. Why didn't this guy say anything? She grunted. Gui Chen kept staring at the screen of his phone, as if he hadn't heard her. She grunted louder. "Sister, is your throat uncomfortable?" Gui Chen asked, turning his head. "A little. There's a clinic at school." "No need. Then I'll go buy you some medicine? Give me a sip of your water." She pointed at the half-empty bottle of mineral water in Gui Chen's hand. Gui Chen took it and shook it. "I already drank it." "It's okay." Lu Yutong snatched it away, unscrewed the cap and took a sip directly from the bottle. Gui Chen. She just drank it directly from the bottle? Lu Yutong frowned when she returned the bottle to him, looking at his strange expression and said, "Do you dislike me? Then I'll buy you another bottle." She said this with a cold face as she got up. Gui Chen held her back. "No need, I'm just curious why you don't dislike me." Lu Yutong's mouth corners lifted slightly, and an imperceptible smile appeared on her face as she sat back down. She rolled her eyes lightly. "We've been eating food from the same plate for over 10 days, and you think I dislike you? Seems like it. But I always feel that this isn't the same concept? Forget it, I won't think about it anymore." He turned his gaze back to the principal, who had finished his speech. From now on, he was a graduate. His school days were over. The students sitting in front of him all stood up and bowed to the podium. "Thank you, teacher." After the bowing was over, Gui Chen said to Lu Yutong, "Sister, I'll go find my roommates, you go back first. Here are the car keys." He handed the car keys to Lu Yutong. Lu Yutong shook her head. "You guys should go to the dinner party, right? Take it." After saying that, she got up and was about to leave. "If you drink, call me when it's over and I'll come pick you up. Do you hear me?" Seeing that he didn't answer, Lu Yutong gritted her teeth and said viciously, I understand. Gui Chen quickly agreed. Lu Yutong gave him a dirty look and left. Really, the president himself is acting as his driver and he's still hesitant. I really don't understand what this kid is thinking. He seems to have no desires or needs. Even though his family is not very wealthy, he is not tempted by money. He also doesn't care about other people's envy and flattery. What is it that he is pursuing in his heart? Gui Chen found his roommates. Lu Guan suggested going out for a farewell dinner. The tall boy just smiled awkwardly. "I only have half a day off, so I won't go out to dinner with you." Although this remark was a bit of a dampener, everyone understood that career was more important, and no one pressed the matter. Now there were only 4 of them left. "Ichen, what are you going to eat? How about hot pot?" "Yes, and after that we'll go for a shower, it's so hot." Another person chimed in. His name was Hai Zhang. It was really hot at the end of June, and everyone had been sitting on the playground all morning, literally melting. "After the shower, we'll go to the internet cafe and play games. The last person spoke up. His name was Li Feng. No problem. With one person saying something, the group finalized the plan. This is the tacit understanding between boys. A. Let's go. B. Okay, great. C. Where to? D. We'll talk about it on the way. Let's go now. Chapter 36, Arrested for Pornography. Then I'll call a taxi? Zhang Hai said. I have a car, come with me. Guichen flashed his car keys. Everyone's eyes were transfixed. A Porsche Panamera? How did you get it? Li Feng was at a loss for words. Only Lu Guan, with a smile on his face, said with a twirl of his eyes, RHN is blushing, isn't he? Oh. Everyone instantly understood. At the same time, they gave him a thumbs up, promising. Whether this was sincere or not, I don't know. Guichen shrugged and let them interpret it however they wanted. Anyway, he had borrowed the car through his own abilities. He led a few people to the car and took the lead in getting in. Zhang Hai and Li Feng also got in the back together. Feeling the touch of the luxury car, they all let out an exclamation. Only Lu Guan had not yet gotten in the car. He always felt that the car looked a bit familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Lu Guan, are you coming or not? If you're not coming, I'm leaving. Guichen poked his head out and shouted. I'm coming, I'm coming. He ran up to the car. Yichen, who is your sister exactly? I feel like I've seen this car at school before. At school? Are you sure? Guichen gave a faint smile and started the car. He was so infatuated with seeing a luxury car that he can't tell the difference between school and work. Lu Guan frowned and pondered for a long time before giving a heavy nod. I'm sure. Don't hide it. Tell me which graduate school your sister is in. I'm not telling you. Guess. Guichen smirked proudly. Lu Guan shrugged, if you're not going to tell me, fine. I was going to tell you, but since you're not going to insist, I won't tell you. Lu Guan? Is he human? They had a good time eating, and the four of them chatted and laughed. After they finished eating, they casually found a nearby bath center. Unexpectedly, as they were gathering together to change clothes, a group of men in hats came in and surrounded them. Holy shit, can't be a prostitution raid, can it? Lu Guan weakly said. Please come with us and cooperate with the investigation, said the men in hats. Guichen stepped forward. Well, guys, we're college students, we just got here. No matter who you are, you have to come with us now. Take them away. And so, the four of them were taken into custody. Guichen was speechless. They were decent people. Time was approaching nightfall. Creak. The door opened and a man in a hat walked in. He returned the cell phones to the four of them. Tell your parents to come and take you away. Officer, we really weren't involved in pornography. Lu Guan got up and said. I know, we've already investigated it thoroughly, so now we're going to let your parents come and take you away. Seeing this, the boys' faces lit up with joy, and they started calling their families. Zhang Hai and Li Feng's families were from Hangzhou, and Lu Guan also had an aunt in Hangzhou. So they were quickly taken away. Only Guichen. He was thinking about who to call. Gritting his teeth, he called Lu Yutong. Half an hour later, he heard Lu Yutong's voice outside. Thank you. Where is my brother? Lu Yutong pushed open the door, walked over, took his arm and walked out. Sister. Shut up. Lu Yutong's tone was cold as she didn't even turn around. Guichen had to shut up first. He didn't know what she was angry about. Wasn't it a pretty obvious misunderstanding? Didn't Uncle Hat tell her? When they got outside, Lu Yutong let go of his hand and stared at him coldly. There are only two possible reasons for being caught in a prostitution raid: either you have a problem, or the place you go has a problem. Which is it? Normally the police don't just go to a hotel to raid for prostitution. They only do it if they see a repeat offender going in, or if the establishment is a repeat offender. Of course there's something wrong with the place. So why did you go to a place with a problem? It was so hot, we were discussing going to the bathhouse to cool off, and we just picked it at random. You're not lying to me, are you? Lu Yutong narrowed her eyes suspiciously. Sister, do you think I look like the type of person who would do that? I can even turn down a beautiful woman like you. Lu Yutong's face immediately fell when she heard this, her gaze slightly flustered, and she glared at him viciously. It better be, or I won't let you off the hook. Gui Chen was puzzled. He was just one of her employees, so why was she reacting so abnormally? She can't really be treating me like a younger brother, can she? A stepbrother counts as a brother? Since the car was still parked in front of the bathhouse and Lu Yutong had also taken a taxi, the two of them could only leave on foot. After receiving Gui Chen's call, she was furious. In order to get to him as soon as possible, she simply called a taxi on her phone and went downstairs. When she got downstairs, the car was just pulling up. She just wanted to see him a minute earlier. She gradually calmed down after learning that it was a misunderstanding. If it were true, she would definitely beat Gui Chen to death. You're so young and you don't know how to behave, so I'll teach you a lesson for your parents. Sister, let's take a taxi. Gui Chen suggested. Lu Yutong shook her head, let's walk. I just got off work, and I'm a little tired from sitting, I don't want to ride anymore. I'm sorry, sister, for making you worry, Gui Chen whispered. If his parents knew about this, they would definitely scold him. It's fine for you to make me worry, as long as it's not true. Lu Yutong suddenly turned her head and stared at him, if I find out you really did this. She shook her little fists, you'll be dead. Gui Chen scratched his head, sister, the way you're acting is just like my real sister. You have a sister? She remembered that she had read Gui Chen's file, and under family members, there were only parents. He had even taken the trouble to look it up. No, I don't even have a cousin. It's just that I feel like I have a sister, the way she scolds her younger brother. Lu Yutong rolled her eyes, you think I want to scold you? It's just that you're not stupid enough. You were even caught for pornography. I promise I won't get caught next time. Ha? Lu Yutong's face visibly turned cold. No, that's wrong, there won't be a next time. Gui Chen quickly corrected himself. Lu Yutong nodded in satisfaction. After a long while, she didn't notice Gui Chen speaking, so she curiously glanced over. She noticed that he was looking down, not knowing what to look at. What are you looking at? Sister, you have really nice hands. Ha? Lu Yutong couldn't help but lift her hand. Because of the red light from the plaque in the distance, her delicate and slender fingers had a unique beauty. Her face turned red as she spread her palm and showed him the back of her hand. Is it good looking? Gui Chen took out his phone unexpectedly and took a photo. This is probably what it looks like, very skinny. Chapter 37, Can I touch your hand? Lu Yutong watched as he took a picture of his hand. What are you doing, you little brat? She snapped. Hey, sister, it's so pretty, I'll keep one as a souvenir. Lu Yutong gave him a big dirty look, you can admire it, but don't do anything weird, got it? Got it, I'm a very pure boy. Once you say that, you're no longer pure. How can someone who is truly pure keep talking about purity? It's just a cover-up. Gui Chen. Sister, can I touch it? He changed the subject. But the subject was still pretty outrageous. Lu Yutong widened her eyes, what do you mean touch? Touch my hand? Gui Chen nodded, looking at her expectantly. He had already said it, so the worst that could happen was a scolding. These soft, slender hands, he really wanted to feel them. It had been a long time since he last touched them. He couldn't remember what they felt like. Recall. Lu Yutong bit her teeth lightly and looked at him angrily. If you don't think it's okay, just forget it. Seeing her like this, Gui Chen gave up the idea again. It was a bit rude. Lu Yutong held out her hand again, just a little. Gui Chen's eyes lit up at the sound of her words, and he grabbed her slender fingers. Lu Yutong turned her head away from him, her ears actually turning red. Why did she agree to such an unreasonable request? Forget it, what's wrong with letting her younger brother grab her hand? She comforted herself in her heart. Gui Chen felt the softness and smoothness in his hands, and after about a minute, he let go. After letting go, he froze. What was he doing? Gui Chen, you've fallen. Just one hand, and you're already obsessed like this? Lu Yutong saw him let go of her hand and took it back. Hurry up and go. She didn't want to mention what had just happened, and she didn't want Gui Chen to mention it either. The two of them sensibly didn't mention it again, but continued strolling down the street. Brother, don't forget to wash my feet tonight. Lu Yutong suddenly said. Gui Chen nodded without saying anything more. Foot washing? Does that mean I can touch your feet too? Last night, when he was massaging her, he had nothing better to do but observe them closely. Your feet are also very white, and they look exceptionally tender. They must feel good to the touch, too, right? No. Gui Chen, you've really fallen. You've fallen for her beauty trap. It won't be long before you willingly have children with her. He looked up at Lu Yutong, hesitated for a moment, and asked, Sister, do you still want me to have a child with you? Lu Yutong turned her head and looked at him strangely. Do you want to? You've changed your mind? You're willing to agree to it? Gui Chen shook his head quickly. No. I was going to ask you, if you still have this idea, what would you do to make me agree? Gui Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Do you think I'll tell you? So you can be on your guard against me? Lu Yutong smiled and hugged her chest, looking up and down at him. Gui Chen smiled awkwardly, and it seemed that he needed to set a trap. At the moment, it seemed that her plan was to use the beauty trick. Although Gui Chen said that he would fall for the beauty trick, Lu Yutong was not your average beauty. He couldn't handle rich women. And after their last conversation, he learned that her expectations for love were very low. So the only thing he and she could do was to make a deal. Gui Chen, who yearned for love, did not like any kind of emotional transaction. Lu Yutong's mouth continued to curve upwards. What are you thinking? Nothing. Gui Chen shook his head. Lu Yutong did not pursue the matter. She was just thinking of how to respond to her advances. But she really hadn't thought of a way to make Gui Chen surrender. They had been getting along peacefully for a while, and she had almost forgotten her original goal. Drugging him? No, that's too crude a tactic, and it might not work the first time. Next time, it won't be so easy. The beauty trick? My younger brother seems to be very susceptible to that. But is it really a good idea to seduce him with your beauty? Why not let him really fall in love with me? But doing so would put a lot of pressure on Lu Yutong. She just wants a child, and hurting him like this would make him very sad. Forget it, let's take things one step at a time. After all, he is still under her control. That gives her plenty of time to think of a solution. After returning home, Lu Yutong went into Gui Chen's room in front of Lu Shiryao. Lu Shiryao couldn't help but roll her eyes. They're not even trying to hide, it's so annoying. She didn't want to be the third wheel. But if she wasn't the third wheel, she had nowhere to go. Going back to her parents' place was out of the question. She didn't want to suffer mentally. Before long, Gui Chen came out again. He went to the bathroom and brought a basin of hot water into the room. The whole time, it seemed as if he had ignored Lu Shiryang on the sofa. Lu Shiryang was about to die of anger. Was she air? She huffed angrily and returned to her room. Lu Yutong sat by the bed, and Gui Chen came to her with the basin and squatted down. Sister, it might be a bit hot, so put your foot in slowly. Lu Yutong nodded and slowly put her feet in. Shiryao didn't glare at you just now, did she? She ignored Lu Shiryao when she came in, so she must be angry. In fact, she did this on purpose to show Lu Shiryao. Because she had just received a message from Lu Haitao, asking her again if she had found a boyfriend. She simply let Lu Shiryao keep on misunderstanding, in the hope that she would tell Lu Haitao about it. But she didn't know that Lu Haitao had actually been trying to ask in a roundabout way how she and Gui Chen were getting along. He had long since found out from Lu Shiryao that there was a man living in the house. I did as you said, sister, and didn't even look at her or pay attention to her expression, Gui Chen said with a wink. Lu Yutong let out an "oh" in response, but didn't say anything. So Gui Chen reached into the water and grabbed her foot. Little brat, don't do anything else. Afraid that he might do something inappropriate, Lu Yutong warned him. Do something else? For example. He gently tickled the soles of Lu Yutong's feet. Does that count? Hiss. Lu Yutong yanked her feet out and glared at him angrily. You knew and you still did it? I didn't know, I was asking you, wasn't I? Lu Yutong took a deep breath and gritted her teeth. No unnecessary movements other than kneading, understand? Understood. Gui Chen grabbed her foot again. I can move it myself, so let go. Let me put it in for you. Lu Yutong rolled her eyes and pursed her lips. On the surface, this brat is not serious, but inside, she is definitely not pure. At this time, she thought of the bathroom door in her room that had been left open some time ago. He's not going to do something weird with the clothes inside, is he? Thinking about this, she lowered her head and tapped Gui-chen on the head. Sis, why did you hit me? No reason, just a hand fetish. Do you have a problem with it? If you have a problem, you can raise it. Remember to write down your department number and hand it in together. Gui-chen. No. Chapter 38, Don't look around, or I'll gouge your eyes out. Lu Yutong's feet were neither big nor small, and for Gui-chen, they were just right. Just right, so that he could grab them all with one hand. Sister, your toes are very long, Gui-chen said, looking down and observing. The ratio of her soles to her toes was perfect, and it looked pleasing to the eye. Sigh. Why are you tapping me again? Without realizing it, he had been hit again by Lu Yutong's sharp words. What are you thinking about while washing my feet? This doesn't take long, is my service not good enough? And don't think about anything else. Lu Yutong had to admit that Gui-chen's service was very good, and his technique was excellent. Whether he was massaging her head, back or washing her feet, it gave her a tingling sensation all over her body. It was very comfortable. Who did you learn your massage technique from? She asked curiously. I used to massage my mom when I was little, so I've got the hang of it. Oh, practice makes perfect. Then, to keep your skills sharp, I'll be calling on you a lot in the future. Gui-chen? You're treating me like a servant? Your servant, do you have a problem with that? I can pay you. How much? 10,000 a month. Deal. You can give me any orders you like, I'll be at your beck and call. Since there is money to be made, he will definitely want to make sure that Lu Yutong is well taken care of. Brother, can I ask you a question? Lu Yutong suddenly said. Go ahead. Gui-chen did not even look up. Do you like money or don't you like money? It felt like he liked it, but not really. He clearly said that he would give him millions to have a child with him, but he refused. And now he's smiling for this 10,000 yuan. Gui-chen understood the meaning of her words, looked up, and laughed. Of course I like money, no one is against money, but betraying the money you earn, I don't like it. A gentleman loves money, and takes it in the right way. So you don't count now? Wash my feet. This is called selling your labor. Massages, body scrub, and foot washing are all regular industries, right? Gui-chen was speechless. But most of these industries are mixed with gray industries. As the company president, Lu Yutong of course understands these things. There are formal industries, but there are more informal ones. What does that have to do with me? I only serve my sister, which is very formal. Hey! Lu Yutong's delicate body trembled slightly at his mushy words, and she shook her legs. The foot bath water in the basin accidentally splashed Gui-chen's face. Gui-chen stared at her with wide eyes and didn't say a word. But the meaning was written all over his face. Apologize. You figure it out. Lu Yutong was a little embarrassed, so she took a tissue from the box and gave him a wipe. My sister even wiped it evenly for me, which was really sweet, Gui-chen said in a strange tone. Lu Yutong felt even more embarrassed when she heard this. Then go wash yourself. Forget it, foot bath is just a foot bath, right? I'll finish washing your feet first and then go wash mine. Who told you that I've already sold myself? Just bear with it, just hold your breath. Gui-chen said with a fake air of sadness. Lu Yutong's brows furrowed slightly. I didn't restrict you, and my feet don't smell, so don't talk nonsense. Maybe you just can't smell it. Alas. After all, people are very tolerant of themselves. Bang! Gui-chen's head suffered another blow. His position gave Lu Yutong an excellent attack point. No. Even if I haven't washed it for 2 days, it's still not dirty. Lu Yutong shouted angrily. Sigh. Gui-chen sighed again, but didn't say anything. Just say what you mean. Lu Yutong's tone was already cold. The higher-ranking official can crush a person. Forget it. Sigh. For the sake of my salary, I'll put up with it. She slammed the bed with her hand and took a deep breath. She pointed at Gui-chen and said sternly, I'm giving you this opportunity today. You can say whatever you want about my problems, but if you can't back it up, I'll kill you. Why does her foot smell? It's been 30 years, and she's never smelled it before. Gui-chen saw this and carefully picked up Lu Yutong's sock with 2 fingers and put it in front of her. Sister, I'm not lying to you, there is indeed a little bit of it, it's really that you are unwilling to humbly accept other people's opinions. He had been crouching down for a long time washing her feet, so of course he could smell it. It's just that the smell wasn't very strong. Maybe it's because she had been under the scorching sun all morning? It was nearly 40 degrees at the end of June, and it was normal for her feet to sweat a little. Lu Yutong frowned, lowered her head and sniffed. It really did smell a little. She quickly grabbed back her socks and glared at Guichen. This matter will be kept to myself, don't dare to say anything. She narrowed her eyes and waved her little fists. Guichen shook his head helplessly and continued in a strange tone, still unwilling to accept others' opinions with an open mind. Sigh, forget it, just immerse yourself in your own world. Shut up. I mean, you can only say it when we are together, and you can also say my problems when no one is around, but you are not allowed to tell anyone else. She warned with cold eyes. That's more like it. Since you've said that, I'll say a few more things. First, sister, the quilt in your room should be folded every day before you go out. Second, the dishes in the kitchen should be washed in time. You clean the dishes twice, but you only soak them and don't wash them. And so on and so on. Lu Yutong interrupted him. Are you my mother? Why do you have to meddle in such things? You don't want me to find problems for you? But you can't find any problem. Cut it out. You're still not humble enough. Lu Yutong's head was spinning. She helplessly rubbed her forehead and waved her hand lightly. Go on. And another thing, sister, why do you hang your underwear on the balcony? Lu Yutong? She couldn't hold back any longer. She took her feet out of the basin, got up angrily, and stared at Guichen. Don't you dare point out my mistakes. Let me ask you, how did you find out about this? She had washed that shirt in the morning and hung it out to dry on the balcony to dry quickly, because she wanted to wear it to work. Moreover, she had hung another shirt in front of it, so it was not visible from the outside. However, the morning sun came in at an angle and shone directly on the underwear. But how did he know about this? If he doesn't explain himself clearly, he'll be sorry today. Guichen froze for a moment. He was going to the kitchen to cook when he passed your room and glanced at it casually. Casually? I think it was on purpose, didn't you? Lu Yutong sneered. This guy has a criminal record. I swear. Guichen raised his hand. Are you swearing? 3 fingers. Lu Yutong laughed at him. Who swears like that? Oh. Guichen then held up his ring finger again. I swear, I really was just passing by. Lu Yutong stared at him for a while, and only after realizing that he really didn't seem to be lying did he let him off with a grunt. Don't look around so much in the future, or I'll gouge your eyes out. Chapter 39, Asking Lu Yutong for money. Because the foot bath had already been going on for almost half an hour, if they continued, his feet would swell. So Lu Yutong let him off. Okay, that's enough for today. I'll call you when I need you. Yes, sister, feel free to contact your old servant. After Guichen finished speaking, he turned around and went to pour the water away. When he returned, Lu Yutong had already disappeared, leaving only a puddle of water. Damn it, not tidied up again. He had to go out again and mop the floor. I really don't know why Lu Yutong likes to leave loose ends. After cleaning the floor, he lay on the bed, picked up his phone, and saw a message from his father, Gu Ziyuan. Dad, son, are you there? Guichen, what's up, Dad? Dad, is this a convenient time to talk? Guichen, yes. He took the initiative to call Gu Ziyuan. Son, how was work? Were you tired? Gu Ziyuan asked with a smile. Fortunately, our boss is nice and didn't give me much work to do. That's good, son. I don't suppose your first month's salary has been paid yet, has it? Yes. What's wrong, Dad? Do you need money? No, I was just asking. If it's okay, you should get some rest. Guichen's brows furrowed. His cheap father definitely wouldn't make a special phone call just to ask if he was tired. Mom might do that, but Dad definitely wouldn't. In the past, he only asked Dad for money, and wasn't Dad the same when asking his son for money? Dad, just tell me what's wrong. Guichen said angrily. Sigh. Gu Ziyuan sighed, you can't help if I tell you. How do you know I can't help if you don't tell me? Tell me. Guichen was already a little anxious. Well, it's just that your mother needs an operation and we're running low on money. Gui Chen stood up, looking flustered, and said, "What's wrong with my mother? It's not a serious problem, just a minor illness, but we need about 200,000 yuan for medical expenses, and we're still short 50,000 to 60,000 yuan. I'll think of something else." Gui Chen let out a sigh of relief when he heard it was a minor illness. "Dad, leave it to me, I'll go raise the money." He didn't even have any cousins, and naturally, he had very few uncles and aunts. It would indeed be difficult for his parents to borrow the money. Distant relatives would not lend money. "Don't talk nonsense, how are you going to raise the money?" "I'll find a way." Gu Ziyuan disagreed with Gui Chen going to raise the money. Gui Chen said, "Leave it to me," and hung up. He went to the door of Lu Yutong's room and knocked. He had the bonus that Lu Yutong had given him, and with this month's salary, it might just be enough. If he asked her for an advance, she would probably not refuse. "Sister, are you asleep? Come in." Lu Yutong's lazy voice came from inside. Gui Chen's foot washing service had really made her feel relaxed. She felt incredibly comfortable all over, and now she just wanted to lie down on the bed and go to sleep. Gui Chen pushed open the door and came to the bed, looking down at her. "Sis, I have a favor to ask." Lu Yutong raised her eyebrows slightly and sat up. "What is it? Why are you stammering?" She realized that Gui Chen wasn't joking, and that he really did have something to ask her. "Can you give me an advance on this month's salary?" Lu Yutong really wanted to say that his salary for this month had already been deducted. But this was not the time to joke. "What's wrong? Do you need money?" "My mother is sick, and we're still short on medical expenses." "How short?" 50 or 60,000. Lu Yutong nodded gently. "Give me your phone." Gui Chen handed it to her. She scanned the QR code and transferred 100,000 yuan to him. Gui Chen was stunned. "Sister, you can just give me this month's salary, this is too much." Lu Yutong smiled and shook her head gently. "There are many places to spend money in the hospital, so prepare a little more. Then I'll pay you back as soon as possible." Since Lu Yutong had said so, Gui Chen did not refuse. He had again owed her a great favor. "It's not necessary to repay me. You will have to eat gruel for 3 months. This money is a gift from me. I'm not poor. But as the saying goes, an equal exchange." She smiled and scanned Gui Chen from top to bottom, her meaning self-evident. Gui Chen froze for a moment, and then immediately understood what she meant. After all, there was no escape? Never mind. If she wants to repay her debt in this way, then let her. "I have to treat my mother's illness no matter what." "Sister, I promise you," he whispered. Puff. Lu Yutong couldn't help but laugh. She knelt on the bed and lightly tapped Gui Chen's head. "Little brat, just teasing you, you don't have a strong will." Gui Chen raised his eyes and looked at her. "Sister, I understand that you want to save your mother, but you can only borrow money from me now. If any of your friends had a rich second generation, you would probably just yell at me and leave, right?" Gui Chen really thought that. He could only borrow money from Lu Yutong now. He had no choice. If there was any other choice, he would have angrily scolded her and left in a huff. Seeing Gui Chen's evasive gaze, Lu Yutong knew she was right. She couldn't help rolling her eyes, grabbed his wrist, and pinched his arm. "We've been together for more than 10 days. Do you think I would threaten you with something like that?" Gui Chen smiled awkwardly. He really had misunderstood Lu Yutong. Lu Yutong waved her hand impatiently. "Go back. Do you want to go back and see your mother?" "Yes, so I still need to ask my sister for leave." Lu Yutong's mouth curled up slightly. She knew that Gui Chen might have some resentment in his heart towards her for always bullying him. But there was nothing she could do about it. He just had to come to her for this kind of thing. Watching him look dissatisfied but having to pretend to be obedient, Lu Yutong actually felt a little secretly happy. Taking leave? Huh? She pretended to stroke her chin, looking very troubled. "I really can't think of anything I can take from you, so how about this? This 100,000 yuan, plus the condition for taking leave this time is that you have to promise me one condition. Of course, it's not having children. As for what the condition is, I haven't thought of it yet. It will definitely be very excessive, but not too excessive." She stared at Gui Chen with a smile. Gui Chen thought about it for a moment, then nodded with gritted teeth. What could he do if he didn't agree? As long as it wasn't having a baby. There was nothing else that he couldn't accept. Seeing that he had agreed, Lu Yutong asked again, "Where is your home?" "Chang'an." "Oh." She picked up her phone and put it down after a while. "I've booked your flight for 9 a.m. tomorrow morning." "Huh?" Guichen was momentarily stunned, and quickly said thank you, sister. Lu Yutong waved her hand lightly. "It's okay, go back and rest. It's only a few thousand yuan ticket, and I've already given you 100,000, so it's not a big deal. It's also a favor." Guichen said thank you again, and then turned and left. Lu Yutong couldn't hold back a smile at the corner of her mouth. "Brother, you owe me more and more now. I'll see how you're going to pay me back." Chapter 40. Lu Yutong, let you be my husband. Guichen didn't sleep well that night, and the next day he got up groggily. He had been thinking about Tang Min all night. Walking out of his room, he saw that takeaway food had been placed on the table. Lu Yutong was sitting there eating. "Good morning, sister." He walked over and sat down. Lu Yutong looked up at him. "Didn't sleep well?" Guichen gave a muffled grunt. "Where's Lu Shiyao?" "Sleeping." "Should I go wake her up?" He made a move to get up and go wake Lu Shiyao. Lu Yutong held him back. "No need, let her have the day off." "Huh?" Guichen froze for a moment. Why was she suddenly so understanding? Let her be the CEO for the day. "Huh?" Guichen was a little dumbfounded. "What about you?" "I'll go with you to Chang'an." "Huh?" His mouth opened even wider. "You'll go with me?" "Yes, I have to explain to your parents where you got the money. It would be bad if they misunderstood. After all, you have such a pale face, it's easy to misunderstand." Lu Yutong looked at him with a smile. Guichen. Although he was born with a face that eats soft food, he has no intention of doing so. His teeth are in perfect condition. Lu Yutong bought 2 tickets when she bought the tickets yesterday. She was very curious to see what Guichen's parents looked like. Perhaps it was because he had told her about his childhood experiences that time. That had led her to be interested in his parents, right? "Sister, in what capacity are you going to tell my parents about this? A creditor? An adoptive sister?" "Forget the adoptive sister, that's a strange identity." "Then a creditor. Of course, if you want to say I'm your girlfriend, you can." She suddenly winked and flirted. "No, that's no different from a god sister." Seeing Lu Yutong at this age, coupled with the identity of a girlfriend. Then the old couple Gu Ziyuan should easily associate that my son is living off my soft skills. Then he is probably going to get scolded again. Lu Yutong shrugged and snorted. "The words and tone of voice are all complaining about me being old." "No, you've got it all wrong, sister. It's just that our age difference is too great. You know, I'm the one who's supporting you. You're not unaware of the thinking of the older generation." Lu Yutong rolled her eyes and snorted. Guichen felt helpless. My sister is so sensitive. Sensitive about age. At 7:30, Lu Shiyao got up groggily. She rubbed her eyes and came out, and when she saw the clock hanging in the living room, she froze in place. So she hurriedly looked at Lu Yutong. Why didn't she wake me up today? She's not going to dock my pay, is she? She hurriedly sat down next to Lu Yutong and hugged her arm. Sister, I overslept, don't dock my pay. Lu Yutong glanced at her indifferently. I won't dock your pay, but I'll give you more work. Lu Shiyao stretched out the sound, pouted her lips, and looked at her discontentedly. That's even worse than docking my pay. It's better to earn less than to get tired. Lu Yutong laughed lightly. I'll let you be the CEO for the day, will you do it? Sister, stop joking, just cut my salary or whatever, just give me a quick answer. Lu Shiyao thought Lu Yutong was teasing her. Really, I'll let you be the CEO for the day, will you do it? Lu Shiyao stared at her suspiciously for a while. Realizing that she wasn't joking, she asked suspiciously, why do you want me to be the president for a day? Don't you have a problem with me being the president? Then let's see if you can do a better job than me. Lu Shiyao rolled her eyes. What about you? What are you doing? Me? I'm going to comfort the families of the employees. Puff. Guichen, who was drinking water nearby, couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Lu Shiyao instantly understood. Comforting the families of the employees? I think it's meeting the parents, right? If that's the case, then she'll reluctantly take on this task for the day. although she knows that there is a high probability that she will not be able to handle it. But for the sake of her sister's happiness, she will persevere no matter what. The worst that can happen is to drag her father back to work. He has been living too comfortably in retirement. It's about time he started worrying about his daughter. Lu Yutong glanced at the water on the floor and glared at Gui Chen. Clean it up. Gui Chen hurriedly got up and went to the bathroom to get a mop. Lu Shiyao's big eyes kept spinning, and she already started thinking about what Lu Yutong should say when she met Gui Chen's parents. The corner of her mouth couldn't help but rise, revealing 8 small white teeth. Shiyao, what are you smiling at? Lu Shiyao's smile became more and more strange, and it even developed in the direction of being a little perverted, so Lu Yutong asked impatiently. Lu Shiyao came back to her senses and shook her head. It's nothing, sister, don't worry, I'll take care of the family, you don't have to worry, just stay there for a few more days. I'll be back in the morning, why do I have to stay for a few more days? She just needs to explain where the money came from. Condolences to the family of the employee, can't you just have dinner with the family, chat, talk about dates or something? The first 2 are normal, what dates? Lu Yutong frowned. Cough. Nothing, a good day for a good date. Lu Shiyang muttered to herself, came to the table, sat down, and started eating. Lu Yutong didn't hear her last sentence, and couldn't help but shrug. What's the matter with her? Because Lu Yutong had a special status and an exclusive boarding pass, they went straight to the plane when they arrived at the airport. Gui Chen couldn't help but sigh, it's really great to be rich. He used to have to leave 2 or 3 hours early to catch a plane when he went to school. Feeling like Gui Chen was envious, Lu Yutong, who was sitting next to him, teased him, envious? If you have a child with me, I can consider giving you a status so that you can also board the plane without waiting in line. Gui Chen turned his head and looked at her with a strange expression. Status? What do you mean? Add you to my household registration, stupid. You mean you want to marry me? I just want a child, and the position of husband is empty anyway, I can give it to you. Gui Chen. I don't like a marriage without feelings. Are there many marriages with feelings nowadays? Not many. Lu Yutong said indifferently. She suddenly felt that this method seemed to be possible, so she tried to charm him a little. After all, it was just an extra page in the household registration book, and it wouldn't cost anything. As long as the child was obtained, it would be fine. If he wanted, they could just live together like a couple who lived together. If he didn't want to, he could go wherever he liked. It's true that there aren't many, but I want a marriage with feelings. Gui Chen shook his head. The little brat is really naive. Lu Yutong shook her head helplessly, closed her eyes and said nothing. Naive? As you said, if you don't meet that 1 + 1 is greater than 2 person, then what's the point of not getting married? This is just what I'm pursuing in my heart, whether it comes true or not doesn't matter. Lu Yutong didn't open her eyes, but these words fell into her ears and were imprinted in her heart.